lifting. Oh my god. They finally killed Double Lift. That's a shutdown to insanity. The floodgates even further as Hoarder in a 1v3. My god, man, what are you doing? These people have friends. They have family. You gotta get out of there, AMI. Insanity is cooking. Insanity goes golden near airport. They need one. They need two. Double Lift looking for even more.
Vamos, what's up, y'all? Bienvenidos, welcome back to another week of the NACL, week numero dos. For those that are keeping track, my name is Rafa, and for the first time, I get to cast with the one and only Mr. Benjamin Hawkington, also goes by Hawk if you, want to keep the formalities out of the way. Hawk! It's time, bro! I've been seeing you come on the come up, being able to cast through CLOL, through Tier 3, in the OQs, and, we keep kind of, sending DMs to each other. It's like, when are we going to get in the booth together? It never really got a chance for us to do it, but now we get to. So, Rafa and Hawk, we're going to call it the Rock Duo. Let's get it, baby!
All right. I'm down with the Rock Duo. Mark, it's a pleasure to be on, my friend. I mean, I've been looking forward to this for a long time, and week 2 of the NACL, we had a great week 1. Only won 3-game series, right? But still, I think a lot of really good games in between.
Yeah, and I think if we really want to set the pace for how week 2 is going to play out and what we're looking forward to, we got to look and recap what happened in week 1, because there was matches that went as expected, but there was also some things that went unexpectedly as well. So once we get a chance to bring up the standings, we're going to talk about one of the teams that actually is not going to be playing for the rest of week 2, and we won't see them again until week 3. It is Conviction Esports, who had quite an incredible 2-0 opener last week against both AMI and Supernova.
Yeah, Conviction, Supernova, the only teams that started by playing 2 games. Tale of 2 stories maybe for those 2 teams, but I love the highlight on Conviction. They had such a strong start to the season. I think maybe against the expectations of some people that thought at the very least they would take longer to ramp up into the split, given that they were one of those promotion teams formerly known as Tempest Gaming. Also wins for Luminosity, big one over near airport, fan favorite down there, temporarily perhaps in tied for 6th place. Dragonsteel, CCG, Winthrop also picking wins.
Yeah, I think the other unexpected win was maybe the Winthrop University win over Blue Otters. We'll get into that series in a little bit. I still want to keep the conversation around Conviction, because the reason why we say it might have, gone above what we had expected is just because the 2-0s, both sweeps against AMI and Supernova, we all expected all three of these teams to kind of be in the same weight class as each other. AMI, Supernova, Conviction, all in what we projected to be the bottom half. Maybe a couple of those teams had the capabilities to be able to punch upwards into that top half of the roster we have for NACL, but really, some of the key carries for me in Conviction that really stood out was Hoarder in the top lane. I remember this guy from a couple of scouting grounds scouting ground combines through HP and EG, I want to say 2 falls ago in the fall of 2023, and even checking in a lot of pro player streams over the years. A lot of pro players would kind of moan and groan when they had Hoarder be on their team. Like, oh, I got Hoarder on my team. So my expectations and kind of just my impressions were, oh, okay, you know what? Hoarder's on the come up, but he's not going to be like a standout player anytime soon. This dude opens up 11-6-15 against AMI and 16-1-15 against Supernova. I mean, I know that talking to a couple other people behind the scenes that he worked his ass off grinding solo queue over in Korea during off-season boot camp. But man, I mean, if this is how, this is how you want to change impressions about you, right? As a younger player.
Yeah, he had an electrifying week 1. I mean, particularly looking at this Olaf game where he had the 1v2 at like level 6, or farming the minions to level up, get the mana, and hit the Q on low jazz. This fight where he's able to just run a train, frankly, on AMI. I think this is definitely great to see for this player. And it's funny too, you know, you talk about like preconceived notions of him and honestly his entire team too. And I had been kind of saying, you know, I think Hoarder, a talented player, waiting to see it come up on stage. And we really did get to see it in this previous week. I think huge wins for Conviction. And you mentioned as well, Winthrop versus Blue Otter. Mark, for me, there were 5 teams kind of expected to be in the middle of the pack. Winthrop, Blue Otter, and Conviction actually all a part of that pack. Also Supernova and CCG kind of in that mid pack of 5 with maybe top 3 at the top, AMI Pulse towards the bottom. And any series between these two teams is going to be a big one. Conviction took theirs over Supernova, and Winthrop, I think, maybe somewhat unexpectedly with a pretty dominant 2-0 over Blue Otter.
Yeah, considering last split expectations and the results, the way the teams kind of played out, Blue Otter was kind of the breakout team that had an unexpectedly impressive split regarding the experience of their players, you know, relatively younger team, squad. So when we go into our spring split of 2025, a lot of us are thinking, okay, is Blue Otter going to continue that momentum forward? And whereas Winthrop University, when they came in last split, I believe as Slew Woo, if correct me if I'm wrong.
Correct,
Winthrop University as a collegiate squad, you know, historically, collegiate squads have not been able to do that well in NACL, especially when we've had, you know, LCS affiliate teams in the past and, you know, stronger rosters in comparison. And last split was no different. However, Winthrop, week 1, really strong start.
They look great.
They look great. They look fantastic. And even a lot of the other players that I kind of were expecting to be, you know, not performing as well in just looking across the board, when like Denethor didn't have the breakout split that he wanted to have last split, he showed up big. He was one of the only 2 top players that went deathless across the board. I mean, go Eagles, man. Throts are out, baby.
Absolutely. I mean, not only 1 of 2 top laners to go deathless, just 1 of 2 players. The other one just happening to be a top laner, Zamudo. I think it was a huge week 1 for Denethor. I think it was a huge week 1 for their bottom lane. And again, a huge week 1 for Winthrop. And I think a lot of people talk about this team, right? And they're like, oh, Winthrop, this same roster has tried to promote time and time again, and they haven't done it. And now, like, why are they here, right? But I think it's really important context to say that this is not the same roster that tried to promote multiple times, because only 35 coming to the support position. This guy is a stud. I think he really showed it in week 1, and also alongside longtime Winthrop AD carry Mobility, playing the best league I have seen him play in his entire career. I think he has been absolutely having a breakout last few months, kind of towards the tail end of the summer split and then into the off season. I really want to see that continue for this split.
Yeah, Mobility's had quite the journey for himself ever since he got a chance to come in and sub for, I believe, EG Challengers back in the day. I want to say the year 2023. I can't remember.
Spring?
Yeah, I think spring split.
Which that was like his sophomore split too. He was a very different player back then.
Yep. And Mobility has definitely come a long way. I mean, both he and Only 35, we're going to have to really talk more about them once we get into their respective series later today. Because that bot lane duo, I did not expect to, you know, play so well together. Obviously, Mobility's come up has, you know, set some expectations as a bar for me to look at, but I had no knowledge or prior tape on Only 35
time to learn
this spring split. And
time
now,
to learn.
I mean, Only 35. My goodness, what an impressive debut for him. But you know what? That was week 1, and obviously there are more things to look forward to week 2, as, you know, some teams got to be able to get revenge and swing back in this second week of the NACL, while other teams look to continue that momentum. But for us, on today's schedule, we've got Polestar taking on Blue Otter, and later today, it will be Winthrop University against AMI.
Yeah. I mean, huge matches.
Before we get into today's matchups, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back with our first series of the day between Pulse and Blue Otter. What's up, y'all? Welcome back. Thank you so much for your patience and the unexpected break there, but it seems like all the players are ready to go. No Yasuo Q3 coming through anybody's PC setups anytime soon. Rage, crossing our fingers. We all want to have nice, clean, fair games with no lag, no PC malfunctions, and definitely no natural disasters, happening anywhere soon. That would
Generally
not be
would
very
be
cash money.
Yeah, I would agree it would not be very cash money for any tornadoes or anything of that nature to go through. So it seems like all is okay. And the best part is we don't have to delay the game by as much as we thought we might have too. So it seems like it's a win all around.
It seems like everything is going according to schedule. Speaking of schedule, let's show everyone what do we got for today's day. In case you are just tuning in now, Pulse taking on Blue Otter in our very first series of day. And then afterwards will be Winthrop University against Apex Mission Impossible.
Yeah, two big matches, I think, between two teams that are hoping they'll be able, over the course of the season, to distinguish themselves amongst the midst of the pack against two teams, Pulse and Apex Mission Impossible, that are expected to be lower down in the standings, but I think especially early on into the season have massive opportunities to potentially take games against some of these mid-table teams. Every single one that they're able to find is potentially getting one step further away from promotion, relegation, and hell, even making playoffs, which would be a huge achievement for both of these teams.
Yeah, and let's go ahead and remind the audience who is playing for both of these teams. We're starting up with Pulse. Their roster, as it stands right now, it is, for those who are watching the OQs, it is the slated 6 roster. We got Dr. Calculus in the top lane, Bio in the jungle, Adam in the mid lane, and then the Hub and Tub bot lane duo rocking it down over there on that side of the map. Maybe holding hands in the Uwu alcove as well.
Yeah, and they've been the headliners of this team, not just in name, but also in playstyle. Hub and Tub getting so many of the resources from particularly their top side of the map. Bio, Dr. Calculus even frequenting the bottom lane, trying to get these two young players going. Look, it's a young team. All 5 of them true rookies in the NACL. Only Bio and Calculus even had experience in the promotion tournament last year with that famous Ducky Getters roster.
True.
And expectations have been, a little lower, a little more scattered for this team and these players, I think it's fair to say, but every single one looking for those opportunities where they can make their individual impact felt in these games.
Yeah, and for what it's worth, even though their first match against Dark Zero was definitely an expected loss, the first 5-10 minutes of the game, they had an interesting game plan that was working for a while. It came with a great gambit in giving Zamudo a ton of free farm, but
I'm the most broken champion of the game of all things. Yeah.
They were not able to carry that gambit through, but I respected a lot of the gumption that the team showed, especially Adam, who was willing to flip his lane a lot against Spyrex in the second game in particular. But we got to start talking about our second team playing against Pulse in this matchup, and it is Blue Otter, top lane Quacker, jungle Music, mid lane Samakin, and the bot lane duo of Levitate and Rovex.
And at least at this point, Mark, these two teams do find themselves in identical positions of the standings. It was Blue Otter that was on the wrong end of the 2-0 against Winthrop University. I think a lot of people have been looking at this team to capitalize on the momentum that they had at the end of 2024, promoting into the NACL. Honestly, just a split ago, they were in a really similar position to what Pulse is in now, and they stumbled a little bit in week 1. It just looked a bit scattered from them, but we know how much talent they do have, particularly looking at the sophomore duo of Samakin and Levitate. Rookie of the split, Levitate. Samakin also having a tremendous summer of 2024. I think we know that these players are capable of more. We just need to see it come together, and perhaps a matchup against Pulse is exactly where that can happen.
Yeah, it could be a nice confidence booster, but also, who knows how much time these guys have gotten a chance to scrim after week 1's performance. And same for Pulse. I know that talking to at least one of the representatives in Pulse over in Sharpie, he's very adamant that this team is very critical and self-analytical about going through their own tape and just talking about what they need to do better. And even though they know that this is just at the very least a wonderful opportunity for all these players to get experience and play against some of the best competition that Tier 2 has to offer, they are also very confident that they can at least make strides in improvement. It may not show necessarily in the results, but it's a great way for them to take that step forward as they continue their aspirations to higher levels of play. Now, we're in the draft phase for game one between these two teams. Already, some picks, notably off the board in the Pompey and the Talia. Those are always some troublemakers, especially in the hands of Blue Otter. The Anivia one, that's a nice snipe out from Blue Otter. I'm assuming that they just are very well aware of Adam's champion pool.
Yeah, Adam, or I would not put Dr. Calculus past the Anivia top either that we've been seeing in certain global leagues. I could totally see it happening. I like the ban as well. I think trying to remove variance. Again, when you're an underdog, sometimes variance is a great way to try and sneak wins out of unprepared teams, right? And specifically looking at this Polestar team, they have been no stranger to at least having that dog in them. Whether that dog is all bark or has some bite is another discussion, but they've been willing to take off the gloves and throw punches, as we, to your point, Mark, we saw against Dark Zero in week one. And I want to give a lot of credit specifically to Zero on a matchup. Adam versus Samakin. I think Adam had a really nice week one. Funnily enough, was actually the death leader of the week, but I think he showed some interesting stuff against Spyrax. Actually managed to take a couple of solo kills. Felt like he was playing with everything left out on Summoner's Rift. And up against, again, another promising young player. It's gonna be a fun time. But Mark, I see your reaction to Fury Gwen both going over to the red side.
Yeah, one of the things that kind of opens up the board when you go for a lot of target bans from the side of Polestar is that you leave a lot of these projected power picks up on the table. Yes, Polestar, grab the Rumble, and it is one of those champions that has been at least able to match Gwen early on in laning phase, or at least in a lot of kind of this 1v1s that we've seen play out. But I mean, Blue Otter's getting both Nefiri and Gwen, who are kind of projected right now as the top two power picks. You can blind them in a variety of situations. There hasn't been many, straight up 1v1 counter picks that have been locked down as answers. It's mostly either been skill matchups or just situational counter picks like the Poppy that can kind of block the Nefiri on the way in. But that's off the board. You're getting a Skarner in, I guess, in exchange, which is a powerful team-wide ultimate, but Skarner isn't nearly as oppressive as it used to be.
Yeah.
And Polestar will round out at least their trio core with a Corki in the mid lane.
I mean, funnily enough, we saw Music go 3-0 to start game two against Winthrop on the Skarner, and then Blue Otter was not actually able to convert that to a win. I completely agree. I think this champion is still really hard to deal with, but giving over Gwen to Fury does not inspire confidence. I will say, Dr. Calculus Rumble, it is this player's best champion, was making waves on this one on the Ducky Getters in 2024 summer. I do think he looks good on it every single time he gets it. Dr. Calculus, I think specifically, been a bit of a rough start to me for 2025. Likes to play for the team a lot, but I want to see him be able to perform in lane. He's getting his most comfortable champion, but of course, Quacker will be opened up for a counter pick. Supports yet to be picked up by either team, potentially an AD carry on the side of Pulse, but otherwise it's just top sides so far heading into the second round of picks and bans.
I wonder if Blue Otter will try to go for another support takeaway. I was curious if they wanted the Rel for themselves and they would take away the Alistar, since that is a common answer, but they're actually taking the Rel off the board, trying to deny some of that Wombo combo potential, since you already have the likings of the Impale and the Equalizer. If you added a Magnastorm to that mix, oh man, that could have been quite deadly for Blue Otter to deal with, as right now, in terms of primary engage, I mean, you've got the Impale and the follow-up with the Equalizer, whereas for Blue Otter, they're lacking a lot in that department.
I think it's Rakan here for Rovex. Rovex has been a purveyor of that champion over the course of time. I think banning out things like the Rel makes a lot of sense against the Rakan. Very strong in the 2 versus 2. I don't know what else you would go for, and if it's not that, and I completely agree with you, you do need something to be able to set up the dive from the Defiri and the Gwen. And what I like about the Hui pick is not only is it a comfort for Samakin, it's able to follow up from very long range, much the same as these other champions, but it actually is going to be the Jhin. So they're going to save support pick 4-5 here for Blue Otter, which I guess does make sense.
So here's what I'm curious about right now. Blue Otter have two champions that want to go in and disrupt backline, but then they also complement that by having two long-range damage dealers that can play pretty much a screen away and deal effective follow-up damage in the Hui and the Jin. So now, Blue Water has a couple options. They can pick a support that will enable the two divers and causing more disruption, or they can choose something that will create some protection for Jin and Hui in case you're threatened by the Ahri or the Scar trying to press forward alongside something like a Nautilus on top of it.
Yeah, I will say, Pulse's composition really wants to go in. So something like a Braum looks kind of good here for Blue Water. But again, I think I agree more with your first line of thinking. Where, yeah, you want something that can go in, get into the mix. They do pick up that Alistar that you mentioned earlier. I mean, both these teams, to me, really want to single out an individual target and try to take them down. A lot more frontline on the side of Pulse. I actually think their composition very simple and easy to execute if everybody's able to press all of their R keys on the same target at once. But Blue Water, I mean, a lot of outplay potential. I look at Naafiri Gwen, specifically ability to outplay some of those point-and-click ults with their untarget ability, and then two carries that can sit a whole screen away to follow up with damage.
Yeah, Blue Water definitely have the higher execution that they have to manage with their composition, since like you said, no true frontline on this squad. Alistar is only temporarily with the ultimate, whereas you don't have any like decent economy tanks coming in. You have a 4 damage or you have a 4 threat composition on the side of Blue Otter, but whereas Pulse, at least you can send in your Skarner as well as the Nautilus to soak up a lot of damage on the way in. But ladies and gentlemen, it's time to get ready for game 1 between these two squads. Week 2 of the NACL starting off with two teams that would really love to get their momentum back on track after week 1's losses. It is between Pulse and Blue Otter.
And immediately my eyes are again going to be on this mid matchup, Hui versus Ahri. Adam, yet again, on the aggressive end of the matchup, we saw what he was able to do going forward against Spyrax in week 1. I think showing some of those flashes of what he's capable of. Going to try to get some control over Samikin. Blue Otter relies quite a bit on their mid-jungle duo to be able to create plays for the team. And if you're able to push in this way, could make things difficult. As both these teams as well, no stranger to shenanigans in the early game. We saw early invades both games from Blue Otter against Winthrop, while Pulse obviously was doing all kinds of funky stuff against Dark Zero in their first one. As Mark, I'm seeing an exhaust for Quacker in the top lane right now.
So this isn't necessarily like the most uncommon loadout for Gwen, since a lot of the times we'll see things like TP Ghost, even TP Ignite from Gwen. Most of the time, you're just not going to see a flash on Gwen because your skip is such a low cooldown. Thank you, Riot. Especially now towards the later stages of the games and you're building items that give a lot of ability haste. You don't necessarily need to rely on the flash as a summoner spell. So it gives Gwen some options for combat and being able to at least survive all-ins if you want to go for something a little bit more defensive like the exhaust. But also it'll be great because if the Ahri ever dives your backline, and if for some reason Gwen is back there, boom, you exhaust the Spirit Fox and suddenly she's got no threat potential.
Yeah, I mean, also looking at the 1v1 too, Rumble, one of the only champions in the game with those overheats that can actually match the DPS of Gwen in the early to mid stages, or even outmatch it. I mean, Rumble, such high base damage in the kit. So I definitely think, you know, it makes sense as a selection for Quacker. We'll see how it works out for him. I think, unsurprisingly, Gwen getting the push into level 1, a lot of Rumbles starting Taser these days means that they're not exactly going to be dominating on the wave, but pushing bottom and in mid for Pulse. Again, this is going to be really important. Bio is the big playmaker for this team, as Music is on the other side, and I think whichever one of them is able to get more involved early on is going to be big, and Bio in particular. Look, the Skarner, maybe not as OP as the Naafiri, but it's really easy to set up plays for the team with, and so for that reason, I think, you know, having the push to play around could be a really big asset here for Pulse.
Yeah, one thing I'm curious if Pulse are going to go for is, since you already have push in both bot lane and mid lane, even though you cannot necessarily invade Music on the bot side early on, since Music is already clearing towards the top side of the map, Naafiri's not going to be bot side in the next 30 seconds to minute. because they're playing for the last Krugs, and they're going to play for that crab spawn on the top side of the map. If you want to sync this last push with mid and bot, Bio is finishing up red buff. You could look for a bot lane dive. Yes, you know, turret aggro ramps up a bit faster, it's a bit scarier, but if you want to accelerate the game pace, that is an option that Pulse can take.
I don't think we're going to see that one come through just given the wave, but definitely something to have access to. I will say I like the way Hub playing out this lane so far, stepping forward every time he's got that E up, knowing Levitate can match the trades, and at the very least, again, just keeping control of the wave. It does mean that they will control at least half of the Summoner's Rift Highway, with Scuttle Crabs being traded on opposite sides. And I mean, I will say, again, Dr. Calculus versus Quacker in the top lane. Calculus, I think, has not looked the best in the 1v1 so far in 2025. Definitely something I want to see continue to be improved upon in his first split in the NACL against Quacker, who I think is always been solid, as we have an all-in.
Oh, Tubbs at least was able to block the deadly flourish, but there's still just too much damage and threat from Rovix and Levitate. They're gonna pick up first blood on the Hub, who still had flash and barrier up.
Yeah, I'm really surprised Hub opts to die there, because the wave is also horrible for him. Like, this is not the classic get solo killed into better wave state true combo, Rafa. It's not really a good time to be dying, and yeah, just a bit of a mistake there in the 2v2. Well punished by Rovex and Levitate.
I will say, for at least Hub's sake, Levitate and Rovex are not opting to freeze the wave. They just shoved it completely out so that they could get a base off for themselves. So it's not the worst scenario that could have happened for Hub, but definitely one that, you know, maybe Blue could have punished, but maybe they had other options available. They didn't want to keep the wave there. They wanted to really get it back in. And, you know, to Levitate's credit, he's now walking back to lane with not just boots, but also serrated Dirk. So he's going to have an extra bit of lane power in that Jhin.
To the Cole as well of the Corki. Cole tier, not the most inspiring first base. Pulse, though, coming first off the reset after the death, does give them access to the Dragon. Blue Otter looks like they want to contest. Remember, Summoner's still up on Hub for this fight.
Yeah, Rovex doesn't have Ignite, but he has Flash. He tries to buy some time, but he gets completely punked by Polestar being able to burst down the cow before the rest of Blue Otter are in position. But now Tubbs a little bit low, below 200 HP, almost 100 HP. Levitate forced Flash over the wall as he gets rammed in by Bio, but Music being able to dodge some damage there with the call of the pack. Levitate in a 1v3 just trying to buy as much attention as he can, gets the last bullet onto Tubbs before he falls to Adam as he's forced to flash over the wall. But now Music is able to unleash the Hound, and here come the pack of dogs as the rest of Polestar has to retreat from the Dragon Pit, leaving Adam to die.
Okay, it's a messy fight. The Dragon gonna go unclaimed. Ultimately, it's a 2-for-2 across the board, but I'll be honest with you, Rafa, this is a continuation of, I feel like, some of the issues we saw from Blue Otter in week 1, where they just looked a little bit scattered in their approach to the Dragon fight. Ultimately, they are able to evenly trade the kills, but it was absolutely not pretty. And now, off the reset, seems that Pulse deciding to transition their pressure towards the top side of the map with Tubbs and Bio making their way up here. We can take another look at the 2 versus 2, as all it is a really nice headbutt pulverize. Deadly Flourish, as you mentioned, got blocked, but I mean, Hub just kind of goes down, doesn't blow the flash, gets stunned up by the Alistar, and it's easy money.
Oh, no!
Now, speaking of...
Oh, the flash over the wall Music is going to follow that big Scorpion and sick the dogs on him. That is Bio going down in his own jungle, was trying to at least see if he could tango. Oh, all in from Adam. Spirit Rush, Samakin is flashing forward to get the fear, but he's flashing towards the path of Rovex so that this cow can protect him on the way out. It definitely looked funky at first, but then you're at least able to see where the support was coming from.
I mean, Adam, at the very least, able to blow a flash, gonna force a reset off of Samakin as well. Not too shabby for the rookie mid laner. As I will say, I think Samakin, I've always likened his playstyle to someone like Jensen, Mark. Really proficient on the mages and just really nice movement. I don't think many players in North America flash the way Samakin did, but knowing that it was the safest option available with Rovex coming up from the bottom side. We can take a look at the kill that we missed. I mean, all it is, Music, level 6 on the Nefiri. Bio stood absolutely no chance. Music had push in the solo lanes as well as first move from bottom, knowing he'd go for the play. Just a nice pickup. Now 2-0 on the dog.
Credit to Bio, though, even though he goes down after taking the 1 grub, he recognized that Music did not go for the rest of the Void Grub rotation. I think Music just went for it back after clearing a majority of Bio's jungle. So Bio says, all right, you can have my camps. I'm going to take all 3 grubs for ourselves. Not necessarily the best champions to be setting up a split push, at least for holes compared to what you have, at least on this Gwen, but at least you can overheat on the Rumble. You can get that extra attack speed boost. So if or Dr. Calculus, I should say, is ever, you know, putting pressure on a side lane, you're going to get some decent turret damage. But Bio now, he's having a tough time trying to get a majority of these camps because this is a Eclipse fully acquired for Music on the Nefiri, and he's bringing the rest of the crew to make sure that Bio doesn't get any of these camps.
Again, Music, so important to this Blue Otter team. They're going to try to go on him.
Rams him into the wall, the Ishali impact, but he just splits over these Viscerate. Oh, great impale! And Music might have just left his bot lane to die because they didn't have an escape route path out of there. And the rest of Pulse, what the hell? Dr. Calculus here? I don't know how he got here, but great roam timing that completely catches Blue Otter off guard. He's going to expend the TP to catch this wave back on the top lane.
I mean, again, if Dr. Calculus is great for anything, it is roaming to support the team. Honestly, maybe not necessary, but he's able to make it happen, and a really good collapse from Polestar. Yet another play where I feel like Blue Otter just not on the same page. Look, I like the idea. Play around your Fed Nefiri. As I was about to say, Music is the captain for this Blue Otter team. And, I mean, when he's the Fed one, you may as well try to get him further ahead, but Music hopped into the Dragon Pit as Levitate and Rovex went into a 2v3 that then became a 2 versus 5. It was just ill-fated from the start, and really nicely done from Pulse to be able to pick up a couple kills, pick up a dragon, and now, despite being 1,000 gold down, actually having both of the first neutral objective spawns. As you mentioned, Mark, it's just a really good impale right there from Bio, not allowing the Jhin and the Alistar to get away.
Yeah. I think the other big thing, too, is just that you have to think about when you're going for invades like these, you got to have a contingency plan. You got to have your escape route pathed out. You have to know if things hit the fan, you know, what is the best course of action. Levitate did not have flash yet, so his only route is either upwards or downwards to that tri-bush. And Rovex has to kind of guarantee that path. Music, he can just hop over the wall. He doesn't even need flash. He's got the mobility. So I think in the future, it just goes to show what, you know, a lot of the concerns that you were voicing about Blue Otter in week 1, where they're not necessarily the most coordinated as we might have expected to, just based on kind of the breakout results that we got from the prior split, and just being able to talk through, hey guys, we're going for this. What are our outs?
Yeah.
You know, I mean, you know, how does things go down in case, you know, it's the worst scenario possible?
I mean, Mark, I said this to you in DMs. I felt like Blue Otter's first stage game kind of looked like a script in a stage game where they just looked like they were trying some stuff. It looked a little scattered. And again, I do think we're kind of still seeing that on display. It feels like the communication is not quite there. You know, solo lanes, both of them did not have first move to that play. So, you know, you should be able to anticipate what are those outs if you know who's going to be able to move first, but it feels like Blue is just not quite on that page. But another fight brewing as Levitate is the target, grubs in 15.
He has flash this time. He spaces it out. Bio's not going to waste the impale quite yet. The teleport is coming in, and here comes Quacker. Riftmaker fully acquired, and now there's nothing that Dr. Calculus can do to save his jungler, I should say. And with grubs spawning in just 3 seconds, these should all go to the hands of Blue Otter.
And this is a much better fight here for Blue. Now, a lot of resources burned. Gwen ultimate to kill Bio. Let's see if Pulse can mount the contest. Samikin on the side.
Oh, flash engage from Rovex. Good night, Tubbs. That is the Nautilus taking a breather now. The rest of Pulse down to 3 members here. Rovex is holding the line for now, getting chunked on the way out.
Oh, music.
Maybe Dr. Calculus wants to look for an equalizer if they really want to brute force this way back into the river. They're burning down the last couple of grubs here. Samikin forced the flash away from Adam. He's got one more Spirit Rush. And Bio has come back from the grave. Oh, but Music still gets it. Oh, it could have been at least one grub going the way of Pulse, but it looked like... I might have to look back at the replay. I can't tell if it was a miss smite.
It was early smite from Bio. I think he thought that the Nefiri would try to combo smite, but Music actually stopped hitting the grub. So Bio just clicked smite on an 1100 HP grub, and then Music, I think, counter smited it, able to get that one. Music has had a lot of poise, and I think a lot of these dangerous situations. One of the bright spots in their Winthrop series is I actually thought he was really clutch on a lot of the smites, despite, you know, a lot of them being under duress or perhaps in losing fight scenarios. And in that one, able to come away with it. It is a full pot, 3-3, going over to Blue Otter, as now they're up 2,500 gold. This fight, much better, though, from Blue Otter, as they just understand that their team is able to collapse first. Levitate knows that he's not a viable target for Engage, and I think it's this continuation that's even nicer, where, as I mentioned, resources burn for Blue Otter. Pulse thinking, hey, guys, maybe we can still take this 4 versus 5, but Blue shuts that down before they're even able to approach, before Pulse can even set up the fight, immediately going onto a very squishy level 5 Nautilus.
And you see the rest of the fight play out here. Rovix just holding the line. Even Samakin trying to just create some space on the side here. He does get isolated for a bit, and that's where Pulse realized, hey, we can just turn on this way and try to burn some summoner spells here, or at least maybe a kill. And that does come at the cost of Samakin's flash. If we look at this one more time, yeah.
Early smite. It happens. I mean, at the end of the day, like, Bio's hoping somebody hits it. They didn't hit it, and Music ends up being able to claim that one. Could be argued Bio maybe could show a bit more patience, but at the end of the day, coin flips are going to be coin flips. And at the very least, Pulse, they're not coin flipping this dragon. They're first into the river with it spawning in 5.
And they know that Samakin doesn't have flash, so that should be target numero uno. But Tubbs, wow, that's a lot of HP gone in just an instant there. Both the Dark and Daggers and the Hui damage doing a number on Tubbs' HP.
Yeah. Nautilus is a little underleveled. It's 15 minutes into the game, and he's level 6. Alistar, well on his way to level 8, I believe, and that is going to buy Blue Otter this dragon. So the neutral objective count going to be equalized, despite Pulse being able to pick those ones up early. As you mentioned, the two OP champions on the patch right now, Mark. One of them able to half health the Nautilus in a single combo, well on his way to 2 items. The other one, Quacker, already at 1.5 in his own right, also 2-0.
Wow, just protecting this wave from completely dying without anyone being able to catch it here. Levitate and Rovix were very close to getting that first tower off the map here for Blue Otter, but they're going to take the base here. So let's do a little bit of check-ins, Hawk. 1 dragon for the side of Pulse. 3 grubs apiece. Oh, had Adam been able to clip with that charm, could have been a nice cheeky pick there for the side of Pulse.
Probably would have just been ult for ult, but
yeah. It's an overall 2,000 gold advantage for Blue. When we look back at how the drafts were composed here for both squads, we talked about Pulse having a very standard composition, very straightforward. You want to front to back with this composition. You have good solid forms of engage. You have a diver in this Ahri that can cause some disruption in the back line and solid DPS from the Corki. Follow up with the equalizer, right? Whereas Blue Otter, higher execution comp, you have 4 threats on the side of their squad here. You know, how are we looking here as might have to hold that thought.
Not looking good for Calc. All right, he's not looking terrible, just not looking great, as he'll be fine. Bio here to cover any sort of dive. Blue Otter trying to get that first tower for the feats of strength for themselves. But Mark, to your point, I think Blue Otter being at a gold advantage is really big. They have that gold-hungry 4-threat composition, as you highlight, and so getting to those items, particularly on the Gwen and the Nefiri, I have seen these champions do heinous things in the later stages of the game when they are given gold. I actually would give a scaling advantage over to Blue Otter as long as they are able to execute on these more difficult champions to play, because of just how much damage they can put in despite the thick front line on the side of Polestar. So I mean, I think right now Blue Otter in a really good spot. Pulse by no means down and out of this game. Once they start getting some of those tankier items that we're now seeing the Ahri's build come through, fully stacked Rod of Ages perhaps, and you know, you got a Heartsteel on Bio, they will be very difficult to take down, at least for the time being. Music, the only one on 2 items, most kill participation on the team. He had the, I want to say 3rd most kill participation, 2nd most in week 1, about 90% for himself. Again, continues to be the player that this Blue Otter team runs through And he's going to need to be the main carry in this game.
I mean, you called him the captain for the squad. He's the one calling the shots for this team. And if that's the case, then I would feel super confident going into battle with my jungler who's got 2 items. Definitely the most income on the team so far.
I mean, Neferi's items are so cheap, too. Like, the champion's so broken, man. She skirmishes obscenely well. She clears really quickly. I mean, you can see that music is up a decent number of camps right now on the Skarner. And has cheap items, so you're able to spike those items even faster. Like, it's just outrageous to play against. Level 11, 2 items. We got a Herald fight.
Bio pokes his head first, sees 3 people, but doesn't see Rovex roaming. It's not quite the best Alistar combination there, but you know what? It keeps Bio out of the river pit, takes about half of his HP, but the Rift Herald is secured. And the rest of Blue Otter, they don't have to force a fight here. Rovex? Might be in trouble. He might be forced to flash over the wall unless they want to turn the fight. They baited them into the Baron pit. Maybe this is something that Blue Otter can take, but Quacker's going to take the front of that Impale alongside Rovex, both getting stunned up here. Curtain Call trying to do a number, but Blue Otter have lost their composure. Now Pulse have a chance to punish Samikin, getting burned by the Equalizer. Dr. Calculus flashes over the wall. Good night, Samikin. The Flame Spitter cooks him alive.
That's a huge fight for Polestar right there. 3 for 0 as Blue Otter. They picked up the Herald. They had the option to disengage, and instead another split call, and Pulse punishes beautifully. It's 2 to Bio, it's 1 to Calculus, it's a mid lane tower getting taken, and it's a gold lead evaporated.
Yeah, you just have to scratch your head thinking like, Blue Otter, if you want to take that fight, then everyone has to be ready for the play. It just didn't seem like everyone was on the same coordination, everyone was on the same wavelength there.
Yeah.
And when you're playing into Pulse's composition, giving them easy ways to engage, I mean, they're going to take it gladly every single time.
Look at this. We have about 10 seconds here where the team is just deciding what to do. 15 seconds, I would argue. Finally, Quacker, of all people, just kind of decides to send it. But Samikin and Levitate are nowhere to be found to follow up damage. Great focus from the side of Polestar to be able to zero out the front line and, you know, acknowledge that the carries aren't able to do much damage at this point. It's a massive amount of gold going their way. That gold lead is completely gone. Now we have the 10 stacks on the Roa for the Ahri, and with Dragon on the map and Pulse first into the river, this just might be another objective going their way.
Let's see if Blue Otter can make something happen here. Music still has Flash, and he has Smite able to contest Bio. He tries to pressure Music away and calling for the rest of his team to burn down the Dragon here. Music having a tough time. Bio taking a lot of damage, 1200 HP. Oh, Samikin steals the Dragon as the Smite brought it down to below 50 HP. Quacker forcing Hub to flash over the wall. Now he's going to turn towards a Lonely Nautilus. Meanwhile, Music is able to pincer off Adam with the rest of Blue Otter. And just like that, this time around, Blue Otter able to pull apart Pulse members one by one. Hub is able to find a retribution kill onto the Gwen. The Curtain Call, not going to find Hub, but Dr. Calculus not going to have the same luxury. The setup from Rovex finds that last bullet, and Samikin gets the kill credit.
And just like that, the pendulum swings back in Blue Otter's favor. 2,500 gold right back up in the lead. 4 kills and the Dragon to add insult to injury as somehow, some way, Samikin, of all people, is able to pick that one up. Blue Otter back into the driver's seat. Mark, something tells me it's gonna be a messy series as 8 to 10 in kills. Pulse and Blue Otter, they're throwing haymakers at each other in game 1.
You know, there's definitely a pattern with these teams where whoever makes the first move, they tend to be the ones paying for it costly.
Yeah. I mean, these teams just, again, they don't seem completely committed to what they want to do. Look at Bio just kind of dives into the back line. Yeah, he's zoning out Music, but this Skarner's not that tanky, at least to the point where he can function completely on his own. Pulse, they try to follow up, but it's a little too late. And in this split fight, champions like the Neferi and the Gwen and the Hui are going to absolutely eat you alive. Even though Ahri, you know, might like that, Adam ultimately able to get chased down. They do lose Quacker on the backside of things, but Dr. Calculus will ultimately pay for it with his life. And again, it ends up being a 4-for-1 in favor of Blue Otter. And I really just going forward, would like to see these teams have a very clear call for how they want to approach these fights, because I completely agree with you. I think so far we have just not quite seen that from either side.
Well, if both teams are recognizing that, hey, whoever makes the engagement first is not doing it clear enough,
Just
that
don't
they can
ever start an objective fight.
Yeah,
man.
just don't go in first, you know? And for the side of Blue Water, they have the benefit of being able to at least open with poke. You can throw Darken Daggers and fish with Deadly Flourishes and the rest of Hui's damage kit. And yeah, Tubbs, just a little too isolated from the rest of the squad here, and the curtain call is going to open up for even more action. Music going in and being able to play around this battle line so beautifully, going in and out. Rovix will fall, but the Spiraling Despair does so much work on that front line. And the rest of Polestar, they're forced to retreat and give the rest of the map over to Blue Otter.
Another situation where Pulse tries to walk into the river, and another situation where Blue Otter punishes them. This time, it's a full team collapse, as it was Tub that was a little too far forward. 3 kills going over for nothing. I would want to say that's an expiring Rift Herald right here for Music. That's just going to walk its way to the bottom lane tower. At the very least, will buy them enough time to take away the Otacon and continue to grow Blue Otter's advantage.
Yep. This should send Blue Otter to at least a 4,000 gold advantage now. Pretty damn convincing to at least be able to close the game out from this point. But it's still not over quite yet. Polestar still have a very, very powerful composition, and if Blue Otter get a little too confident in the way they choose fights, you can still get comboed. But we take a look back again at that fight where, you know, Tubbs just low-key, not quite Super Narnia, but a little too much further into that wardrobe.
Yeah, just a bit too far ahead of his team. Met Aslan as, I mean, honestly, a great pick setup from Levitate on the Lotus Trap, and then the way Music weaves in and out of this fight, doing so much damage on this Teferi. Again, level 14, the dog is barking in this game. Look, Mark, I think I knew that this champion was broken ever since I saw you do well on it in one of our flex games. So, like, the way Music's playing it right now, definitely making it look strong.
Listen, man, I would normally try to defend myself, but nah, I can't lie. This shit's too easy.
They just need Quacker on the Gragas and it'd be just like us, you know?
Oh. True. We need to run back that caster class showdown.
Agree.
When is Kangas gonna start that up again? Anyway, Hub might be in trouble here. Bio is waiting in the wings though, so as long as Levitate doesn't step too far forward, that backsteps the Dredge line and now opens up with the curtain call. Hub is in trouble. Gotta play the fancy feet, but he's also trying to dodge a flanking Gwen, and he steps back into that last bullet, and Bio dies for Hub's sins as it's a double kill for Levitate. Quacker, or I should say Dr. Calculus, forced out by that Spiraling Despair thanks to Samakin, and that should give Blue Otter enough time to rip the Baron.
Couple good fights in a row for Levitate, as it's another Deadly Flourish to set up the pick that gets the fight started, and now Baron should be absolutely free. Nefiri got the dogs to tank this one up, and no contest to come through for Polestar. Yes, there is an Infernal Dragon on the map potentially available for the taking, or maybe a mid-collapse as the bottom lane of Blue Otter. All right, they avoided Narnia, okay? If Pulse opened up the wardrobe, Blue Otter, they kept that one shut.
Yeah. They are not looking to play hide and seek this time around. You know, that may have happened a couple times early on in the game, but now Blue Otter have wrapped themselves up with a 7,000 gold lead advantage. It's quite a nice barrier to protect yourself against any mishaps against Polestar. You would have to make a series of throws at this point as we take a look back at the replay as poor Hub. The rest of Polestar could not bail him out of this one.
Yeah, I mean, this is just, again, great stuff by Levitate. A play completely manufactured by him. It's just Pulse trying to fight for control over their topside jungle. I think disrespecting the mid push that Blue Otter had perhaps a little bit, ultimately leading to that pick, but you have to give credit to the individual outplays where they are due. And now Blue, looking like they have a fairly insurmountable lead as the Music's just in there.
Yeah, Dr. Calculus immediately forced to flash away. Music had already casted the ultimate there. Hound's Pursuit not going to get the reset, forced to flash as Bio was trying to find an engage back on the dogs here. The Impale finds Rovex, but he's a tanky All-Star. Now he's going to set up a 2-man engage as well. Music still pressuring on the left side. Dr. Calculus forced out of the fight once again. Adam trying to dissuade and disrupt the backline, but it's just a solo man mission on the Ari, and Levitate is not at all deterred as he's going to turn and group with the rest of the Blue Otter pushing in through the bot lane.
Nobody does die for Pulse, but now the defense scattered. Blue going to be able to get some shots in out of this bottom lane tier 1 before the wave dies off. I do like the way that they're playing this, slamming mid and bot waves all the way into the base of Polestar before then retreating to the Dragon. A lot of teams, you know, forget that you can just, you know, use your wave push, use your Baron to try to get damage on the base before doing the Dragon, because you'll always have control of this space after you back up. Great macro right there from Blue Otter. Ultimately not, you know, completely closing out this game, but just continuing to further their lead. As I do believe, Rafa, we have a scoreboard bug again with the Dragon count. I want to say that's soul point for Blue Otter.
I believe you are right, Hawk, but that is okay. We will try to keep y'all updated, but it does make sense considering that I think Blue Otter took the second Dragon of the game alongside the other 2 Infernals, and uh-oh, what happened in the mid lane? It looks like Bio did not get to see the light of day, and now Music is on the hunt, leading the charge.
So
when the
strong.
Fury is on the front lines making the engage, you know you're in trouble. Here comes the rest of the pack, the flash forward, the eviscerate. Let's go, Music, barking on them, baby. Bullstar, they are not gonna see another day in this series, as they're gonna have to go back to the drawing board and see what they can do in game 2 as Blue Otter look to push for the win.
Yeah, that's gonna do it. Music 4-0 and 11. The captain leading the charge. That's exactly what you want to see when given an OP. Dr. Calculus, okay, Equalizer is going to save the game. It is just an inhibitor take and nothing more. So Pulse, they may still be alive, but they are missing perhaps a couple of arms and legs. 'Tis but a scratch. Down 10,500.
Polestar will delay the imminent for now, and maybe, just maybe, staring down the barrel of a 9,000 gold advantage, maybe there's a miracle that could happen, but it's not looking likely as we once again look back. As we said it before, Hawk, if Music is leading the charge, it does not look good.
Yeah, and again, when these carries are fed, they absolutely have the damage to shred through this Polestar bottom lane, and they are more than fed enough. These dogs been eating good in this game. It's not just been the kibble for them, but you know, some of that gourmet stuff. The humans been
the premium meat.
Yeah, like
they're
feeding
getting
them steaks under
grub,
the table.
They're getting some Rumble Yordle steak. Ooh. Like,
oh
my God.
Ew, wait, what?
Hey man, the dogs are gonna eat on anything. Have you ever owned a dog before? Like, if you
It's true. Yeah. Yeah, you're not wrong. I just didn't really want to think about Rumble Yordle steaks.
Well, I don't think Pulsar wanted to think about that either, but
yeah,
you know,
that's fair.
You know,
to be fair to Dr. Calculus, he's only served himself up once. He's won 1-5, you know.
Actually, you know what? It's been a lot of scorpion steak that's been on the menu. As
Yeah.
it might be on the menu for a 7th time again, as Levitate finds with the Carton call. Polestar now down to 4 members here. The rest of Blue trying to push in the waves through the mid lane while they've got Quacker up on top lane duty, ready to pressure the inhibitor tower and inhibitor itself. But it looks like Blue Otter are going to take their time. Baron is coming up in the next 45 seconds, so if Blue Otter really need another buff to guarantee one last push, they can always go back for that.
Yeah, I guess it's kind of hard to close against Ari, Rumble, Corki. A lot of ability to clear out non-Baron waves. I do think it looks like the Baron's going to be the call here for Blue Otter. Full control over Pulse's topside jungle. Should be able to drop back to this one easy peasy with it spawning in about 20 seconds. It may not have been fast, Rafa, but I think we can definitely say that this has been a fairly good game from Blue Otter ever since they got a handle on it, right? It was a little messy in the mid stages, but they were able to lock in and I think take much better fights, especially once they were ahead.
Yeah. And it definitely lines up with the composition that they wanted to assemble for themselves. If you have a 4-threat composition, everyone's got to eat, everyone's got to get that gold, and so you got to take some of those risks. Some of those early risks almost looked like they were going to bite Blue Water in the butt, but they were able to, you know, regain momentum, and look at the flank that Quacker is preparing. Dr. Calculus thinks that he might have a flangle of his own, but he's going to commit with the rest of the team. But Quacker's going to get spotted. Oh, huge multi-man engage from Robix, but Levitate gets deleted by Adam. If they can turn back on the Quacker, maybe they can turn around, but no, the dogs are still strong, and the snip from Quacker is just doing a number on the front line once again. And the rest of Blue Otter, they may have lost their marksman, but they still got Samikin on the quay to deal backline damage as he's controlling the space of the fight. Adam tries to pressure forward with that Spirit Rush, but the reset time's out. Samikin still buying some space, but at least for the credit of Polestar, they've delayed the Baron take for now. It might be too dangerous for Blue Otter to start, as Samikin is trying to fish. He's got multiple low health bar members on the side of Dr. Calculus, Adam, and Hub. Music trying to pressure forward, a flash out of Dr. Cal because he fears what the dogs could do to him, as Adam is now bleeding from the darkened daggers. The Sparling Despair comes up once again, and the severing bolt from Samikin puts an end to Adam's lifeline. Blue Otter still had full control of the game. We should never have doubted them, and Music and Samikin making it happen once again.
Oh, Samikin, what a nice fight from him. Polestar was able to get the initial 2-for-2 trade, but he knew he was the only full health member, continuing to bully Pulse away from the fight. Beautiful long play, and now with 3 dead, only the tank's alive. I think this is going to be it, Rafa.
A 13,000 gold lead amassed by Blue Otter. It was rough in the beginning, but they finally found their footing halfway through, and it has just been a Blue Otter train non-stop ever since. Good night to Tubbs once again with the curtain call. Levitate picks up the ace, and Blue Otter will move to 1-0 in the series.
Oh, inhibitor respawn.
No, death moment. Blue Otter, quick, take out the inhibitor.
Surely they have this, right? All the carries are respawning, but surely they end.
I mean, it should be, right? I mean, Pulsar are not going to go down without a fight, but they do not have enough time. GG, well played. Blue Otter 1-0.
Nicely done by Blue Otter. A bit of a goofy game at times, but I think largely showing that they had the hands to make it happen. Music leading the charge. Samikin doing a lot of damage in the later game team fights, and credit to Levitate setting up so many of the picks. I will say though, Mark, we continue to see a Polestar team that is showing some fight in the early to mid stages, and that absolutely needs to be commended.
Yeah, I think if we continue looking at this squad as a team that is just happy to be here, any type of fight, any signs of confidence, and I'm going to keep going back to the term gumption. That is shown by a squad that, did not, qualify through qualifiers, but just, the way they did. I think they're going to take any fight that they can, look at as a victory, as like, hey, these are small steps that help us build and, level up as a team. But we kind of expected Blue Otter to be, the better team showing up. And even though, a lot of rough fights in the beginning, once they had a handle on the gold lead, yeah, it was a secure win for themselves. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, game 2 between Blue Otter and Polestar. On your screen. Bienvenidos and welcome back, y'all. We're getting ready for game numero dos between Polestar and Blue Otter. If you missed game one, well, POV, to put it into simple TLDR terms, Gwen and Nefiri were acquired by Blue Otter on red side. So, and once again, another gambit taken by Polestar. It did not pay well. It did not pay off.
Yeah, Pulse, now the only team to give over Gwen at all. And they've done it twice. And also now the first team to give over both Gwen and the Fury. I am not quite sure I agree with the strategy, but at the very least, now they don't have to deal with it for this upcoming game. And I will say, we did see some good things out of Pulse. We saw them take some decent fights. I think about like the Rift Herald fight particularly, where they were on the back foot leading into that play, punished a huge overreach from Blue Otter, and were able to equalize the game. Although, you know, of course, at this fight, ultimately, things still kind of got away from them. I think, you know, on a game perhaps with just fewer OPs on the opposite side and maybe a couple of better fight setups, Pulse definitely could equalize the series.
And one thing I will say that we are starting to learn about both squads kind of in real time watching them play is that neither of them really have a clear identity of when to go in as a 5-man unit unless the opportunity is clearly presented to them. When they're both posturing around an objective, it seems both teams are unsure about, you know, obviously when the gold lead is even and it's not a whopping, you know, wall of diff amassed by one team. Both teams in that scenario are like, okay, do we want to pressure them off the objective? Do we want to look for a turn? And then it seems like it comes down to like a panic engage, and then the enemy team is actually able to play a much better fight. So it seems like both teams are better at reactionary fighting rather than, you know, initial fighting when the gold lead is even. That could have just been, you know, some mishaps from both squads in the early game, but at least for the benefit of Pulse, when they were given the window and all 5 members were there, I mean, it's super easy for them to line up their engage tools with the composition they had. Whereas for Blue Otter, if Polestar were ever disjunct and isolated, then the rest of their champions thrived in that scenario.
Yeah, I do think, you know, a continuation kind of what we saw from Blue Otter in their week 1 loss. And I'm not going to lie, I think a little bit concerning for me. Again, this is a team that we expected to be trying to build upon success that we saw them have throughout 2024 and especially on the back half of the season. And it just feels like, you know, for a team that's played together for this long and that was so well renowned, I think, for their really great decision making, maybe overcoming some of the individual deficits they had against a lot of the top teams here in the NACL. We've not really seen that come to fruition. And I just think we want to see them be more coordinated given the length of time they've played together. You know, Pulse, it's a team of young players, first time in the NACL for all 5 of them. I'm willing to give them a bit more of a pass, but I really would like to see Blue Otter continue to try and step it up in this game too, if they're going to be a true middle of the pack team the way we want them to be.
Yeah, overall second split in the NACL, definitely you don't get the easy pass and the forgiveness as much as, you know, other teams, right? And I think, you know, a lot of fans who became super supportive of Blue Otter after their breakout split last summer would want to hold them to that same degree of expectations, right? You know, if especially with a newer team like Polestar, you don't want to see Blue Star or Blue Otter tripping over themselves in the early game against this squad. You want to see them confidently stomping out wins. And so maybe, you know, after game 1, there's some learnings that can be taken, and going into the second draft, like you said, Hawk, not as many OP picks, so it could be a boon for Polestar, but it could also be a boon for Blue Otter to open up, you know, champion pools and allow more champions to be on the table that Polestar might not have been able to prep for.
Yeah, and, you know, Blue Otter, definitely a team that people had a lot of questions about. Last split, you know, first split of true Fearless, obviously a little bit different than this version of Fearless, right? But still, you know, Samikin, for example, being a mage specialist, how would he function? Well, turns out he functioned pretty damn well, has things like the Lux that he can go to, just saw it last week and has been a clutch pick for him. The Zoe, obviously, still a pick to be feared and respected. I do want to continue tracking these Polestar champion pools because I do think none of these players immediately to me have champion pool issues per se, and even guys like Bio actually have some really fun pocket picks that they've always had access to. But I am very curious to see, you know, as the season progresses, how are they able to continue digging deep? Because again, I think we want to see some more unorthodox strategies for this team. As now into the draft, Polestar interestingly picking the red side, so they are going for that counter pick in presumably one of their solo lanes.
I would love to see a counter pick for Adam. I mean, just even though, like we said, you know, Polestar had a overall series loss expected against Dark Zero last week, the way that Adam was constantly flipping the lane into Spyrex in game 2 on the Tristana, I mean, that's the type of... Listen, if you are the underdog team, I think you got to take risks and you got to do things that will catch, you know, the expected team off guard. Obviously, it didn't work out, but I like the thinking there. Maybe we'll see something like that again in this game too. It depends on obviously what is drafted. But so far, a return to the same bands from game 1. Anivia, Yone immediately taken off the board by Blue Otter. Poppy and Zoe by Polestar. If we continue the trend, there should be a Talia ban awaiting from Polestar's line of thinking, unless they decide to let that through. I do not remember what the last ban in game 1 was from Blue Otter. Well, there it is. It was the Jace. So.
Oh, right. Yep. Yeah, I'm really curious to see what the first pick is going to be. You know, Levitate last week played Jin Varus. I honestly would not be surprised at all to see Varus picked up on 1. I still think the champion is really, really strong on the current patch. Something I do want to bring up for this game is Music has primarily been a facilitator jungler throughout his time on this Blue Otter team. You know, the most carry he's really gone to has typically been things like the Lee Sins of the world, where sometimes he can make the real flashy plays, but generally is trying to set up guys like Samakin and Levitate to be the primary damage. Last game on the Nefiri was the primary carry, and they were able to pick up their first win of 25. Now back over to the Xin Zhao. So again, this is more in line with what I expect Music's identity to be, but a departure from what just worked from them in the previous game.
Sure. Well, the Fury's broken. So, you know what?
Yes.
You might as well just lock in that champion and have the ball of your life. And the way that Music was playing it, I could see the brains of a facilitator where, you know, he's going in just to create space. He's not like, you know, trying to fully one-tap someone, and that is kind of the beauty of what you can get with that champion. But Xin Zhao, definitely something that falls in the line of what you talked about Music's preferences being. This is a great champion that has skirmish potential, but also is going to be trying to create spaces and windows of opportunity for the team it engages, and just causing a lot of disruption. Answered by Polestar, really solid backline threat here in Ezreal and Azir.
Yeah, I like the Azir blind here from Adam. The counter pick has pretty much always been the way for Samakin throughout his career, but obviously Fearless banned out after the success in game 1. Opting for Kaisa Rakan here on 2 and 3. They're actually dropping Samakin's pick, allowing Pulse to potentially pinch this player's pool a little bit more. A really interesting decision coming out from them, but I will say I like the Kaisa pickup quite a bit here for Levitate. I think this is one of the champions that this player really impressed a lot of people on throughout the summer split last year. I think he played it extremely well, and I mentioned the Rakan for Rovex. Now that Nautilus is no longer on the table, sort of forced to go towards something like the Leona here, or risk having the other best tank supports getting banned out. So I think an interesting rotation here from Blue. We'll see what the mid lane choice is for Samakin. Obviously, Polestar is going to have to lock in something first. I'm expecting to see a Lux ban at the very least. It's another champion that can follow up from very, very long range, much the same as the Kaisa and Xin Zhaos of the world.
Yeah, well, you called it, and Polestar definitely did their homework on the Lux pick, denying that away from Samakin. When you think about Azir counter picks, they kind of range, but there's definitely 2 archetypes. One, assassins that can get over the Emperor's Divide pretty well, so something like Zed, historically.
Famously a Samakin style pick, you know?
Yeah, well, not definitely not in Samikin's wheelhouse, at least to my knowledge, you know, unless
I would be, if he pulls out the Zed, I owe you an apology. I was not familiar with your game.
Yeah. Obviously, he had been cooking that one in the hyperbolic time chamber. We had no idea, but more than likely, the other archetype that does really well into Azir is long-range mages. So that's why we saw Xerath come out for a brief stint. Obviously, I don't think we ever saw Lux Azir famously in pro play, but that would have fit in the same archetype. Obviously, you can't go to the Hwei since you already picked it in game 1. I do like this Olaf call out, but I'm curious, are they trying to set up a top lane blind pick?
I think it's just going to be like a Scion or something here for Dr. Calculus. He likes the blind pick tanks. Wouldn't really surprise me at all to see that one come out, although I will say maybe feels like a squandering of the R5 counter pick. Perhaps Bio is cooking something. Again, I mentioned
that's what I'm thinking.
Has the unorthodox champion pool. I will say I want to throw out a champion that Samikin can play this game. I wonder if Vex is ever a thing here. It has that long range potential into the Azir as well as dive follow-up with like Kai'Sa and Xiao. I might be overcooking right here, but I do know that is a Samikin champion.
That is a Samikin special, and I've had the pleasure of playing with it and the displeasure of playing against it in in-houses. He completely roasted my team with that one. I never thought Vex could actually be useful until I saw Samikin play it, and I was like, oh, okay, you know what, my bad. I
just kept really fed, and then it looks amazing.
I mean, it almost seems like you can't stop
just
it.
lane against Rafa, and it looks really good.
Hey, I didn't lane against Vex.
Well, you laid against Samikin once, though. Was he not playing the Vex in that one? Okay.
I didn't lane against Samikin.
I thought you laid against him in like one game. But I could be totally.
I was on jungle duty that entire series. If anything, I was top lane, you know, and that's my only comfortable role. Oh, Aurora. Okay. Well, you can close the distance against Azir by popping the Between the Worlds if you just get on the other side. But yeah. I guess. Mbessa also locked in for Quacker, and it's answered with Dr. Calculus playing the Renekton. So once again, this is kind of in line with what Polestar would have wanted to draft for themselves. They saved the counter pick for Dr. Calculus just to make sure that he has a solid laning phase. In terms of being able to team fight with this champion, obviously Renekton isn't like the best team fighter later the game goes on, but if you ever get a lead with Renekton, you can try and, you know, go for early pressures in those skirmishes, especially if a flank angle, because your duty as Renekton in late game team fights, Hawk, from my understanding, is you're just trying to flash empowered stun the AD carry and just hope that it's enough to push them out of the fight completely or one-shot them.
Yeah, exactly. You're just trying to be as annoying as possible later on. And I'm going to be honest, I actually think this is a pretty good composition locked in here from Polestar. Again, very standard, very easy to execute win conditions. You have a Pantheon with great gank setup in both the top lane and the bottom lane. And I'll be honest, the mid matchup for Adam is perfectly comfortable. Azir in the 1v1 against the Aurora functions completely fine. You're able to trade back reasonably well. You actually have a bit of a range advantage. The shield can be really useful as well for potentially dodging out on some of the skill shots that need to come through, or even, you know, just soaking up some of the damage that the Aurora is able to put out. Obviously, Aurora has a lot of utility in facilitating what is a full dive composition here from Blue Otter, but I think if Adam's actually able to fight for push against Samikin, it's going to open up a lot of options for Bio to potentially get a bit of an early game lead right here. I mean, better yet, if you're able to attack mid, Pantheon Azir, really strong mid jungle 2v2, Aurora Xin Zhao, no slouches in their own right. But if you can get that going, I think Pulse with the mid game lead in this composition, getting to 2 items, they're pretty hard to team fight into.
Yeah, and I appreciate that, at least for Pulse. Even though Bio played Skarner in game 1, he was definitely a very aggressive Skarner in the early game. Maybe a little too much to a fault in some cases, but I think if you're playing an aggressive game on Pantheon, I think you're doing something right. You know, it just might be me. So this will definitely fit more in the wheelhouse of maybe what Bio wants to accomplish, especially if he's trying to continue maintaining that kind of pressure against Blue Otter. And it's definitely a lot easier to execute since point and click stun, very, very easy to then layer down the rest of the damage. And I imagine there could be a lot of action on either of these side lanes here, since you have great CC follow-up in both Renekton and Leona.
I believe the first competitive game of Pantheon in Bio's career. I don't think he played it in the OQs. Obviously a little bit harder to do the stat tracking for that, but it's at least not in my notes for when I covered Slated 6 about 3/4 of the way through the tournament. Regardless, we'll see how Bio's able to play that one. I do agree it's a great facilitator champion. I think it's a good pick in this game. No true tanks on the side of Blue Otter yet again, Rafa. And unlike game one, look, they may not have had a true tank in the sense of like an Ornn or a Sejuani, but Alistar as a support with that Unbreakable Will can buy quite a bit of time in the front line. I think Rakan, a little bit different. Blue Otter wants these fights to be fast and furious.
Yep. So far, standard lanes and standard jungle routes so far for both of these squads here. I will say, Pantheon, not necessarily the fastest clearer. Thankfully, Shinzao definitely not known for their clear speed either. So
looks like while we were in the 3-cam view as well, I think Bio actually is 3-quadranting right now. I think he took the blue away from music, or the red rather, away from music.
Oh, that's one happened. Interesting. Okay. Well, Bio has now some options that he can go for. The fact that he is ending up with around 4 camps to his name, or it looks like, I guess, 4.5, since he's got 17 CS for himself. Might have dropped a few Raptors if he took both the red and the Raptor camp, but Music is stuck on this top side with the Crab. Doesn't really have many options to go for here if he wants to try and go bot lane to protect Rovex and Levitate, who are facing a lot of pressure from the hub into bot lane. Stacking up a huge wave, and they have Bio here ready for the dive. He's spotted, and now Music has to beeline over to his bot lane to make sure that they do not fall. Hub already arcane shifting forward. Rovex is going to buy some time with the grand entrance. Well done. Levitate did force his own flash and cleanse just to evade danger there. But a teleport coming in from Samikin. Now it's a 4-on-3, and the rest of Polestar have to run. And they get the knockups there. Flashes come out, but Hub still falls to Samikin's Aurora. The Ignite ticking on to Bio if they can get one more instance of damage, but not going to be likely. The Void Levitate! Levitate finds it in the back of Bio, and something out of the playbook of Polestar is used by Blue Otter by the early teleport.
And a really nice cover from Blue Otter. Music, that's what makes him so good. His ability to read the map and answer the play. As I was about to praise Bio, we talk about early aggression, able to take away the red buff, successfully pull off a 3-quadrant, but ends up overreaching in the bottom side of the map. Blue Otter collapses for it, and they get paid.
Well, I'm not gonna lie, Hawk. I was not expecting that turn of events to be played out, but Blue Otter gonna find themselves with a nice average 1k gold advantage. It definitely looked a little bit under fire as Blue Otter's bot lane was getting pressured out, but just a great collapse from the mid jungle duo of Blue Otter helps kind of reverse what could have been. And now Polestar find themselves down, but they have the push in bot lane, and they have really good vision control set up in the trenches of that red quadrant, so they should be able to secure this dragon without any contest.
This might be the first clean neutral objective take of the series. Credit to Polestar, getting punched yet again, but continuing to fight, taking a dragon. No contest to come through from Blue Otter. No swap up for the grubs either. Means that if Pulse should choose to, they may be able to contest up towards that objective. I will say, though, as far as the kills, it was Levitate and Samikin that were able to pick those ones up. Two of the big carries, the big divers on the squad that can output a lot of DPS later on. Blue going to be very happy about that.
So far, the standard game resumes, but with kills on the 2 carries that Blue Otter are most thrilled about receiving an early injection of gold. They are 1 kill away from being able to pick up one of the feats of strength. Music also trying to make sure that he can at least guarantee some of these grubs, but Dr. Calculus, having successfully pushed in his lane, gonna roam on over, force Music away. Oh, they turn to Samikin knowing that he doesn't have flash. And Adam, Oh, great use of the Between Worlds going over the Emperor's Divide. We saw a little bit of that tech being flexed in both the LPL and the LCK earlier, and now Adam is going to get a taste of it from Samakin.
Yeah, I mean, yet again, really nice movement from Samakin. Fantastic escape, and I will say, a great call from Music to walk in and take away one of those Void Grubs. We touted the early skirmish power of the Polestar comp, and so I think being able to just deny one of those objectives, and in fact even two, is a really huge move right there from the jungle in mid of Blue, only losing out on some health bars, couple of ults. Good swap up from Levitate and Rovex as well. They catch the mid wave. Samakin able to catch bottom, so they don't even drop anything on the map. I think already seeing a slightly cleaner macro from Blue Otter than what we had in game number 1.
Yeah, definitely a lot cleaner in the early game as Music is able to go back and pick up the other grub that Polestar left after taking one for themselves. Still a solid gold advantage, but nothing that is dooming for a Polestar, you know, still potentially recoverable for themselves, and they have the skirmishers that can make that possibility happen. Blue Otter, though, just trucking along as expected. And I'm curious to see how the fights play at the next set of objectives. Dragon in 2 minutes and 40 seconds. Second rotation of Grubs, 3.5 minutes. We're going to be looking at one item power spikes coming online around that time, and with the early acceleration of Samakin and Levitate, I wonder if Blue Otter will want to try to find an early fight on those two item finders there.
Yeah, I mean, it is entirely possible as... Ooh, Samakin under threat. He's fine again.
Wow, that's a Grand Starfall being used as well.
Yeah. I mean, I want to give credit to Blue Otter. It's funny, we talked about the issues that both of these teams were having with their playmaking last game, and then they both picked compositions that require a lot of playmaking, a lot of going forward, and I think so far, again, Blue Otter's just done a great job of playing slow reactive. You know, Pulse, they have the more early game aggressive composition. I do think it is scaling advantage over to Blue Otter, so,
yeah.
You know, Blue, recognizing that they don't need to do anything too crazy, at least in the early stages, and they've done a really great job of just playing patiently and reacting to what Polestar brings to the table. Obviously, in the mid game, I'll want to see them then put the foot on the gas pedal, be able to pull the trigger cleanly in the team fights, unlike what we saw in game 1. But at least so far, that's a huge amount of investment from Polestar to simply not get a pick. As we're going to take another look, we're going all the way back, it seems like, to those first couple of kills, as it was just Music continuing to go forward, and then how about Levitate on the long-range skill shots in this series? It was the Jhin W's in game 1, and now it's the Kai'Sa W in game 2.
Damn, look at that Void Seeker go. Oh. Damn, I didn't expect the Pantheon to groan like that either. You know, I was just...
Yeah, that's a crazy noise that Pantheon just made right there.
I mean, maybe death is that sweet and satisfying. Anyway, Blue Otter, just a minute and a half away from the second rotation of Grubs, 40 seconds from the second Dragon spawn. Still some time for Polestar to maybe try and set up some vision control if they still want to continue with the Dragon stacking, but white items have actually not come in quite yet. Levitate yet finding a base for himself as I'm not gonna even try to pretend what this builds into. I never know what it is with Kai'Sa builds, because, you know, especially the Kai'Sa mains always find a way to, like...
This boy's not rushing an Infinity Edge, right? I mean, yeah, as far as I knew, the Kai'Sa build was still like the, what was it? It was like Kraken, Ginsu's, Nashers? Did it change?
No clue. And I'm not going to pretend I know.
This champion's build changes every patch. Anyway, hey, Music's going forward. Bio, he has no friends, and thus no jungle camps.
Yep. I mean, Samakin's got prio in that mid lane and being able to collapse on first, and because he has Luden's Echo, or, it's not called Luden's Echo anymore. My gosh. I'm really showing that I'm a boomer. It's Luden's. Whatever. That's all we gotta know. Anyway, first item for Samakin means that he has the will to be able to collapse and show that pressure. Buy space for Music to be able to get this dragon before the Grubs spawn on that second rotation. The rest of Polestar not able to contest whatsoever, because you don't want to tango as Samakin. Lurking forward with the W. I thought he was about to make something happen. Just pressure.
Yeah, I mean, anytime Aurora goes invisible, we know the damage that Champion can output. I think just mostly trying to control the mid lane wave, allow his team to be able to take away that dragon. It's now 1-1 in that count as Blue Otter continues to be in a comfortable position in this game. Now Hub is alone in the bottom lane. His support is nowhere to be found, and yeah, this boy's cooked.
Well, Hub, say your prayers. That's a 4-man. And yeah, I don't know where Hub went. He was there, and suddenly he's not. I see his corpse on the right side. But you know what? Bio is getting the grubs, baby. Polestar, don't worry. Your death will not be in vain. We'll get some objective scores for the rest of your squad as Tubbs roams on over to the top side. And they might be able to make a play or a dive onto Quacker on the top side.
Rovex and Music are on the way, though, this time. I mean, it's a good overstay from Blue, punishing the reset off of Pulse, and I don't think there's a dive here. Quacker is down a level.
Flash forward from Dr.
Oh,
Cactus,
nice!
tries to lock down, but the evade with Quacker's public execution puts him on the other side, and now he's got a flash, and he has bought enough time for Rovex and Music to arrive to the party. Samikin is also here between worlds, gonna get 2 flashes out of Tubbs and Bio, but Tubbs will not escape. That bunny is doing too much damage already. 3-0 and 1. Samikin is carrying this game.
Yeah, but how about Quacker under the tower? That was so well played. Able to buy time, knowing that the cavalry is arriving. We can take a look at the initial dive first. Blue Otter, I mean, it's a simple 4 versus 1. I think Hub wisely opting not to blow any summoner spells. He knew he was dead. I guess does use the barrier ultimately, but Samikin able to pick that one up, and then the rest of Blue Otter, I mean, on the claps again, recognizing the turn-based nature of League of Legends so well. They take their turn on the bottom side and they immediately recognize that it's now Pulse's turn. So they get back, they go to cover the top lane. As we have been informed, we're in for just a quick pause.
Yeah, we'll get information to you ASAP on how long the pause is going to be and whether we need to throw to a break or not. But I'm comfortable, you know, talking a little bit about the game and a little bit about just the state of things and NACL. I actually wanted to give a quick shout out to all the co-streamers today, also tuning in. I know that there's a bunch. I don't have the list on me right now, but I know I've definitely seen some people over in the Supernova camp. I think Super K-Man Rocks and Brikachu have been co-streaming. I know some of our co-talent on the broadcast, Cubby is also broadcasting or co-streaming as well. And to all the other co-streamers, you know, thank you for helping to put more eyes on NACL. This is, you know, all for the love and passion of Tier 2 development in NA. And, you know, every little bit and contribution helps as well. And especially if we are not muted on your stream, then we appreciate it even more. Because we always want to help contribute to the discussion of the co-streams and the perspectives that you all bring to this really cool ecosystem that we got here.
Yeah, I'll always love hearing more voices around Tier 2 and just North American developmental in general. It always is very much appreciated. I think a pretty solid series to start off our week 2. Look, nothing too crazy, at least yet, but I mean, I really do. I want to talk a bit more about Blue Otter in this game too, because I was very critical of how they played in that first game, but I think they have looked much cleaner in this second one, playing a nice reactive early game, and I wanted to see them cleanly execute on aggressive plays, and I think that whole dive sequence was just very well approached by them. Now already up to a 3,000 gold lead, even earlier than they had it last game.
Yeah, and it's already such a cleaner look from Blue Otter, not just in terms of microplay, but also map understanding, as the fact that they were able to make a successful play on the bot side with that dragon, being able to react to what was a potential dive coming out from Polestar, which they opted into onto Quacker, and just turn that around. It's resulted in a very clean 5-0 lead, 3,000 gold advantage for themselves. Yes, Polestar were able to get 4 grubs total, so they have that to play around, as well as another dragon for themselves. But as we approach the third dragon fight, this one seems to be pretty dire and critical for Polestar historically, as the dive onto Hub, knowing, I guess he had flash, but he was not able to escape the engage. Damn, I guess that was free.
Yeah, Hub is not like flashing in this series. That's the second time now where we've seen him play where I think he could have just used flash and survived. I will say maybe just opting not to use a major summoner spell, knowing how important this third dragon fight is likely to be, given the mid-game spikes of these two teams. But we can take another look. This is after Quacker had already done such a beautiful job of buying time. Really great movement from the top laner of Blue Otter. And from this point forward, I mean, it's just a clinical clap. Samakin able to make the roam up. Adam, I think wisely opting to just shove the wave into mid and get a tower plate for himself, knowing that the rest of the team was likely to drop. I will say, Adam, going for the Rod of Ages here. I'm not sure I agree with this here for Polestar, just given how mid-game centric I feel that their composition is, because now you're going to have an Ezreal. He's on Trinity Force, but he's yet to complete his tier. And you have a Azir that is yet to complete the full stack Rod of Ages ahead of what I believe is, again, going to be a very important third dragon fight.
It could be the turning point that Polestar are looking for if they get the right engage, but the wallet diff is definitely not on their side. Almost 4,000 now for Blue Otter as they are slowly growing that gold advantage for themselves. Rift Herald has spawned. No contest available from Polestar, as Music should be able to wrap this one up very quickly before the dragon spawns. Now, Polestar do have some time to get into the river, knowing that Music is on the top side of the map, and set up some vision control. Maybe they can find a way to posture for it first, but it looks like Blue Otter wrapped up the Rift Herald and now making their way over.
Yeah, Blue Otter, again, continuing to play a clean game. Want to give a shout out to Rovex 006 on their con. Found the engage on the hub just a couple minutes ago. I think he's having a really nice game. Has been, I think, on point, moving around the map to all these plays, as illustrated by, you know, the 100% kill participation. And Blue Otter continuing to do smart stuff. They don't even need to fight for this pivotal dragon. They have the ultimate cross-map tool, Herald. Impossible to outpush. Only 2 grubs to their name, but it's more than enough to take 2 turrets in trade for just a dragon. And
Adam, good use of the Emperor's Divide, will at least save himself from forcing the flash away. It's a shorter cooldown. It will be back up before the next pivotal fight. But as you called out, it is a dragon traded for 2 turrets on the top side, and the benefit for the side of Blue Otter, Otacon, I believe, is spawning on the top side, so this opens up the map even further on that quadrant of the map, giving Blue Otter...
I see the walls and bottom, actually.
I'm a liar.
Mistaken.
I am so sorry for lying to you, chat.
How dare you lie to me?
You know what? Just time me out for the next 3 seconds. Talk solo cast.
Okay, yeah, I got this, guys. All right, so we put Rafa in timeout. I mean, for what it's worth, I don't think there's going to be too much to go over for the next few minutes. I would expect the game to actually slow down while we kind of wait for these next neutral objectives to spawn. But I will say, again, I do really like the call from Blue Otter to just cross-map that dragon. When you're the team with the scaling advantage, you know, Kaisa, Aurora, and Bessa so strong later on in the game, you don't really need to overforce for team fights earlier than you feel comfortable. May as well get closer to those 2-3 item spikes that are going to be so strong.
3, 2, 1, and I'm out.
Oh, hey, welcome back, man. Good to see you.
Hey,
how was it? Did you learn your lesson?
I did. I will
Good.
try to
I'm
look
glad.
at the map better. I'm sorry, my vision low-key sucks. That's why I have glasses on, bro. And trying to squint at the mini-map doesn't do any wonders for my eyes. As Polestar trying to see if they can at least bait and engage out of Blue Otter, but the slipperiness on this recon makes it a little difficult. They go back to playing for top river control, having been able to at least push some vision into that blue quadrant there. But Otacon still not spawning for another minute, and it's going to be on the opposite side of the map, whereas the Baron still a long ways away before we play for that objective. Quick item check-in, though. 2 items for both Samakin and Music. 1 item and a half for the remaining carries of Blue Otter, whereas the rest of Polestar, yeah, only rocking with 1 items, maybe making towards a second with Adam on that Nashor's Tooth for the Azir, but you can start to see where the gold advantages is really concentrated on for the side of Blue Otter, and if those 2 in particular, in Samakin and Music, still thriving in the fights,
yeah,
it's not going to be easy for Polestar to win.
Samakin is very strong. He's going for the full pen build, too. I mean, he is going to hit like a truck in any fight for the next few minutes. No true tank on the side of Pulse, and no Merc Treads either. That is a bunch of plated steel caps in their inventory, so This Aurora is going to hit hard as, oh, really nice ultimate from Quacker.
Dr. Calc under fire, still has a flash, pops the Dominus, tries to buy some space with the HP. Music gets locked up, a lot of damage on the backside, and maybe Blue Otter overestimated their damage output. Quacker's forced to flash. Here comes the re-engage. Salmon and Rovex come in the nick of time, and Bio will fall alongside Tubbs. Adam and Dr. Calc is forced to retreat. Look at the damage from Salmon's Aurora. Dr. Calc will limp back to base. At least he's alive for now, but you can already see that the fact that there's no MR picked up for anybody yet, Salmon is definitely hitting like a truck.
Oh yeah, that's hitting for sure. Dream Blunt rotation right there for Salmon, as whoever's TPing is not going to be very happy. All right, we're good. We're good. It's just going to be the mid lane tier 1 getting picked up. Really nicely done right there by Blue Otter. Look, they went maybe a little too far forward in the fight, but again, it was Pulse forced to use so much just to get the 1 kill on Music, so that way when the rest of Blue Otter collapses, they're able to pick up the kills. As Quacker hits the tipper, Music follows in. A good teleport from Adam and good positioning from Bio does zone away Blue Otter for the time being, but they're able to redraw the battle lines. I think Quacker has used his movement so well in this game, and they're able to make it the 1 for 2.
God, the amount of damage that's coming out of Salmon's Aurora is just filthy. Filthy, man. The extra penetration from the Zork Boots and the Shadow Flame definitely going to rock Polestar's world. Music being able to force away Tubbs and Dr. Calc to set up vision as the rest of Blue Otter are now collapsing in. They know that Tubbs doesn't have flash, so this Leona could be a sitting duck. Dr. Calc pops the Dominus. Here comes the Grand Starfall. Maybe they can turn it around, but Music flashes away back to safety. Another teleport. This time it's from Quacker on the Mbessa. Joins the fray, and look at the damage once again. The twofold Hex plus the weirding chunks out Hub and Tubbs. Polestar's bot duo is going to have to retreat back to the base, and that will open up space for Blue Otter to take this dragon.
Yeah, able to deny the dragon stacking. Blue Otter. This is, again, a very clean game from them. They extend their gold lead to 5K. They don't get any kills right there, but I think most importantly, they keep this game going. Now, I don't know if I agree with this.
You know what? I think they're okay. And True Shot Barrage is going to scout them out. And the rest of Polestar just cannot get in range unless Bio is able to throw a spear, but yeah, there was no chance. The rest of the bot lane duo had to limp the long way around, and there's no chance that Polestar can get in and snipe away a few roses for themselves. Blue Otter, 2 objectives cleanly, no contest either. 5,000 gold advantage at 22 minutes into the game. I think Blue Otter are just 1 good fight away from being able to close out the series.
I would agree. Wow, there's a reason why Music is an NACL shot caller, and I am not. I've seen a lot of Herald starts like that, 5 versus 5, go awry, especially with Blue being down a couple resources as Hub and Sammy.
Ooh. Well, Hub was willing to take the 1v1 against Salmon and, ate a lot of damage for it, but did burn Salmon's flash, recognizing that Salmon was out of position and the rest of the Blue Otter members were not on the map to back him up in case there was any reinforcements from Polestar. So, solid look. That is a flash gone from the Aurora.
Yeah, well done by Hub. Does lose a barrier for it, but again, that's kind of the get-out-of-jail-free card for the Aurora. You know, obviously the W resets do still make this champion very mobile alongside the ultimate, but I think the flexibility of the flash just kind of gives you that 1 more tool that you can use to reposition in the fights. Obviously not going to have that one available as Pulse is trying to control the river.
2-man solar flare. Music still has no flash. Maybe they can lock him up, but it's just clean disengage from Rovex with the grand entrance. Did come at the cost of Music's own ultimate as well, but I don't know. Decent look from Polestar. Not able to get much out of it, unfortunately, for them, but at least they're trying.
Again, Rovex continues to have a really nice game. I'm really happy to see him on this Rakan. I do think he's so good on this champion. He's had some nice engages, some nice disengages. Just generally been in the right place at the right time. Him and Music, I think, doing a much better job this game of being on the same page with one another. Unlike in game number 1, it feels like they're really weaving in and out of the fights together. They're positioning on the map at the same places at the same times, and now just trying to push back the vision line into Pulse's jungle. They can wait for those 2 wards in the river to time out, and then the Baron will likely be theirs for the taking.
For Blue Otter, they're just taking it slow and not trying to give Polestar any windows to punish. Playing the map super slow, but also very clean. True Shot Barrage scouts the Baron, gives intel to Polestar that Blue Otter did not opt to start it on spawn. They have taken the resets and taking a look at the gold advantages once again. I mean, it is pretty massive in both the bot lane matchup as well as the jungle. You know, to the credit of Adam, he's been, even though down 1,000 gold, he's not super far behind and able to be at item parity, it looks like, as the rest of Polestar get the mid-wave push, limp back into the red quadrant for safety, as the rest of Blue Otter are trying to push forward, jumping onto Hub, shifts over the wall. Rovex looking for a little bit of something on the tubs, but it's just a grand entrance, nothing more, no damage. The rest of Polestar are forced to give space, and Blue Otter actually gonna at least try to clear out the vision control on this top side of the map and maybe look for a bait on the Baron.
Yeah, again, I think both teams are doing a pretty decent job of playing around mid waves, taking their turns, clearing out each other's vision. Nothing too crazy happening at this point. We do have a soul point dragon for both sides, spawning in about a minute. That will start to complicate things, and we'll see if after the redeploy here from Blue Otter, if they do transition their pressure more towards that side. We can already see Rovex with his reset position drop a couple of wards into the bottom side jungle of Pulse. I don't really think there's too much Baron threat, at least to get rushed down from either side. So as long as, you know, you're able to keep tabs on the top side of the map somewhat, I think both teams will be more than comfortable to meet each other 5 versus 5 at this Dragon.
Sure. Pulse at least getting the wave push here. Samikin's gonna show. They know that he does not have flash. Samikin, can he do it again? Between Worlds gets on the other side. Bio's gonna force the flash onto him and finds the last spear
They're
shot.
collapsing.
Credit to being able to burn the flash earlier on a flashless Aurora, but the collapse from Blue Otter. Public execution goes on to Adam, throws out the divide, pushes them back. And this could be a clean disengage from Polestar after getting a pick onto Samikin.
Yeah, really nice move. I think that's the first big play we've seen from Bio really work out, but they found Hub!
Hub shifts away, but he's taking damage from the Baron. The wind becomes lightning.
No, Baron!
He still dies. Baron MVP becomes the 5th man when Samikin could not be here. And the rest of Blue Water still fighting on 4 fronts, but they flash on the Levitate. They take him out. Quacker and Rovex are the only ones left standing. Polestar have come to life at the nick of time. Triple kill for Bio's Pantheon. But Tub and the rest of the squad are not healthy enough to look for the Baron after the fight. They're gonna have to just go back to the base.
Oh my goodness, and Tubbs lives on 60 HP at the end of it all. Polestar, they win the fight. They're not going to be able to take an objective on the back end, at least not yet with Samikin alive. But it is something back. The gold lead getting dug into as it drops to below 3,000. Dr. Calculus now in on towards the Dragon with music still dead for 5. Bio on the way. We'll see if Samikin can save it. Level 16 on the Aurora. Maybe a way to make a play, but it would be a 2 versus 4.
Yeah, and the fact that Bio is back, they have Smite available paired with that Pantheon Q, which makes it super reliable to secure. Music is nowhere close. Didn't even try to go for it because he knew he would not make it in time. They're just going to take this opportunity to continue vision control setup on the top side for the Baron. But, you know, Polestar, it was a 5,000 gold deficit. They've now shorted up to 3,000. It's definitely more playable on their side.
Yeah, and so we can take another look at the extension. Remember, this is a 4v5. They do find the engage on the hub. Music flashes, but, you know, the Baron helps out even through the locket. But Blue had to go so far forward to find this. And look at Calculus and Adam and Bio. They just cook in these fights. The target selection is beautiful. As soon as Levitate is gone, the threat is no longer there. I thought the Kaisa might be able to cook, but it wasn't meant to be. A great fight from Pulse. They are back in this game on Soul Point, but Blue Water wants to continue keeping their foot on the gas pedal by starting up the Baron.
and multiple flashes have been burned throughout that fight. One flash that is back up, though, is Samikin on the Aurora.
Gone.
Baron is deceased, and the rest of Polestar gonna try to force the fight on the front line. But Music is able to retreat back to the safety of the left flank, whereas the rest of Blue Otter are able to disengage. Solar Foot connects on to Samikin. Oh, he doesn't get a chance to flash out in time. Great punish from Polestar, and the rest of Blue Otter have lost their footing in the game. And just like that, yes, they get Baron, but Polestar is trying to find picks and catching Blue Otter off guard.
Really great Solar Flare. Tubbs, he finds the carry of Blue Otter. Now Romex and Levitate alone under this tower. Levitate, no flash. Here comes the rest of the team.
They should be able to pick up the wave, but Dr. Calc is still threatening on the flank, but he gets caught out. Oh, the isolation. Great execution by Blue Water just to jump onto the isolated Redactin without any hesitation whatsoever. Music continuing to fray, and just like that, we saw a glimpse. Maybe there was a heartbeat pulsing, but Polestar have lost it, and Blue Water are back in control.
Yeah, just like that, the wheels fall off the bus. That just might be the end of the game here, Mark. It's 5 versus 2 on the map. Only Bio and Hub alive. They have the Baron, remember. Here comes Blue Otter.
Samikin is teleporting in to help potentially end the game. Baron minions on their side, 4 versus 2. This could be it. Pulse on their last legs, trying to make one last base defense happen. Tubbs has respawned, but Hub has fallen. The first Nexus tower collapses. Blue Water looking at Bio next on the dinner plate here. He stuns them up, tries to buy some space. Wind becomes lightning, and it's a shutdown going over to Levitate. Dr. Calculus has spawned, but Blue Water, they're gonna check the corpses of Pulse to see if there is one, but they have flatlined, and Blue Water will take the series 2-0.
A nice 2-0 from Blue Otter in a much cleaner game too. Yes, there were a couple of hiccups there in the later stages, but I think overall a much more controlled win from them, able to get it done. We said it before the game, but I think if you're a Blue Otter fan, you wanted a romp stomp here in the second series of 2025.
As you said, kind of expected from what we wanted to see out of Blue Otter based on previous expectations and results from the summer split. And while week 1, definitely not the result that they have wanted for themselves against Winthrop University, and even game 1 still looking a bit rough and shaky, but game 2 overall, early game macro for pretty much, I want to say 90% of the game, it was excellent. There was a couple moments where Polestar were able to find great punishes. First, burning the flash out of Samikin thanks to Hub, and then being able to follow up on that punish on the top side, and then forcing that Baron fight. And, you know, just for a moment, maybe there was a light at the end of the tunnel. But then,
literally, I think it was a moment. I think it was about a minute where Pulse was completely back into the game.
Yeah.
And then it all fell apart. They overreached on the tower. Dr. Calculus gets caught out, and Blue Otter is able to get it done. I respect, though, the fact that Pulse did continue fighting. I really want to give them credit for that pick on the top side of the map. It did feel like they were maybe bringing the game around, or at least gonna keep it competitive. But Blue Otter, I mean, this was the result that ultimately we expected. I think we wanted this to be a confidence win after, you know, I don't want to say a humiliating defeat, but I think a pretty big loss, it's fair to say, to Winthrop in week 1. So they're able to get a W in the win column, and now they can, you know, move into week 3 feeling pretty good about themselves.
And I think it makes more sense considering that their what's the term, strength of schedule favors Blue Otter to pick up wins now versus later down the road when you have to play against the big dogs in Luminosity and Near Airport in Dark Zero. Being able to get the wins now against the rest of the pack helps set you up for better standings and playoff implications when it comes down to seeding. And obviously, you know, dropping series against the rest of the teams puts Blue Otter in a more uncomfortable spot. So that's why getting this 2-0 over Polestar, it's a way to continue forward. It's a way to continue building upon, you know, some of the woes of week 1 and being able to set up for a better foundation and, you know, overall better play in weeks to come. As we take a look back through the highlight show, I mean, game 1, obviously a little bit more back and forth, but game 2, it was pretty much all business, all strength from Blue Otter. And, you know, I don't think I have seen personally a Samikin Aurora game. I definitely want to see more. That was some clean stuff.
Yeah, it was extremely clean. I mean, I think this game, honestly, and last two, we did get to see the individual talent that Blue Otter does have on their side. We talk about the Samikin Aurora making a lot of really nice plays, you know, buffering out of the Emperor's Divide, stuff like that. Don't play that clip. That one is not supporting my point. But regardless, you know, and I also look at like Quacker outplaying the dive on the Ambessa. I think Rovex on the Rakan made some really nice individual plays, and this is why a lot of people believe that Blue Otter has a fairly high ceiling, is because I think a lot of their players are just good at the video game.
Yeah. Blue Otter just being able to show the potential ceiling of this team when they're able to have a very clean early game. It just goes to show that their understanding of macro is a lot stronger than a lot of other teams, given their same experience level. I think, you know, credit to the coaching staff, who I know has received a lot of praise in the past. Uncle Phil on that roster, and ever since their breakout split has, you know, shown a lot of promise with how much the squad can grow and be able to learn. But on the other side, last closing thoughts on Polestar. Once again, this is a team that I think is just happy to be here and get the experience when they can, and, you know, play against the best that Tier 2 has to offer, you know. And to their credit, you know, there was a couple moments that they had that were, you know, pretty cool. I'll say just the fact that they're down the face of, you know, multiple goal deficits, you know, throughout this series. They still try to proactively look for moments, and, you know, those, you know, not every one of those plays worked out, but, you know, a couple of them at least gave them a little bit of breathing room to work against Blue Otter, and it forced them to think on their feet and adapt.
Yeah, I think Pulse, we know we're continuing to see good things from some of these players. Again, I think they're happy to be here in this split, but we want to continue seeing individuals be able to shine. We want to continue seeing the team make good plays, and I do think there were good plays in this series, but, you know, obviously hasn't resulted in a win just yet. We'll see how they're able to grow. I do want to throw out a point. You know, you mentioned Thin Uncle Phil, coaching staff for Blue Otter. Thin Uncle Phil helped out with Slated 6, was the head coach of Slated 6 during the OQ run. Obviously couldn't continue with this roster due to his other NACL obligations. So, you know, a player renowned, or rather a coach renowned for developing young players, you know, you could definitely credit, I think, some of the growth we perhaps will continue to see from this Polestar team to that coach, oddly enough.
Yeah, and just to keep everyone updated, we're just waiting on a couple more minutes before we can get our interview with Blue Otter ready to go. I have yet to hear whether we have our MVP of the series confirmed. I know me and Hawk have our potential votes, but not sure who it actually came down to. But I think Music in game 1 in particular had a standout performance on Nefiri. Obviously, It's a broken champion, but still, I've seen people get Nefiri and they still lose games with it, whether it was an individual fault or a team fault for not playing correctly around it. So still, you got to give credit to where it's due, and Music looked damn good on it, especially considering at least what you've told me, Hawk, about his history being a facilitator. He's given the carry reins, and you know what? I wouldn't mind giving him the carry reins again, you know? But obviously, if his role is to elevate, Levitate, and Samikin and the rest of the carries on the squad, you know, that also works, and, you know, that was kind of his job in Zinzao. But game 2, my eyes were definitely on Samikin's Aurora.
Yeah, it's so funny. I feel like in game 1, the standout for me was Music. In game 2, the standout for me was Rovex, but across both games together, I would probably say Samikin again. I think the Aurora was really good. I also thought the Hui was really, really good. Like, it felt like he was the most consistent on the team across both games in the series, which I think is what we've come to expect from Samikin. It feels like he's always able to play at a baseline solid level, and then he has some games where he goes absolutely freaking insane, because he's one of the most clutch players I've seen, at least in the tier 2 level of play. But yeah, I think honestly any of those guys deserving of a shout out. And I mean, even Quacker and Levitate, they absolutely had their moments in this series. Make no mistake. I think as always, a lot of Blue Otter games are a full team effort.
All right, and I do believe from getting confirmation, we have our interview ready to go with Music, the jungler of Blue Otter Esports. Congratulations on a successful 2-0 series, being able to bounce back from week 1, Music. First thoughts coming to you. How did it feel being able to play Nefiri on stage, brother? That's what I'm saying.
Okay, we won. And then we won. So I don't know, like our coach said, he stopped talking after the first 2 picks. He's like, you guys can do the rest, and then that's it. So.
Oh man, that's a tough scene. I mean, I don't blame him though. I would do the exact same thing. It definitely looked pretty good. And Music, I want to ask you a little bit too. You know, Blue Otter, you guys are, you know, the only team to completely run it back for this split. It's been the talk of the town here in the NACL. Do you have anything to say about, you know, how you feel like the team will be able to continue growing over the course of now a second, basically third split together for some of you guys, and where some of your goals are?
Well, right now our pace is we argue every 2 days, so hopefully by the time we get to the end of the split, we'll argue every day about something. I think that's our main trajectory right now. I think these arguments are giving us good growth, and it's really fun, good content. Hopefully it'll be in the mic checks and our officials. You know, we start arguing in game, we bring it up a level at one point. Yeah, I mean, pretty excited to play with my boys again for another split. I think we have a lot to prove, I think, to ourselves, because I don't think we're happy where we're at, and definitely need more games to show it, because I think we're like not even close to where we should be, and I'm not satisfied yet despite winning 2-0. I think I'm kind of bittersweet. So yeah, I mean, hopefully we'll have a better showing for the next games.
Sure. Would you, I'm also getting confirmation you've actually gotten the MVP of the series as well. So congrats on another nod for yourself as well.
Oh, sorry for interrupting.
No, you're good. You're good. If you got something, chip in.
Yeah, I mean, I deserve it. I B1's in Zao. I don't know what else to say. My coach wants me to lose. He wants everybody to hate me. I don't know what to say. So I think I deserve it. I also got hit with a tornado before the game, so I don't know. I'm just doing all the work here.
Oh my God!
My teammates thank me.
The surviving the tornado and still playing, that does make you the MVP. We were worried we were gonna have to delay the series 20 minutes, but you came through.
Yeah, I was kind of excited, you know. I was like, wow, we got some action here. It's very boring around, so I was like, the weather looks good. Sirens are powered up. Like, why not?
Oh my goodness!
Oh man!
Dude survives a tornado and then gets MVP of the series. Tell me that's what's more Giga Chad than that? My God.
Yeah, I mean.
Go ahead.
Go. Okay, thanks, Mark. I guess last major question from me is, you know, we actually talked on the cast about, Music's been on the Blue Otter team more, put in a facilitator role. You know, you've showed us you can play carry sometimes. You got the Nefiri. Is then Uncle Phil? Is he putting you on too many of the boring champions? Is this not our choice?
Yeah, it's not my choice. He's like, Sejuani, Skarner, Maokai, or Sejuani, Vi, like, all these champs, he's like blinded, like, so maybe Sejuani, some more Sejuani? Are you sure you don't want Sejuani here? Looks good. Like, you know, like, nobody picked anything on any team. I think Sejuani looks good here, with a straight face, you know? So, like, I don't have a choice. Like, this game got hit with the B1s and Zao, I'll have nightmares about it. Like, it is what it is. I'll wake up, I didn't see anything, I'm playing front to back. Okay, you know? Like, it's just like, I don't know.
You gotta protest a little bit, man. Like, if that's not what you want to play, you gotta let Uncle Phil know. It's like, hey, man, if you lock in Sejuani,
I would be terrified to do that.
I'm going back to the tornado. You can get a sub in for me instead.
Yeah, I was gonna tell him I'm gonna walk outside. I'm not bluffing. Are you sure? We got any sub, the tornado's about to hit, unfortunately. As soon as you said the B1s and Zal's, like, we got the warning again on the phone. I might need to leave.
So now we know what happened. You know, the early pre-draft talks was like, okay, we're thinking about Maokai. Hey guys, suddenly there's a tornado outside my building, dude. I don't know.
Yeah, it just spawned there. Oh, I see it right outside my window. You have to believe me. It's right there.
All right, before we let you go, Music, you got any last shout outs?
Yeah, I'd like to shout out my teammates for all these arguments and rough spots we've been in. I know we've been putting in the work, we've been grinding, so I'm really proud of all of them. I think we have a better showing today. I'm happy about the win, honestly. Very proud of my team and coaching staff for helping us and facilitating us through these tough times. I think we've been doing a good job about not bouncing back, especially after last week's loss. And I'd like to shout out to my girlfriend, #1 supporter, just hyping me up in the chat. And yeah, thanks for watching, guys. Hopefully we'll have a better showing next week.
We love supportive partners. We love supportive families. Hell yeah. Thank you again, Music. Congrats on the MVP. Congrats on the 2-0 dub. We'll see you next time, brother.
Thank you.
Bye, Music.
Please avoid tornadoes at all costs, brother. We still want to see you play.
Guys, League of Legends is not worth walking into a tornado to, okay? Like, I think we can all agree.
That is some pretty good protesting, though. You know, if you don't like the champion you're being drafted, you're just like, hey, man. You know, I can walk into this Yasuo Q3 right now. You know, I am. Dude,
I'm gonna be honest though. I totally forgot, like, over the course of the series that Music was the player that was getting hit by a tornado. He absolutely deserves MVP for still pulling through for the team. Like, no questions asked.
Dude, that's like balls of steel right there. Like, if the tornado's like imminent in your area and you're like, nah, I'm gonna get this MVP. I'm gonna call it a day. You know, like. Mans is focused and laser locked in. Now, we've got our second series coming up. I do not remember if we are taking a break before going into the second series. No, we are just rolling on through.
All right.
Winthrop University taking on Apex Mission Impossible. No breaks on this train, Hawk. We are going to steamroll right into our second series. And to catch everyone up, we got to take a look at the rosters for both of these squads. Starting up on the left side, it is Winthrop University. Top lane, you got the main man, Denethor. In the jungle, Wilson. Mid lane, Sword. And in the bot lane duo that put on a hell of a performance last week, Mobility and Only 35.
I am here to spread the gospel of Winthrop's bottom lane, Mobility and Only 35. I was telling y'all in the NACL talent chat that Mobility and Only 35 are built like that. I don't know if you guys believe me, but we definitely saw it last week. Mobility was automatic on the Ash Arrows, and I think overall, both him and Only 35, they've played so well together despite the limited time that they have been a duo, and I truly think Only 35 elevates this team beyond the level that they had throughout 2023 and 2024, because I want to emphasize, people were kind of down on this roster, but I think this support changeup has really brought a new flavor to the table. Everybody else is playing well as well.
Yeah, Only 35 definitely impressed in his debut NACL, both on the Maokai and the Rel. But we got to look at their opponents on the other side of the rift. It is Apex Mission Impossible, Decoy in the top lane, Low Jazz in the jungle, Fine Mini in the mid lane, and then Baz and Pocus in that bot lane.
Yeah, the team that nobody thought would be here. You know, a lot of guys that have been NACL hopeful over the point of their, or over the course of their careers. You know, I look at Decoy in particular. He subbed in to the NACL last split for a couple of games. I actually think he subbed in for Denethor, if I'm not mistaken. Played all right. And, you know, like, I think now looking to prove that they belong at this tier 2 level, right? And I think similar to Polestar, generally happy to be here, but what I love about this AMI team is that they do play together so well. They've been a core of the roster, you know, Low Jazz, Pocus, Baz, and Decoy. These guys have played together for over a year, or the better part of a year at this point, and I think it allows them to really punch above the expectations that many have for them, and it's why they find themselves now in the NACL after qualifying directly in.
See if they can rise to the occasion against a high on momentum Winthrop University after their win over Blue Otter. The Eagles definitely soared above expectations based on what we were expecting out of those two squads respectively. But as we head into the draft phase, Apex Mission Impossible already doing the expected that we should be seeing from teams on red side. Do not let Gwen or Nefiri go over to the hands. We're not going to even take that gambit. And since those two are off the board, Winthrop are going to respond with a Rumble ban. And you know what? We just might see some standard drafts now.
Yeah, in my opinion, look, the Gwen Nefiri thing should always be ban both or ban none, but you do not give Denethor Gwen. That's a bad idea. So I think this is definitely the way to go. It is just going to be B1 Gwen here for Winthrop. We saw Denethor play it in game 1 against Blue Otter up against Quacker Scion, and he had a pretty damn good game for himself.
Yeah. Big old hammer for Denethor on the Jace. Apex Mission Impossible responding with Tristana and the Maokai. So already, you not only have some strong objective control with the Maokai and decent setup, but also disengage as well as engage, the flexibility of being able to go backwards or forwards. Tristana also has that flexibility too, because the rocket jump resets can really be used to good success. We saw a incredible Tristana game out of Tactical over on Luminosity against in his series against Near Airport. We'll see if Apex Mission Impossible can find some inspiration from that. But Winthrop answering with an Orianna blind pick for Sword. They could lock down their jungler of choice, and oh boy, they saw Maokai on the other side and said, we're gonna lock in a tree character of our own, and Ivern, the friend of the Force, will be joining us for the Rift, I think the first time in the NACL split.
Yeah, really interesting early Maokai right here. I mean, excuse me, early Ivern right here. It signals a hyper carry for mobility as there are currently no ADCs on the side of Winthrop. And so we get the rock against what is guaranteed to be an immobile Orianna, a mobile Jace. And then if mobility wants to go hyper carry, well, now he's got to choose a hyper carry true to his namesake, one with mobility to perhaps dodge out on some of those ultimates. I will say, Decoy had some huge Malphite games of all things in the open qualifier. We've also seen, you know, Music wanted to protest Sejuani Maokai. Low Jazz, on the other hand, this man will slam them down game 1 and 2 of every series if given the opportunity.
Man, well, someone's always got to do it, you know. Someone's got to be the tank in the front line to step up, you know, even if we want to play the carry champions. But for the credit of Apex Mission Impossible, locking in this Malphite, knowing that your solo laners were already selected for Winthrop University and the Jace and the Orianna, unless they do some crazy draft shenanigans and flexing around, you do not have to fear a Silas coming out from Winthrop University to yoink that unstoppable force. Therefore, you don't even need to ban it, because otherwise, we would have some crazy lane allocations with, I don't know, an Orianna going bot lane or a Jace going bot lane, but that should not happen. And I like the Cho'Gath snipe here as well. That's definitely been a problem for, you know, some teams. And wow, Hawk, Apex Mission Impossible are really all-inning on the Wombo combo.
Yeah, so it's Misfortune getting picked up right here. This is an interesting pick because I will say 5mini has not really shown that he can play the AD carry mids, at least at this point in his young career. So going onto the Tristana, it's a bit of a different look, but it does deny a strong pick potentially away from Winthrop, as well as, again, setting up that Wombo combo, as you mentioned, just ends up being Ezreal for mobility. I'm not gonna lie, it feels a little bit vegan to me, Mark.
Yeah, I'm curious about how much it's going to get done, but Winthrop round out their composition.
Great Braum angle here.
And Nautilus, and you called it, and they are now hovering it. Can block a lot of poke damage from the siege that you have between the Jace and the Ezreal. And once again, Winthrop find themselves with no real front line this time around. It's just the Nautilus who, you know, with the support economy, is not going to be the tankiest or durable of, you know, champions to walk in and face check before having to leave the scene if he gets completely obliterated by AMI.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. I think this is a great draft for AMI. They have the double AD carries. No true tank, as you mentioned, on the side of Winthrop means that even though your comp is mostly physical damage, it just matters so much less. I think as long as 5mini is able to play the 1v1 against Sword well, they should have push in that lane to be able to play wherever they want, and their team fight is just so easy to execute. Winthrop, a little bit more all over the place. They have a lot of carry potential in their composition, but the matchups just objectively not as favorable, and an Ivern that gets invaded could potentially fall victim to, you know, collapses from Tristana Maokai. Maybe AMI, they in the open qualifier and the way they made it, to the NACL was by playing beautiful mid games, controlling space in the river, and having clean objective fights. I think their composition is very well poised to do exactly that.
I mean, you have 2 solid tanks that will receive a decent amount of income, and then plus another support that not necessarily an engager, but throws up a shield. That's hella tanky. So you now, as Winthrop University, have to chew through 3 frontliners just to get to the double 80 carry backline. And because you don't have a true tank, you can't, pull the cop of, oh, well, they only have, physical damage realistically from their main threats. We just stack armor. Well, I mean, you're not the one with the Malphite, right? So you don't necessarily get that same pass. But a lot of Winthrop's power is going to come from the poke, the siege, and then how much sustain you can get pseudoli off of the shields from Ivern. And if you're able to play out these long sustained fights, maybe that's the angle that Winthrop will want to play for. But that usually makes a lot more sense when it's into strong burst damages from on the other side. But AMI, they have consistent sustained damage in the Tristana and the Misfortune.
And a lot of frontline to get through for not a ton of upfront shred. Orianna, Jace, their damage very front-loaded. Ezreal, not the best AD carry at necessarily punching through front lines. He will be very slippery. I think one of the things that made mobility so good in week 1 is his kiting and positioning in the team fights was, just absolutely beautiful. Its ability to dodge out on a lot of engages. The Ezreal definitely have the ability to do that this game. But as we go to the 3 cam view right here, tracking the teams as they move around the map. Obviously, we're going to keep our eyes on the bottom lane. Mobility in only 35. Great expectations for them.
Ooh, nice.
But
awesome.
I also want to talk about the mid lane here for Sword against 5mini. Sword, I think sneakily one of the most experienced players in the NACL. A lot of people forget that he played for TSM Academy back in the day. Obviously, as role swap here and there between support and mid. But I think this is a great litmus test for 5mini now, in his 2nd game in the NACL to try to take down a veteran.
Yeah, it is kind of cool to see this comparison of journeys between Sword, who not just TSM Academy, but he was on one of the original, amateur teams back in the day. We never got to see them do a lot of playing, but it was an internal development team by TSM called TSM Darkness. It had, I know, Johnson on it, I think NXI on it at one point as well. And even though that roster never really played in any official competitions to my knowledge, it was one of those early initiations like, hey, we think Sword is a talent that can, play at a higher level one day. And, Sword has been kind of a journeyman in the tier 2, both collegiate as well as academy teams. 5mini just starting that journey now, making his rookie debut in NACL. A lot of things that he's going to have to live up to over the course of time. But obviously, it's a journey that many players have taken before. And, there's always windows of opportunities when you get to play against the best competition that Tier 2 has to offer.
Yeah, a lot of people excited about this player making his NACL debut. Definitely one of the people that there were eyes on in the offseason. But, that's Rocket Jump.
Did he get the reset off of it?
No, not off the minions.
Huh.
But he's fine.
I guess he was just trying to clean out the minion wave as soon as possible so that he could get his base reset off. And luckily for him, Ivern is not the most threatening jungle ganker in terms of just damage from himself. You can set up some decent CC, but you're really expecting your laners to do a lot of the burst damage follow-up.
I think Wilson was just hoping Sword would arrive a little bit faster, perhaps, to provide the damage right there. But, teleport in 2025, free 10 minutes. XD, it is extremely slow. So Sword not able to make it there in time. 5mini just going to be happy to match TP. And already laning very well. Health bar advantage, keeping Sword under tower. Not really much of a CS lead, but I think the pressure is definitely a lot more important when we look at this AMI composition that wants to dictate space. Just park meatballs in a choke point and say, what's up?
Yeah. Well, AMI definitely getting the pushing advantage in mid and bot lane, so that should open up low jazz for any early dragon controls that he wants to go for. Not the same story on the top side. Denethor is definitely having his way with Decoy, who in this Malphite matchup, going for Comet, trying to at least match the poke for poke and lane control, but he's down on the health bar, he's down on the sustain.
Yeah.
Denethor should open up at least top side so that Wilson can always look for those grubs.
I mean, Jace versus Malphite, it sounds funny to say, but it is absolutely a skill matchup. The Jace needs to be good enough to build up enough of an early advantage and not get harassed out by the Malphite. You know, he's going to stack that armor. You have to stay relevant in your damage. You have to farm up well. And a nice slow game allows us to set expectations in every lane, because I mentioned Decoy, I think, has actually been kind of on the cusp of tier 2 talent for a while, finally getting that shot up against Denethor, who he was very highly touted by myself and others after his performances in the back half of 23 and the front half of 24. I don't really think he had the greatest look in 24 summer on that Sluwoo team. He was the only actual Winthrop player on the squad. Didn't really do all that much, but I know that this player, at least I believe this player, is capable of more. Was one of 2 players deathless last week. I want to continue seeing him grow into 2025 and, you know, really become the NACL caliber top laner that he can be, because seeing him play in tier 3 and in CLO, this guy is just so mechanical, so good at laning, incredibly dominant in the side later on. And so it'd be great to see that here up against AMI and the rest of the split.
Even someone like myself who has not really been familiar with the collegiate scene for the past couple years, I know when I was living in LA and doing broadcasts for LCS, I would always get a chance to see C-Lol at the Riot Studio. And one of those players that I was really hyped about was Denethor.
He was beating Niles at that tournament.
Yep. And so Denethor has kind of remained on my radar as one of the hottest prospects out of the collegiate scene, finally getting his chance to come up through tier 2 last summer. And he's continuing that journey where, at least in week 1, deathless.
Great, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, one of the only 2 players in the entire league, the other being Zamudo, another top laner over on Dark Zero, to not drop a single death in their respective series is definitely a way to really boost your confidence and get that momentum rolling in your second split of the NACL.
Yeah, absolutely, but it looks like right now, I mean, CS Advantage is opening up. Small one in bottom. Denethor, a really good one for himself. Again, loving the way he's playing out this lane early. But Mobility also definitely needs to stay ahead of the curve in this game, because he still is the primary carry for this Winthrop University team. And that expectation will not change. So he needs to keep himself gold relevant to be able to make sure he's able to punch through these tanks come the mid game, when these guys are going to scale up real big. The faster you get to that 2-item spike on the Ezreal, the better your game is going to be.
Yep. Well, you told me, Hawk, earlier that AMI, known for their mid-game setup and explosiveness once they get to that point in the game, which is how they were able to rock their way through the qualifier stage and get themselves promoted into the NACL for the first time. It's been a quiet early game, so it kind of matches the expectations of what we were ready to see out of these 2 squads. Being patient on when to pull the trigger and just waiting for, I imagine, the first item spikes to come through. Lojaz going to be very powerful in the objective setup, since he is going for that Leandry's Torment. Adds a needed burst of magic damage to the overall damage profile that AMI is rocking with, thanks to the double physical AD carries.
Oh, here we go.
Oh, Shockwave, but buffered by FiMini's Rocket Jump, and Lojaz is here to protect him. Sword maybe looking for a flash QW combo onto FiMini, but does not get in range, and knows that if he were to flash forward, FiMini would probably answer back forth, and then you would just have a flashless Loriana that could be punished later on.
Yeah, great mechanics from Mini right there. Not giving anything over. He's going to have the TP in a couple seconds. Should be able to catch this wave, and no harm, no foul. But a lot of people were not excited to see the debut of, Wilson in tier 2, as well as, Sword kind of coming back here in mid lane after so many years. But I really think that people forget that even though, yes, it could be said that they are the weaker links on this Winthrop team, they know their roles so well, and they do a really good job of just locking down the middle of the map and playing at a really high baseline. And I think we kind of see it on display right there. Sword trading into the Tristana, not really succumbing to the pressure whatsoever, and keeping CS very, very even is absolutely what you want to see out of your veteran mid. So nicely done by them, as we're getting the full swap from both sides in toward this potential second grub spawn here.
As you call out, AMI rotating at least their support over to the top side. Baz catching the mid lane, but matching the duo of Mobility and Only 35. Both teams putting a lot more investment into the second rotation of Grubs, knowing that if Winthrop were to get at least one more, the Void Mites would help unlock that split push win condition and the turret potential, which really matches well in how they want to play this composition. So much poke and siege potential, and Denethor already a solid advantage in the top lane would be elevated even further. But AMI, first one's there, and this is the control of that Maokai.
Great
Malphite
flash.
ultimate forces the flash out of Wilson. He's gonna have a little bit of struggle trying to get back into the river, but until the rest of Winthrop University arrived to the party, it was one grub secured by AMI before forcing the engage, and they give ground, and Winthrop will claim the other two.
Not bad for AMI, though. Winthrop, as you say, going to be very happy to get 5 grubs, but it was Sword TPing up towards the play on the back end. That's going to give 5 Mini free time towards this bottom lane tier 1. That's a wave denied. That's going to be, I think the first plate had already been taken, but maybe 2 plates over to the Tristana. The Dragon going to get done as well. So I'm going to be honest, I think this is a really solid rotation from Apex Mission Impossible. It's kind of the river control I talked about that they were so proficient in with the qualifiers. And not only that, I think showing some good restraint that we did not really see, maybe some nerves present in their Conviction series, I thought. You know, after they get the flash off of Wilson, they recognize that a lot of their key tools were gone, so they simply disengage and play for the cross map.
Yep. Also, just knowing that they weren't at the strong point yet. Lojaz still a few hundred gold away, or probably just waiting to get a chance to base before he gets that Landry's Torment. So not at the strongest point on that one item spike. Same with Fi Mini. Had to go for the Merc Treads to make sure that if he was CC'd again by Wilson and Sword, that he would have that extra tenacity and extra magic damage buffer on the magic resistance to survive another gank, which does delay his over Yuntal Arrow's first item spike. So AMI just waiting and being patient that by the time we get to the next objective play, which could be Rift Herald in a minute 20, or it could be, you know, the third Dragon 4 minutes, that AMI will probably be in much more comfortable positions in terms of their overall item power.
Yeah, I completely agree. And I think we're much more seeing the Apex Mission Impossible game, because my expectation for this team is, look, even though some of their players might be a bit individually outclassed in the NACL, which it's fine. They're just new to the league, right? I do think their team play is actually quite good. And again, I think there might have been some nerves present. I mean, literally the first series of the entire NACL season is every single one of these players, first series in the NACL bar that one from Decoy, right? Like, that's likely to be present, and so I do think they look a bit more locked in, at least a bit more restrained. I mean, hell, Pocus has not gotten picked 13.5 minutes into this game. That had already happened against Conviction in their first series, and
damn.
So, you know, a good bounce back so far.
Focus just catching a stray from my co-caster in the booth. That's cold.
Look, I love Focus, but he would probably be the first to say he was kind of up the creek without a paddle multiple times in that Conviction series.
That was tough. Back to live though, Denethor making use of the 5 grubs as well as that Demolish proc on the Jace. Shojin already completed for himself. He's putting
strong.
in work on these structures, bro.
Yeah.
And the fact that Winthrop, earlier on, we didn't catch it, but had sent Sword
here we go.
immediately to match Decoy. Hang on. I'll save that point for later. Lojaz could be threatening a dive onto Sword. Still has flash available, but it's a lot of CC and lockdown from the Maokai, but it looks like just hovering 5 Mini to make sure that he can get that crash in. As I was saying, Sword had matched Decoy momentarily. If they can continue having Sword play into Malphite, as long as he has flash, this dude has only armor. And so as soon as Sword threw down a chunk with that command, attack, and dissonance combo, oh my god, Decoy lost like 30% of his HP. So he would, even though he's not necessarily, you know, thriving against Jace in the side lane, he's at least surviving better than the way he would against Orianna.
If we actually could, from the observers, get a gold toggle, if I had to guess, would think that Denethor is the strongest player in the game right now, just off of the turret plates he's been able to get and the extra farm that he has. Fi Mini also, you know, cashing out that coal, he's also reasonably strong, finally getting a big base off with those Merc Treads in the Yuntal Wild Arrows. Obviously, the game's still very even across the board. It really just is Winthrop nursing those small farm leads that we might come to expect from the individual prowess of their players.
And Hawk, this game has been building up.
It's pretty chill.
So much kindle to a fire, or what is it? What is?
Yeah, like we're stacking the logs up. We're kindling it. They're like rubbing the sticks together right now. You know what I
Yep.
mean? But
Yep.
we haven't gotten a spark yet.
No, the spark has not been ignited, but a catalyst will soon arrive at one of these objective fights as
It feels like AMI wants to fight for Herald. They've been putting a lot of time into trying to get topside river control. Again, this is what this team thrived in. So we'll see if they go on towards it. It is Winthrop, 5-man contest.
Winthrop get a chance to get the first shove on the mid wave, being able to move into the river and clear out some of the vision control here. AMI
Ooh, we're rubbing sticks.
down to Low Jazz to see if he can throw down some saplings and buy their space back into the river. 5-mini rotating on over after shoving in that top lane, coming through around that lower lip of the Baron pit. All 5 members from AMI stacked up on top of each other. Pocus the only one over the wall, but he can throw up the shield, absorb any poke damage from Winthrop, and it's a standstill once again. And they bought so much time that the Dragon's actually now ready to spawn in the next 10 seconds.
Yeah, Winthrop much more control over the bottom side of the map, so they would probably be happy to trade these objectives, denying the soul stacking away from Apex Mission Impossible. They will lose the Herald. I wonder if Apex tries to go for first tower on the top side of the map. 5-mini getting that wave pushed all the way in. If they wanted to go for an immediate Herald drop, Winthrop a little bit slow on the play.
Yeah. The benefit definitely goes over to AMI in objective clear speed because
Winthrop just getting
Ivern,
bottom?
as strong as he is in being able to support his teammates and provide a 6th man with that Daisy, when it comes to objective damage, he doesn't have a max HP spam on his Q, unlike the Maokai, who is able to easily clear through the Rift Herald. Will have some tempo to be able to invade on that top quadrant, supporting 5-mini on the tier 2
You got
seats,
this,
whereas
Wilson.
Wilson is still on this Dragon, even with Daisy at his side. It's just an overall slower objective take, but it looks like Winthrop are able to bully away the remaining members of AMI.
Yeah, I mean, both teams seem perfectly content to just handshake and scale up for fights. Uh-oh, okay.
I mean, no members from Winthrop are near, so only 35, just going to be a nuisance and stop 5-mini from getting that base off. Might force 5-mini to stay and pick up this wave so that it doesn't crash and open up
they
this
want to
turret.
dive.
Oh, no. 5-mini,
Low
does
Jazz
he...
is far.
Teleport is available from Decoy. They would have to call and send for it now. Pocus Arise face checks into 3 other members, and now they know that it's a 2v4. Teleport comes out, 5-mini flashes on the other side of the wall. They buy some time, and Decoy can look to re-engage off of this Maokai ultimate thrown out from Low Jazz. Shockwave finds some time here for AMI, but they can still pressure on forward. But Wilson throws up the Daisy, and at least gets them a way to escape. They looks like they still want to play for it, but AMI got what they wanted, a punish on the only 35, and it's first blood for AMI.
It's a better trade for AMI, though, because they got the bottom lane tier 1. Winthrop, in the extension of the play, going to be able to equalize, but wow, both these teams, I thought that was a spark, but it just ends up being a trade of supports, as nobody's pulling the trigger that aggressively. Wilson, this guy's annoying, man.
He just joined the red buff away from
I
Low
hate
Jazz.
playing against Ivern. Mark, you're a jungler, too. Like,
Yeah.
Ivern is very annoying.
If you're playing against him, yeah.
Yeah.
But if you are playing Ivern, you're just a
very
silly
chill.
little guy.
Yeah.
Yeah. Dude, you walk up, you don't even have to hit camps, you don't aggro them onto you, you just give them a wave and say,
Just
I'm
get to
your
roll
friend.
around the map and kind of like flail your arms weirdly.
Yeah,
It's a great time.
and you've got, a chill friend in Daisy who's probably more aggressive than you
True.
are,
Yeah.
It's like
Dude, hey, some of us, we need a strong woman to stand up for us, right? So Daisy really doing that for Ivern.
yeah. AMI. That is a school of thought. And you know what? Oh my god, yeah.
Come on, you thought Joshi was off the NACL broadcast, but I had to bring the same.
True.
I had to bring the same
spirit of
energy.
Joshi lives on in just making me speechless. And you know what? You're absolutely right, Hawk. I hope Every man gets a chance to experience that in their lives. Anyway.
Exactly. That's the real conversations we need to be having on this stream. Hey, music literally talked about supportive partners. I mean,
True. Okay, you know what? Okay, yeah. See, that's what I'm here for. Supportive partners, regardless of you know, who is seen as the stronger one. It does not matter. Anyway. Oh, Malphite
that's
engaged.
a flash.
Yep, Denethor throws up thumbs up and says, all right, you've got my flash. Very cool. AMI still have the Rift Herald to play with, and they're going to spawn it in the mid lane. See how much damage they can get done with it. One charge would take out the tier 2 or the tier 1 turret. Focus is going to take it. Does he have a way out of this one? He has a flash and a stand behind me. He uses it, and the bullet time rips from Baz just to buy space, but he gets locked up by Wilson, and yep, that's a Braum dead.
Pocus is not Ethan Hunt. That was... He thought he had it. He tried to get away. I respect the attempt. I think the problem that I have with it is I just don't know if Pocus really needed to get in that Rift Herald, as we are going to get the cinematic replay of only the 3rd kill in this game. It has been a very, very slow one. I think this is one of the first games I've ever seen. Oh, no, okay, this is the fight from way earlier, actually, where we traded supports. I think this is the first game, or one of the first games I've seen, where by far the last feat of strength to be claimed is actually the kills. It's AMI that have the objectives for a while, and first towers were traded a while ago too, Winthrop getting that first one. It's the kills that have yet to be claimed.
Still more Kinder to the potential fire, but at this point I think we're starting to pour gasoline on it, because the stakes are starting to raise as we are heading further and further into the mid game. Decoy with the engage, mobility shift into flash, and he is out of there.
That's a big summoner burned. Again, AMI just attritioning resources off of Winthrop. A lot of summoners blown for this dragon spawning in 12 seconds, but Decoy without the ultimate, I think that's the bigger thing. Yes, mobility would like to have the flash, but the unstoppable force much more impactful for the immediate fight.
Mobility is able to get some vision for the rest of Winthrop on the left side. Baz trying to section him off and threaten so that mobility cannot walk through. Gonna have to walk all the way around that dragon pit. Low Jazz over the left side wall, throws out the ultimate. Daisy steps on forward, dies to the bullet time. The rest of AMI still hold their ground, but a shockwave opens up the floor. Low Jazz falls, and the rest of AMI now on the retreat. 5v4. Denethor sails through the air with the hammer, and Pocus will fall next. Mobility being able to snipe him with a last mystic shot. And AMI in that mid game, we talked about how they would be able to thrive, but it is Winthrop that hold their ground.
Yeah, I mean, AMI approaches the fight fairly well, but Winthrop is just better in the execution. So well done by them. It was Sword that caught Low Jazz with the tip of the shockwave, and Denethor is feeling so strong.
2-0-2 on that Jace. Moramana fully stacked up. This guy is not a tank Jace, as we may have seen earlier on in the season. He might be building up some bruiser items later on, but this guy is pumping damage on those shock blasts. And Winthrop now find themselves for the first time with a solid gold advantage. 4 kills to 1 in the game, 2 dragons to the name, and we are evened up on the objective count.
Yeah, I mean, Winthrop just continuing to grow a small but steady gold advantage, as this is just so well done. Contrary to last series, Winthrop understanding how they want to approach these plays so well. Really nice shockwave from Sword just to catch out one member. Denethor flies in level 13 on this Jace. He continues to just go forward. It's mobility that cleans up the kill, but to me, Rafa, I think it's the solo laners of Winthrop that are having a great game so far.
Yeah, being super patient and being super calculated on when their angles are to fire and load in the burst damage and look for those threats. AMI, we talked about how this is a very stable team fighting front to back composition. You have plenty of ways to engage, but remember, Decoy had burned that ultimate on mobility trying to look for a pick.
Yeah.
And they got a flash summoner spell out of it, and it really just leaves down only Low Jazz on the engage. And since he sent it over the wall trying to force them off the dragon pit, you saw what happens when Winthrop and AMI just stare at each other and there's no methods of engage left. Winthrop can win the poke war, win the battle of the attrition, and then look for the moment once AMI health bars drop.
Yeah, AMI really needs the fight to get started in earnest. They definitely can't play that poke game. We mentioned in draft the damage that Winthrop's composition brings to the table, especially from far away, to your point. And so I just don't think Decoy can trade his ultimate for a summoner spell like that, you know, that close to a dragon, right? You need to look for that play sooner so that the ultimate is there. But regardless, the game's still very much in the balance, 2 dragons apiece, and only 1.5 thousand gold separating these two teams. Item spikes are fairly even. The Misfortune has gone for a Serpent's Fang up against the Ivern, Orianna, and Nautilus. Good purchase here from Baz.
Yeah. And it's not like you're going to be dropping crit damage on your AD carry because you've got a second AD carry that can provide it for you in the Tristana. So, you know what? Baz making the utility purchase helps the team overall in the long run with that damage profile, being able to shred through the power of those shields. I mean, you called it out. This entire composition is benefiting from Ivern as well as Orianna, and even the Locket to some extent, barrier on top of it all. I mean, I'm a big Serpent's Fang enthusiast, and some would call me even a Serpent's Fang grifter if I encourage it in games that maybe it doesn't need it.
Peddler, perhaps?
Yeah. I mean, because, like, dude, I mean, this item is so good ever since
so
AD
cheap.
carry started shifting over to barrier as their go-to summoner spell over flash. Personally, I rush it a lot in some, like, jungle assassin matchups just to, like, guarantee. Obviously, there's no jungle assassins here, I know that, but it's still just a fantastic item that, you know, should be finding its niche a lot more often.
And I think to your point too, you know, Baz's job is really just to get damage across the team. 5 mini is the true carry on the side of AMI, and I think the one that will be responsible for cleaning up a lot of these plays. So, I mean, if that's what you believe your fight win condition is, I definitely agree. This purchase makes a ton of sense. And so, yeah, we'll see how it works out. I mean, both these teams, again, Mark, we've just yapped for 5 more minutes. We have another dragon coming up in 40 seconds.
Dude, we're back to where we started. But this time around, AMI have themselves a little bit more gold in their pockets, you know, for some, an extra item. Whereas for Winthrop, well, I was going to say everyone's got an extra item, but not everyone is quite on Denethor's level of money making at the moment. As he's got 3 items for himself. He's been able to benefit so much from the turret plates early on that gave him that extra boost of gold injection. And the way that Winthrop are occupying the space in the mid lane, they should be able to have first move into that dragon pit. But there is an Otacon and a Baron that could also be threatened on the top side.
Yeah, but Winthrop knows, and apparently so does AMI, that you can't just rip an Otacon or a Baron like that. And Winthrop had sufficient vision coverage on the top side of the map to say, hey, we can drop 1 wave in the top lane to be able to overload bottom. AMI not feeling confident enough to contest for the river. They really like to be first to whatever play they are going for, but I will say, a triple tank composition, I actually think I would like to see AMI try to face check and jockey for position a little bit more, but they say, hey, it's not worth it. We're just going to give over another Chemtech Dragon. I think never in my life, in my entire casting career, talked about the value of individual Chemtech Drakes, but heal and shield power with the Ivern composition. You have 3 of them.
Roll, man.
I feel like that's actually very relevant in this game. I'm not going to lie.
It is kind of insane for Winthrop to high roll a Chemtech Dragon when they roll in the Ivern composition of all games, because it definitely wouldn't have happened again since it's fearless. So Winthrop thanking the Rito RNG gods for giving them pretty notable dragon lining up with their strengths. Looks like Shojin was acquired for mobility, so now he's on 3 items. I've been staring at this blasting wand from Decoy for like, oh, it's Malignance. Wow.
That's crazy.
Okay. You know what? That's more ultimates. That's more engaged opportunities. And so if you burn a flash, you know, early before an objective, you'll have the ulti much sooner. Be honest. He is answering the
on the Malphite
right now.
The Malignance on the Malphite, that's a Kangol right there for Decoy.
That is a Kangol right there.
Shout out Kangas, LTA caster Kangas,
Shout out
as we might have a fight.
Oh, right onto Wilson. Hey, if you blow up the shield giver, then there's no shields to give anymore. Bullet time rips through only 35, and just like that, snap engage from AMI gives Winthrop no time to react, and now they have smite advantage, they have a 5-man to 3 advantage, and there's no frontline members from the rest of Winthrop University.
That's the river control from Apex Mission Impossible that we talked about. They finally found their play as Low Jazz was able to pull the trigger. In Winthrop, they don't have a true tank. We said that Apex needs to just get stuck into the fight, and they're able to find a fantastic pick, a fantastic conversion on the Baron. I mean, credit to Winthrop, they do trade a couple of tier 2 towers to at least largely equalize the immediate gold trade, but with the Otacon on the back end, Apex Mission Impossible, they have found a really nice play.
Yeah, and it's Otacon GAs that spawn for them as well, so AMI gets to play even more boldly the next time they show their faces on the Rift. As we take a look back at the replay, you called it, it just... simple engage. They find that Wilson a little too far forward, and they do not waste a beat making that snap call.
Yeah, I mean, that was just so nicely done. I really respect it from Apex Mission Impossible. I think just solid macro fundamentals right there. Able to find a good look, and they have now gotten themselves a couple of buffs that could really help them open up this game in their favor. It seems like bot and mid control are going to be the priority at the moment, with Dragon spawning in under 2 minutes. I would really like for them to be able to knock down both of these tier 2s to get, for the first time in this game, a gold advantage in their favor.
Still teetering on the edge, but with a destruction imminent of this tier 2, AMI, as you called it, first time having that gold advantage on their side and setting up really strong vision control, pushing in through that red quadrant. It's going to be a lot easier for them to maintain posture over this upcoming dragon that would be Winthrop's soul point on this Chemtech dragon coming up. AMI, no tier 2 in the mid lane, no tier 2 in the bottom lane anymore. And the vision control is so good. Winthrop are just barely able to push their vision line into one of the entrances, but the rest of the map is dark.
Look at this, AMI just continuing to slam this in. Again, their control, so beautiful. Big shockwave.
Whoa, shockwave onto Baz, takes out half of his HP, but the counterattack is better from AMI. They're able to take out only 35, and remember, it's the Otacon GAs, so AMI can throw their lives abandoned and look for more turret destruction. 5 Mini will fall, but it's just a withdrawal. They still got TP to be able to rejoin AMI as they set up for the upcoming dragon.
Yeah, that's going to be Dragon going the way of AMI. Only 35, not really going to be alive for this setup, and they were able to break the base. Apex now up 2.2 thousand gold. They are playing such a nice game, and I need to now give a shout out to Shibby, who pinged me about 15 minutes before we went live today, Rafa. And he said, "At Hawk, are you casting today?" And, you know, those of you in the chat, you might know Shibby, big purveyor of the year of Low Jazz. He was kind of the one that started that whole hype train. And I responded, I said, yeah, I'm casting today. And he said, damn shame, you have to watch WU lose to AMI. He might have just been ahead of the curve here.
Wow. Oh, personal shout out. Damn. Well, Shibby Stonks on the rise as he is hyping up Low Jazz. Being able to find a nice couple of looks here on the Maokai so far. Winthrop, at least for their credit, able to destroy some turrets in the back half and equalize overall on the map. I think it's just looking at the turret score, there's only one tier 2 left on Winthrop's side in the top lane, but it's an exposed base in that bot lane. Low Jazz opens up the engage, looking for only 35 first, and he falls once again. 5-on-4 decoy. Oh, 2-man Malphite ultimate right onto the heart of the carries of Winthrop University. Sword and mobility drop, and AMI, they can just roll into the base.
That's gonna be it, AMI! It's going to be a clean 5-for-0 ace. It's a triple kill for 5 Mini. Oh my word, they find their fight. They're going to find a way to put a win up in the NACL.
AMI, baby, I did not know your game was this clean and this nice, but the new kids on the block being able to open up the series against the Collegiate Eagles with a nice fat dub. 1-0 to start the series score. Only 35 can't do much more, and AMI moving up on the board.
That was such a nice game from them, understanding their win conditions, standing much more confidently and calmly in this game. Their composure was absolutely beautiful. And I mean, we highlighted it as far back as the draft. Winthrop's composition was a little goofy. Like, it's hard for them to approach fights, right? And we saw later on, AMI just said, hey guys, let's group up. The only person that can frontline is the Nautilus. Let's just kill that guy. And they did. They just killed him over and over and over. 5 mini, ended the game 5-0-5 on the Tristana. We wanted him to be good enough to carry against Sword. He was absolutely able to do it. I am very impressed. I think AMI just absolutely played a clean game of League of Legends. Obviously, yes, things to be cleaned up here or there, you know, kind of in the details, but overall, a very strong understanding of their win conditions, and this is the Apex Mission Impossible that promoted into the NACL.
The explosion took place in 2 fights, Hawk, and that's all it took for AMI to wrangle control and close the game out, which was just absolutely impressive to see after what seemed like a just much better game and much more controlled map game from the side of Winthrop University. But now we stare at this series score of 1-0 in favor of Apex Mission Impossible. We're going to see after the break whether they can continue that momentum or if the Eagles will bounce back. you guys see that first game? Because if you didn't, AMI won out of nowhere, it seemed like, because from our perspective, you know, it was very slow, and Winthrop were slowly using their split push advantage with the grubs, taking off turrets one after another, and then that third dragon fight, it didn't look as optimal for the side of AMI. But then one pick into Baron, into bot lane push, into fight on top side, game's over. AMI win, clean, and it just looked super easy for them. And I'm just shocked because, you know, you're the guy that knows more about this team than I do, but the way for them to be able to just close the game, shut the door on that one, very impressive.
See, I will say that was the surprising part because AMI in the qualifiers, right? They were so good at like fighting around mid-game objectives, getting those leads. Like, I think the way they approached that Baron sequence, for example, that was vintage Apex, right? But they struggled so much to close games in their OQ run. I mean, their average game time in the best of 5 against Dog fans, I want to say it was probably like 45 minutes. It was like, it was disgusting, right? But like, they closed this game out so quickly, so cleanly once they had an advantage. I loved their confidence. I loved their composure, and I want to continue seeing it in the series.
And for the side of Winthrop University, once again, we kind of highlighted it at the top of draft that this composition was going to be a little difficult to play out. But when you are able to expend all of the primary engage tools on the side of AMI, you get fights like this in the third Dragon Pit where you play the second fight super well. You have the poke and siege, you can kind of prod for damage, and then once health bars drop and the members of AMI scatter, since they have no more engage tools, you can commit. You can look to finally take out any low health bar members. But then, when the engage tools are up, you don't have strong ways of disengaging fights whenever they spring it upon you.
I mean, I was critical of the way Decoy ulted in that one fight where Winthrop won. And he said, okay, I'm going to buy Malignance and make sure my ult is always up. And I mean, in this fight, this was beautifully done. AMI able to win the game off of it. Yeah, I really do think that Apex approached their composition so nicely, but also I will say I didn't love the draft from Winthrop. I want to see Wilson off Ivern. Obviously, he'll be forced to because it's Fearless. But yeah, I just feel like Wilson's so much better at playing champions that can actually create early action. It's typically around the mid jungle where Winthrop sees a lot of their early action, with Mobility and Denethor being converted into carries later on. But it felt like Winthrop both did not have the damage to shred through all of the frontline engage that AMI had that allowed AMI to just kind of deathball, and they also did not have that playmaker that they kind of needed, that extra frontliner that they kind of needed in the form of, in my opinion, Wilson. So I think some adaptations to be made. Mark, we've only had a 1/3 game in NACL 2025 so far. We might get to see it in this one. I'm kind of still feeling like Winthrop is very in this series.
We'll find out if the Eagles can, you know, perk themselves back on up and take to the skies. AMI, though, on the high right now with their momentum 1-0, one game away from being able to close out the series and call it a sweep. Something that we definitely didn't expect coming into today's games, but I just want to point out before the draft carries us away into more important conversations, not only the Malignance was a shock, but it was kind of base, just being able to unlock more ultimates and give an extra splash of magic damage to an already physical damage-heavy composition. Bro was building a Storm Surge turret into the end. He had a... he had the what is it?
The Hextech Alternator? Or
the Alternator,
yeah.
And the Aether Wisp, which I'm pretty sure is Storm Surge, right?
Yep,
so,
that's
like,
Storm Surge.
My God, this guy was ready to just... I don't know if he would have one-shot
That's crazy.
the backline, but he would have done a ton of damage on the entry, and that would have made it a lot easier for the resets to pour in. So, you know what? I remember having a conversation with Joshi like a couple years ago where he was like, I think Malphites need to build more damage in like Summoner's Rift games, and then obviously more tank and ARAM games. But the more important conversation is like, hey, you sometimes don't expect the burst coming out from Malphite, and if you already have decent front line and tank
Decoy,
stats,
he's tanky enough.
Yeah, exactly. Well, into the draft phase we go. Mostly similar bans, but one change up, a Silas being taken off the board away from Winthrop University. That tells me they might want to play something like an Ornn or an Alistar.
Yeah, I could see the Alistar pick coming out, especially with Braum no longer available. I think the value of champions like Alistar, Leona does increase. Winthrop picking up the Varus for mobility. This champion's super strong early on. Seraphine just off rip. Now,
Seraphine,
that was in
Ariana
tune.
Grande.
That was good.
Thank you. I wasn't gonna belt it. I just have to stay in the falsetto. But if we're really feeling it, maybe we'll rip one. Anyway, AMI, Seraphine. You know what? That would have been a good ultimate for Silas to seal. An encore AoE engage that charms the entire squad of Winthrop and anyone that hits, paired with a Sejuani. Yeah, these are some powerful engage tools that AMI have, and it kind of lines up with what we've already talked about. This team loves to play for the mid game, loves to play for the explosive team fights, and you already have two great tools to start it off with.
Yeah, the Sejuani for low jazz. I am really curious to see who the Seraphine goes to, because I've not really seen this before. So, at least not from Apex, right? So we'll see if it's Baz, we'll see if it's 5-Mini, we'll see if it's Pocus, I don't know. But regardless, Rel coming out. We talked about the value of the Alistar, not going to be the option. Also, Lilia. This is much more of a carry-oriented champion here for Wilson, something that actually can play for damage in early fights.
Yeah, and the thing that a Lilia can really benefit off of if AMI still go towards a very heavy melee frontline based composition, if all the engagement tools are expended once again, Lilia thrives in the afterfight. Oh my goodness, you just get so many easy procs of your passive. You're zooming around, you're applying dot HP percentage damage on everyone, and your sustain is just unbearable to deal with if you are the side of AMI.
Yeah, also a bit of a lower damage comp because it is Yone for 5-Mini, Sejuani Yone, right? This is something that we've seen 5-Mini play to mixed success. I think the Yone's been okay. It's looked good with the Sejuani of low jazz, so I do agree Lilia can find a lot of value. Expecting R5 to come through for Decoy, as I think we should reveal on this pick exactly where the Seraphine's going, whether it's into support or ADC.
Well,
support.
Ashe is locked in, and unless we see some weird shenanigans like Seraphine bot and Ashe support, but I imagine that, you know, we're no longer in that timeline of Ashe support as it used to be. I believe it was like a couple years ago at this point when we had the Ashe support craze.
23 summer? Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Yeah.
Yeah, that was that was the reign of the Ashe support days. But as you called out, it does. Whoa!
Huh?
Yeah!
What?
Yeah! Throw down the Shadow Clone Jutsu sword. I want to see it. Zed, locked in, baby. Everyone, get the hell in here right now. We're seeing a Zed in NACL.
What did they just do? They just picked Zed in 2025. This is, like, not a sword pick at all, for the record. He has basically exclusively been playing, like, meta champions for the last 3 years on Winthrop. Almost no originality in his champion pool, I'm going to be completely honest. And then now we just get a Zed as the answer to 5-Mini's Yone. He just said, come here, rookie. Welcome to the NACL.
Oh, my goodness. I don't even know what the matchup is like for Zed into the Yone.
No, neither do I.
Yone, you know, we kind of joke around. Yone's kind of like Aurelia, where as soon as you get Bam Scepter, all right, Yone's full build, you know, GG, I guess. But, you know, early on, Yone can be susceptible if you're getting chunked out, you're losing on the trades, you're losing the push, and because you are melee, you normally can, you know, be susceptible to certain matchups. I don't know if Zed is necessarily one of them.
Zed has more harass in his kit than Yone, as well as fantastic burst and ability to dodge out on any of the CC that Yone brings. So, yeah, I can see it. It's also very safe, actually, against Sejuani Yone as well. Good ability to create distance and outplay. It gives you a really strong mixed damage mid-jungle with the Lilia. You don't really have setup. My one issue with the Winthrop comp is that Most of their front line is, again, only 35. You do have the Renekton of Denethor this time around, but I'm just trying to think of the last time that I saw like a unironic Zed mid pick in a competitive League of Legends game. I don't know when the last time I've seen this is.
Now, if you watch First Stand, obviously Zeka picked it for Hanwha Life, but you know, Hanwha Life was just kind of rolling everybody.
They felt like they were just kind of styling.
It felt like you could have picked any champion. I will say though, being on the LPL, we've actually seen Ultra Prime bring out Zed in a couple instances.
Ooh.
One of them was into a Talia, which makes a lot of sense.
Too.
And he's rocking the Sword is ready to kill Fine Mini in lane. But the other thing too about Zed, when we saw it in the Ultra Prime games, is that Saber had picked it into a control mage both of those times, I want to say, and the value of Zed being at least able to threaten the backline if assisted by another diver or assassin, you can overload the backline and make it so that they don't have enough tools to disengage. This isn't necessarily the same case because Renekton isn't going to have a super easy time diving backline if he's not set up on the flanks, right? Lilia can kind of get in there, but she needs to ramp up the movement speed. So I'm curious if the way Sword is going to be playing these fights is letting the initial fights break out, wait for the Magna Storm from only 35 to rock and watch for initial picks. And then as soon as Ash Arrow is gone, Encore is gone, then he can make his move and cause some chaos on Baz and Focus.
Yeah, I mean, I have a lot of questions about this pick. I guess we'll just have to see how it plays out. As far as the compositions as a whole, Apex Mission Impossible has a lot of scaling and a lot of ease of execution in their comp, which I like to see from them. However, Winthrop's mid-game team fighting is pretty damn scary. Their skirmish power as well. I mean, I look at AMI's comp. It kind of takes some time, I think, for their damage to really come online. We're looking towards 3 items for most of the carries on their side. So I could really see Winthrop just trying to blow open this game through some aggressive plays, but a big burden of execution on their back to be able to make that happen.
Yeah. And another thing to note, because Sword is going with the Conqueror on the Zed, more than likely we're going to see that CDR build that has been flexed around a lot, where you're not necessarily playing always for one shot from straight 100 to 0 HP, but you can threaten on the backline. You'll have reduced cooldowns on your Qs and your Es to continuously throw out harass in team fights. You'll have a shorter cooldown on your overall W. So if you pick a bad moment, you can try and disengage, and it's all about just being super slippery and a big nuisance. That being said, it takes a while to get that many items and that much ability haste so that you can be that kind of a threat. And considering how much CC AMI has on their squad, it seems very difficult, and it's definitely a high level of execution that has to come out from Winthrop overall to make it happen.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with that statement. Regardless of what build Sword does go for, he's getting pushed in early on. I think this is not surprising, Yone. I mean, the low cooldown on the Q, AoE damage to the minions, pretty easy to get control of the wave. I am thinking that the level 6 is when the matchup should start to tilt in Sword's favor, especially with that Ignite. Any chunk he's able to find on the Fine Mini, though, is going to be big, as junglers should converge on mid lane after completing their clears.
Wilson is looping around. There's no soul unbound for 5 Mini, as he was trying to predict on when he would break back to it. Q flash plus ignite, the passive burn stacking on top. It's Lilia with first blood.
Yeah, it's a huge pickup. This mid jungle for Winthrop really needs to get going. That's the ignite difference right there. It cuts the healing of the potion from 5 Mini, and the double burn able to secure it. Really great commit coming out from them, and they get paid.
Sword will still have a chance to maybe use Wilson to help pick up this wave. Pushes in a majority of it. 5 Mini catching most of the wave before it does crash. And as you called out, this mid jungle duo has to really pop off and get that gold accelerated into their pockets, because we know how terrifying a Yone can be when he's on multiple items. But if you can have that gold advantage and continue to force fights, or at least get the push, now you have a roaming Zed trying to affect your Ashe Seraphine on the bottom side of the map with all the CC setup that you get from a Varus and a Rel. that can really sway things and cause a lot of disruption to AMI's game plan.
Being able to play mid to side to find those early skirmishes is going to be so big for Winthrop, because we didn't really talk about it, but double range bot lane 2v2 here is going to be miserable for Winthrop to play, and credit to Baz and Pocus already forcing the early reset and getting a plate, so good stuff from them. We'll have to definitely keep track of how Wilson and Sword are potentially able to influence that lane. As you can see, Sword starting to take control. Great trading, only 35 on the side.
Oh, Lojaz has to be able to react, but not fast enough. Only 35 pulls the trigger on that dive and gets another kill up on the board, this time for Sword. And because of the early huge trade that Sword and 5mini extended in, they were able to just punish the fact that this guy doesn't have TP anymore. And suddenly, this gold advantage lead is skyrocketing for the Zed.
I mean, Winthrop understands the assignment. Now Decoy, he's the target. No Counter-Strike. He's going to be okay.
Level 6.
Yeah.
That's going to make it a little bit safer and a lot less favorable for Winthrop to force the play. Just backs off for now, but that's guaranteed push prio for Denethor in the top side, which should lead to all 3 grubs secured for Wilson.
Yeah, it's just going to be a neutral objective trade. Lojaz coming off reset down towards that bottom side is a little slow to the play. I actually wonder if Winthrop ever looks for an angle, but I mean, at the very least, they're perfectly happy to get these grubs again. Their team is really going to want to play fast and loose, spread the map. They don't need these dragons right now. They're going to be able to, they're going to be able to find the fights for them a bit later on, should they so choose, as Wilson instead just gonna look for some jungle camps, try to continue getting himself ahead.
Yeah, big thing to note, Sword has level 6, 5mini does not. So on this next wave, there could be a play where Sword leverages that all-in threat to get the wave priority first, and if you cannot look to continue putting the pressure down on 5mini by diving him, then you just move into the jungle with your Lilia and start pressuring the Sejuani instead, as we get a quick replay. Cinematic view of the kill and the gank by Wilson on the Lilia once again.
Oh my gosh, 5mini just cannot stand in this lane. Sword has opened up quite a hefty CS lead. I mean, 5 should be able to pick up some of these creeps to bring it to maybe about a 10 CS deficit, but still... I love this about Winthrop, because we were talking all in the pregame about how mobility is the main carry of this team. Yeah, so it's just fine. He's Zed. He's chilling. He's got Shadow.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if he had Shadow Clone Jutsu up once again. I know that's not the name. I don't care. Hate me all you want.
I think your name is fun.
Dude, it's so awesome, man. I mean, this is the closest that we get to having a real ninja in pro play. Anytime I see Zed up, I'm a happy camper.
Ooh, Lojaz? No, okay, he's gonna... Last corner. I will say though, Lojaz gets called mid because he has to buy his mid laner a reset. Meanwhile, Wilson was just power farming Lojaz's top side. Oh, and they found him.
Oh, and the death mark should do enough damage unless the shield expires in time. Nope, I was wrong. The ignite helps alongside that death mark. Pop. Sword picks himself up the second kill.
Now only 35. Going to try to defend against a potential dive. Lojaz finds him.
Arrow dodged by only 35. Sends the crash down. Take notes. What a badass emote in your loadout. That is diabolical.
I will say, I've loved watching Only 35, man. He's been active on NA League Twitter. He's been really outspoken as a player. I actually really think he's brought a lot to the table as a personality, not just as a talent so far, which is always really great to see from someone coming in, originally from Turkey, played for Weber State in 2024, carried them to a West Conference title. But this one, all about Sword and Wilson as a just really clean play. Able to get the combo onto 5mini, even though he got hit by the Unsealed Fate. Just goes back to the Shadow, no problem. Able to pick up that kill. And what I was about to say is, even though, in my opinion, mobility is the primary carry of this Winthrop team, what we've seen time and time again from them is that they truly can have anyone carry in any given game. And that's what I think makes this team so dangerous, and right now, Sword and Wilson are getting it done.
Yeah. Denethor continuing to put pressure on the top side. Decoy low on mana and half of his HP. Lojaz was lurking around, seeing if he needed to bail out the Jax, but he's able to pick up this last wave. Lojaz, I thought he was going to be looping around, but he's seen on a ward. Denethor not going to stick around. I'm gonna take our conversation back to mid lane because Sword is about to dink level 9, and Cubby is in my DMs off the co-stream. You know, he has a lot more experience on Zed in the laning phase versus just overall Zed, since I don't play a lot of Zed in mid, but in jungle, a little bit. Big point in the laning phase is level 9, because that is when Q cooldown is low enough that you can spam it twice every time your Living Shadow is up. And that is where I imagine once Sword comes back from base with the Eclipse in hand, he should have pretty much unresounding control on this matchup, where Mini still not... I don't think he has enough gold yet to buy the Blade of the Ruin King, which would at least give him some strength to be able to work with in terms of sustain and 1v1 power. But Eclipse already picked up. I think Mini is going to have a tough time being able to sustain in lane if Sword is always getting the chunk on him and being able to move first to objectives.
And look, I gotta say, I know everyone on AMI, technically a rookie, right, given their NACL status, but I think Mini, fair to say, the truest of rookies out of the rookies on this team, and I have to respect the strategy from Winthrop saying, hey, let's see how this guy deals with pressure, and so far it has been a bit of a chore for him. I definitely think, you know, the jungle attention has helped, but credit to Winthrop. And now we have to see how they convert this, right? We're 11 minutes into the game. They have 6 grubs. They have a 3k gold advantage, and they're moving towards bottom lane. They want to try to now get mobility and only 35 unlocked.
This is what I was talking about earlier. Once you have enough pressure that you no longer care about putting pressure on Mini and trying to dive him, you just get the first wave shove and you move the rest of your forces into the jungle quadrant. Start putting that oppression into the jungle camps and making it so that Lojaz has to suffer as well. Top lane 1v1, Denethor slice and dice. That's a big croc and you can't stop him on the Jax. Decoy falls to Denethor.
Yeah, Decoy, just a bit of an ill-fated engage right there. Thought he had the burst, but Denethor was able to stand tall. Big solo kill pickup as Denethor continues to have a solid series. That's multiple plates being mined. Is that a 1v1? 4 plates? Huh?
I think he's going to get the full turret before AMI get a chance to respond.
How?
Yep.
There's been nothing happening top lane. That's... wow.
He's been winning the 1v1 soundly. No jungle attention, as you called it, other than a couple of hovers from both Wilson and Lojaz, respectively. But 2v1 in the mid lane. They want to get a chance for revenge against Sword. The first one from Mini. The Eclipse shield. It's beautiful. The turn aggro. Sword just styled on them with the Zed.
Are you kidding me? Sword. He was dead to fight. No. Nice 4-0.
I apologize. I was not familiar with your game, but man, 4-0-1 on the Zed as the momentum gets dashed away by Baz and
all right, only 35 had to
Focus being able to get a kill on only 35. I don't know how the hell he got out of there, but mobility down summoner spells. Maybe there was a fruitful 2v2 engage that went awry for Winthrop, but you know what? We're gonna still be hyped on the Sword Zed. 4-0-1, baby. That is terrifying.
Yeah, it's absolutely terrifying. Only 35. Just he had to for fun and keep his team humble, you know. But yeah, I mean, I have to get a replay as Sword a complete outplay as Decoy. He needs to die real quick first.
Yeah, Wilson just gave him a dosage of NyQuil, takes a nap in the top lane, and then falls permanently, at least for the next 28 seconds. We'll be respawning back in that fountain until then. But AMI down the top laner while Denethor continues to wreak havoc on this Croc. I have to imagine that, well, you know, AMI, their bot lane, doing even. They're looking at the rest of the map and going, oh god, how do we deal with this top 3-man core?
Oh, no, we're getting the replay of this. I mean, I guess we didn't get to see it. I guess this is a bad recall from Mobility. I think he was not quite in the bush. Either that or had just been seen walking into the bush by that River Ward. Only 35 sells out to bail out his AD carry, so good supporting right there from him. Mobility does end up walking away, but come on, man, you can't do that to your support as an AD carry.
I've definitely seen that happen a couple times in our NoFlex Q games. You know, one of our AD carries takes a greedy recall, and poor Cubby has to, you know, give up his life to bail them out. It's
happens to the best of us, you know. But the supports are a real one right there for falling on the sword for their ADC sins.
Well, if they have the fall on the sword, at least they got a stronger sword. That's 4-0-1
They have a
right
great
now.
sword right now.
Yep, they have
Heyo.
a great sword. Yep. Yep. Phage and a pickaxe should be the makings of a black cleaver, which
Yeah.
will put this Zed
I'm
at
gonna
2
be honest.
items very early.
This game is pretty out of control. This is a 6,500 gold lead. 2 turrets for Winthrop mobility.
Well, hey, Hawk, did you know that if you're something like a Varus without Cleanser Flash,
Yeah.
you're very susceptible to long-range engage?
Maybe shouldn't be contesting that midway without a support. I want to say only 35 is supposed to cover him right there, but Denethor now the target.
Pops the Dominus. Pocus immediately flashes away because he knew that Wilson was on that left side as well. 5 Mini steps up to the plate, tries to get some damage down. A teleport is coming in from Decoy.
Here comes
Has to get
Sword.
the flank. Only 35 with the Magnustorm, and Sword has his eyes on to 5 Mini. Cannot find it with the Shadow Clone. But he goes in on the death mark as Decoy picks one up onto Wilson in the backside. Sword getting stunned up, flashing over the wall, but it's returned by Low Jazz.
Wait a
Puts
minute.
shutdown to the Ninja, and Decoy is going to be able to hold his ground as that flank proves fruitful for AMI.
Yeah, not a very good sequence for Winthrop. AMI, great punish. That's 1,500 gold dug into Winthrop's lead. We're going to get a replay first of the sword outplay. Jumped on under towers. Entire team's doing dragon. 1 hit would do him in. 5 Mini flash. He's going to miss this Q. That's the rough one. A clip shield. Sword outplays and dodges the second Q. And ends up collecting the kill. 5 Mini standing still, accepting his fate, knowing that he has been outplayed. Sword able to find the double on the back end. But since that moment, I was saying this game's getting out of control. Well, AMI has just found something back. Baz 2-0-1 now on this Ash. Winthrop cannot rest on their laurels, and so they will start the Herald.
You know what, Hawk? I think after this Black Cleaver for Sword, he could easily go for a Shojin and increase the ability haste count, but you know what? Pocus on Seraphine gives shields. You know what's great at killing shields? Hang on. Wait, top lane 2v1 dive. 5 Mini. He's going to survive that one. The death mark does not do enough to pop his entire health bar, but forces him off the turret for now.
Yeah, Sword has had some really good plays this game. I will say the last couple of fights, I think, has actually made some mechanical misplays. I am not going to pretend to be a Zed expert. I'm going to be completely honest. This is not a champion that is my area of expertise, but I feel like a couple of combos where he's been a little bit slow, you know, missed a couple of skill shots here and there. 5 Mini ultimately able to walk away, but Winthrop again, they're keeping their foot on the gas. They want this mid lane tower. Dragon also available.
And Mobility is not going to take the Rift Herald by the driver's seat. Only 35. Flash Magnustorm in right onto the Seraphine. The does not come out fast enough. The Encore was cut short. And unfortunately, the concert is a disaster now. AMI, re-engage this time, punishing the Rift Herald charge. Is only 35, did not have an escape route. At least they got some turret damage, but they're down a support for now.
Should still be Winthrop's Dragon. Health bar is pretty low on the side of Apex Mission Impossible. Pocus yet to respawn. Funny play right there. Low Jazz smites away the Herald. Only 35, he lost his car. And makes it a little bit easier to kill him off right there. Good play by the jungler of Apex to get one back.
You know, if you get your car smited and it completely disappears, I think you need to get a refund. Or you need a trade-in at that point.
Yeah. I mean, he unfortunately was just driving like a 86 beater right there, I feel like.
Damn.
It's like a bit
Honda
straight
Civic
out of the
something?
Flintstones, you know, or something where they're driving and then all of a sudden their momentum continues and they're like flying through the air, like in the cartoons. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah. Well, maybe Winthrop, the next time they go in, they'll be on a more stable and tankier car. And unfortunately, it's not going to happen for the rest of this game because Rift Herald is
only one car.
Only one Herald. 50 seconds until the next Otacon spawn. Looks like my eyes are telling me that it's spawning on the bottom side of the map. Just double checking as we take a look back at the dive onto Pocus.
Yeah, I mean, this is clean stuff. Understanding that Seraphine doesn't have flash, great mid lane commit, able to pick up that tower. And again, this one, an outplay from Low Jazz. Whoop! Only 35.
Dude, where's my car?
Yeah, he just doesn't have it anymore. It's crazy. Like, I could have sworn I parked it on the corner of 7th and Main, but no.
Nope.
Gone.
It's been
Have
jacked.
to take has to take the subway back home.
Yeah, you live, or you learn the hard way, I should say, out in the streets of LA sometimes. But Winthrop University,
Out in the mean streets of Winthrop University, I think you mean, you know?
Everything was a little comfy. Where's Winthrop based? South Carolina?
South Carolina? Yeah. I've never been there. I mean, well, I've been to South Carolina. I've never been to here. We're about to find out. It's in Rock Hill, South Carolina. Look at that.
Yeah, I don't know if that's like the slums or the sketchy part of town. But like, I mean, College Town usually tells me it's pretty safe. So maybe that's why Winthrop were caught off guard when their car was totally.
It's close to Charlotte. It's south of Charlotte.
Oh, I mean, Charlotte's really nice.
Charlotte is nice. Yeah. It's right across the river. It's kind of seems like a larger suburb, kind of thing.
See, that's why Winthrop were totally caught off guard. They were not expecting it. You know, there's like people steal cars out of the rift. That's messed up. Well,
Crazy,
AMI,
man.
if you're in the position of AMI, you cannot leave any windows to chance. You got to take the moments when you can get them. As
Good sidestep.
You know what?
Let's pretend it was a good sidestep, even though I definitely think that Sejuani will hit my fridge.
It might have been a flash prediction. Low Jazz
Okay,
might have been trying to stun on
yeah.
him, I might have been trying to look for the flash prediction. Oh, wait a minute. 5 mini, engaged with the Fate Seal, but he's got nothing left else in the tank. Denethor, Sterix Gauge is popped. And the Dominus, but he's got reinforcements now, so Denethor might be cooked here. Flash forward, but 5 mini answers with the flash of his own. Styles on him with the third cast of that Mortal Steel and takes down the Croc.
It's a Hunionicon, though, as Denethor does buy time for the rest of the team to pick up the Ruinous. Shut down into 5 Mini's pocket, still going to feel pretty good getting the Yone back into the game. Lethal Tempo stacked up. You can see him kind of taking that 1v1 against Denethor and winning out. Denethor was just trying to buy as much time as possible, understanding that, he's not really able to make a play at this point. Tries to trade one back. I think ultimately, though, this trade does favor AMI. Yone Flash not nearly as impactful, in my opinion, as the Renekton being able to just flash on top of either the Ashe or the Seraphine's heads and lock them down and try to one-shot them in one of these fights. Oh, look at Mobility's inventory, by the way.
Yeah! Serpent's Fang! You know what? He realized that, hey, you know what? My Zed is doing the carrying. I don't need to stunt his own build path. I'm just going to make the utility purchase here, and I'll provide the shield reaving for the team.
I'm going to be completely honest, though, especially with a lethality Varus for mobility against Sejuani, Jax. I am not sold that Winthrop has been pressing their advantage as much as they need to. In fact, their gold lead over the last 10-ish minutes, a little bit less than that, 8-ish minutes, has shrunk by about 2,500. They were up 6.5K, approaching the 15-minute mark. So I'm not confident that Winthrop is actually going to win this game. Apex Mission Impossible has done a lot of really good stuff to keep themselves relevant. As the map has opened up, they've avoided hemorrhaging kills. Sword has not gotten more fed on the Zed than he was early on. Obviously, dragon stacking and potential barons are absolutely a thing, but I think if Winthrop cannot cleanly find a fight at these next couple of neutral objective spawns, they're in big trouble.
I think a couple of things that can make or break the game to consider for Winthrop are they have 6 scrubs. So if they ever have an advantageous, with Ruinous, if they have an advantageous fight, those turrets are getting destroyed like paper mache. Like I think Winthrop, depending on how good the fight is, maybe you could just close out the game through bot lane since it's just an inhibitor tower defending that side of the map. Winthrop have full control thanks to the way they've pushed out this bot lane. So they'll get the 3rd dragon of the game, putting themselves at soul point. But I can... Oh, wait, Sword? Is he caught out?
That was 3 ults. He just survived. 3 ultimates.
At the cost of 1 death mark, I mean, I think that's a big win for Winthrop. And now there's no engage tools. Teleport is coming in from 5 mini. Decoy trying to threaten on the left side flank. Flash, Counter-Strike, right onto mobility. But only 35 holds the line with the Magnus. 5 mini is able to find a huge man front line with the engage. And AMI, maybe they can just skyrocket it forward, but Denethor's trying to hold. Wilson now forced to flee. And AMI have found their moment, being being able to brute force through everything that Winthrop had left in the tank, and it's enough to still stand on top of it all. 4 men for 1 fallen. AMI able to rock through the mid lane.
And what a team fight from the rookie, 5 mini. He was bullied all game. 0-3-0 after the laning phase, picked on by the duo of Wilson and Sword, yet he finds the unsealed fate that might just seal the series in favor of Apex Mission Impossible. A great flank from Decoy gets the fight started in earnest, and even though he gets one shot, 5 mini finds the angle. AMI is able to do the damage, and Winthrop, they so desperately need to isolate out individual targets, but Apex has the better front to back. They're able to stay up, and what a fight. Now the gold lead is gone. Apex Mission Impossible is in the driver's seat in this game.
It used to be 6,000 in advantage for Winthrop. All of that is practically gone, as only 35 might be caught out here. The soul unbound damage does not do enough. The arrow goes right on by. Only 35 unclenches, and thanks to his lucky stars that he's not going to go down anytime soon. But AMI still on the aggressive, still looking proactively for picks, trying to drive in the lead that they have strangled away from Winthrop University.
And I will say, you know, for Winthrop, we talked so much about mobility and only 35 coming into today. They had a great week 1. They've been fantastic throughout the NACC season. Hold up, Sword.
Off Baz. Lilting Lullaby, there it is. Encore sidestep by Wilson, and they have to leave Baz
Sword
to die. Winthrop University being able to sidestep all of the disengage by AMI, and now they've lost their jungler, they've lost their AD carry. It's down to 5 mini and Pocus, who are still the only ones left on the Baron, but no contest available. Denethor goes in, slays the pop singer, sends her back to the fountain, and Jax, for Decoy, the only thing he can do is just try to equalize the turret pressure that's going to be made happen by Winthrop after they take the Baron.
Winthrop right back into the lead. A great fight from them. Sword heard the point I was about to make. I was going to criticize Winthrop for not playing around their AD carry as much in the series, and yet they're able, Sword showing that he can still put on the carry pants. Great pick on a Pocus, and now Decoy, he is set to drop. Fi's here.
He's queued up the 3rd Q, gets a decent knock-up. The arrow goes wide again, but 5 mini with the flash forces Denethor to pop the dominance just to not go down to the soul unbound pop damage. AMI still not going down without a fight, despite a little bit of a mishap on that top side.
Winthrop, though, ultimately the ones with the Baron in their pocket, as this is just an outplay from Sword. It's Apex Mission Impossible trying to control the river, but he finds the support, and then Low Jazz way too far forward. Mobility able to find that one. Great chase, and an incredibly good play. Actually, I mean, Pocus ends up dying now. I'm realizing it's Baz that Sword went on top of, but regardless, a fantastic collapse. Winthrop showing that their champions can still operate extremely well if AMI is not fully grouped up as a unit of 4 or 5.
Yep. Kind of like what we saw in game 1, where Winthrop were getting their small wins before AMI eventually closed it out, right? When AMI are not grouped up as that giant death ball, Winthrop have a better chance of being able to pick them off. However, only 35, forced to clash down over the wall, but gets stunned up by that Glacial Prison. Decoy not in range to leap strike to land the counter strike. Take notes with the emote, but I think only 35 is still dead regardless, but he has bought as much time as he could, and there is Dragon Soul spawning on the map in 30 seconds in favor of Winthrop University, and they've already taken the measures to put down vision control in the river and starting to push it into the blue quadrant.
I think AMI has enough time to get there, though. The Dragon's still yet to spawn, and that is just a straight-up 4v5 fight. Winthrop is going to try to spring a trap. Look at Sword on the deep flank, unspotted at the moment.
Ooh, good blue Sword. It might have been able to spot out Sword because at least it noticed that they're
at least privy.
The sweeper, yeah. And Decoy now is marking the ninja here, forced to pop the blast cone.
Good arrow.
Arrow right on the Denethor. Encore goes through, tact mobility in the backline, forced to pop his cleanse. Denethor has to flash away, uses the dominance, gives himself more HP. Decoy looks for Wilson. He goes in. Multi-man lilting lullaby stuns up the entire backline, and mobility finishes off 5 mini swords in the backline. Shadow Clone Jutsu at an all-time high. He is the Hokage for Winthrop University. Mobility sinks his arrows for 3 more more kills.
Drops out. What a fight from Wilson. 5-man ultimate. And now with 6 Void Grubs, a Hextech Soul, and an Otacon buff to boot, Winthrop is pushing mid.
Winthrop University only need that one fight to end it all. The Grubs spawning on their side. Hextech Soul picked up, and AMI got themselves a match on their hands. We're going to game 3.
Only the second one of NACL 2025. Winthrop equalizes a series. I thought their composition was running out of gas. I thought AMI had turned the corner to close it out. But Winthrop, I mean, that fight was filthy.
Wilson landing that multi-man lilting lullaby. That sealed the deal.
That was, yeah.
Oh my god. And it just, we kind of built it up a little bit before that if Winthrop just get one really good fight, they can just end it. But it was so good. I mean, they took out everybody. So, like,
4 versus 5. 4v5, by the way. Like, we need to emphasize that point. They're psychotic for even going for it.
Wow. Yeah. Only 35 not even being there, being able to cheer his team from the sidelines, say, go get him, guys. Yeah. I'll see you at the end of the game. Anyway, we got a series on our hands, y'all. Game 3, the second series of the split to have gone the distance so far. We're going to take a short break. When we come back, it'll be the exciting conclusion between Winthrop University and Apex Mission Impossible.
Welcome back, everybody, to the NACL stream, where we just saw Winthrop University with their Zed Lilia composition equalize the series against Apex Mission Impossible. My name is still Hawk. I'm still with Rafa RMB. Mark, what a game we just saw.
Dude, that was sick. I mean, man, there was a moment where we thought Winthrop surely had the game, and then AMI were like, wait a minute, we can probably fight here. And it was kind of like a split moment where the strength of the composition showed its face against the more high-level execution composition that Winthrop had drafted for themselves, and it seemed like, they didn't accelerate the game fast enough. But then a very, very smart pick and force on the top side gets them Baron. They play for that Hex Tech Soul. And I mean, I know we are all fanboying over Sword on the Zed and showing off the ninjutsu skills that he had, but it was Wilson that showed them real pain with the multi-man lilting lullaby from Lilia. That was, woo! That was super sick. And it was definitely super clutch for Winthrop to be able to close out the game like that before we got further and further into the game. And, you know, really asked the question, did AMI have enough? Later the game went on to actually bring it back.
Yeah, no, I thought AMI had turned that corner. That's what's so shocking to me, especially because they picked only 35 before the soul fight, right? It feels like that should just be it. They're going to deny the soul, and Winthrop's composition is out of gas because they're no longer ahead. But somehow, some way, Winthrop University was able to win the 4v5, definitely thanks to Wilson. And what continues to impress me is, again, Winthrop can carry through any lane. Mobility may be the one that we were focusing on in the pregame, but it's been all Sword and Wilson, at least through these first two games.
Yeah. Well, now we're going into game 3, where 20 champions are no longer available to pick from. So this opens up the creativity in the champion pools even further, where obviously Winthrop were able to flex some of that muscle in game 2 with the Zed pickup and the Lilia, but still standard picks like Yone, Jax, no longer available, Sejuani gone, Ashe gone, Renekton gone as well, Rel also off the table. So when we look at 80 carries on the board, I think that's going to be a real breaking point, because a lot of the utility is you can no longer choose from.
Yeah. And not only that, you know, for Lojaz, Sejuani Maokai off the board, like I said, he'll happily play those game 1 and 2 of any series he can get his hands on them. But we saw this guy dig deep into the champion pool. You know, I think of the 5-game series that we saw against Dog fans to promote into the NACL, things like the Volibear Kindred getting busted out. And I do think AMI in particular, in Fearless Drafts, has shown that they are capable of changing up their team's identity while still playing for similar win conditions, which is what's really impressive. Regardless of the champions that they're on, they have solid enough fundamentals to identify who the carries need to be in any given game and play towards them. So I do wonder if we'll see a bit more of a carry look for Lojaz here in game 3 to maybe make it truly the year of. But I mean, Winthrop in their own right, all 5 of these players I do think are guys that over the course of their careers have shown that they can play different stuff.
Yeah, well, time to put our money where our mouth is, Hawk. Game 3 draft has begun, and even my dog Choco is excited as well as he's howling in the background. AMI take to blue side for the first time in this series. Winthrop be on the red side, so they'll have a choice to counter pick for Denethor, and I think that's where things are going to get really scary, considering how dominant Denethor has been in lane throughout this series. Even in the game 1 loss, he was still up on a ton of CS with the Jace into the Malphite matchup, and I'm just thinking, how can Winthrop set up a Denethor Camille? How can they set up a really explosive, very volatile counter pick that will let Denethor completely take over the game?
Yeah, I completely agree. I'm actually also surprised to see Winthrop ban out the Gwen and the Nefiri, because I actually thought this team would want to take the trade, because again, like, force AMI to B1 Gwen. And I do think the biggest individual discrepancy in the series has been top lane, because I do think Denethor, again, a player we were really looking to have like a better sophomore split. He's been fantastic so far in the series, and I think he has had a handle on that top lane. So we'll definitely see what he's able to cook up there. Sword obviously has been no stranger to cooking already in the series. It is just blind rumble here. So, I mean, team fighting going to continue to be the name of the game for AMI, as I think that's just a Galio slam by Denethor.
Oh, like top lane Galio?
We've been seeing Galio top as a counterpick to Rumble. I don't see why you would go Galio for Sword blind otherwise.
Yeah, I mean, that definitely makes sense to me. It's just, I guess it's been a while. We were seeing Galio top, during, was it last?
Well, we've seen it. Yeah, during first stand. I also feel like it was Broken Blade that popularized the pick, right? On G2, I want to say he played it against somebody.
Yeah.
But it's cropped up here and there.
The first
we
split
saw it
just
actually
seemed so long ago. I was making sure that it wasn't something during
it's
like,
still here.
Worlds last year, but yeah.
Yeah. No, it's still a thing. It is, you go like Hollow Radiance, just get the MR.
Right.
Obviously, it could still go to Sword in the mid lane if the matchup is good. With the Corki pick, though, I don't really expect that.
Yeah. Well, this is not necessarily the volatile counter pick I was expecting. If it is Galio top for Denethor, it doesn't necessarily seem like a champion that will take over a game, but it will give him a stable lane matchup to answer the rumbles, absorb a lot of the pressure, and then, like you said, once you get the Hollow Radiance, if that is the case, you pretty much neutralize this lane. You cannot be moved, and you're an impressive front line since you're getting a lot of economy from the top side of the match.
Synergizes very well with the Xin and the Rakan as well. Great dive combo coming in. I'm already looking at stuff like Kaisa for mobility, which I don't think is Fearless banned out. That was the last series that we saw it. Xayah ban makes Kaisa even more appealing to me right here. I wonder what else mobility could go for that would work really. Like a Zeri perhaps would function extremely well, especially against things like Wukong, Corki, Rumble. That extra mobility could really come in handy.
Available anymore, yeah. The Vice band and the Maokai was already used in the series, so yeah, not many options that would be able to stop mobility from just zipping around and zooming. But they're going to continue rolling down the 80 carry bands. I believe that's a Sivir. I've never seen that.
I've never seen that icon. I was wondering if that was a new Morgana splash.
Yeah, I'm curious, but
maybe it's Sivir. Sivir would make sense.
Yeah, you just help the rest of your team run in, and that's a way to help the team engage, right? The hover on the Zeri could be the pick, as you already called it out.
Oh,
Bam,
wait, Mark,
bang.
we're goofy. That's definitely LeBlanc, by the way.
Oh, it's the new LeBlanc.
It's definitely LeBlanc, yeah.
Okay. But new LeBlanc isn't out yet, right? Like, I think the current game, like, if you played the game on live patch, LeBlanc is out.
Yeah.
But
they probably just updated the splash on TR.
But we are still on 2506 as the patch for NACL, to my understanding.
Correct. Regardless, we get that Zeri pick for mobility that we wanted, and it isn't a zero. So now here's the decision point. Do you go somewhere else with this Galio and get Denethor onto more of a carry-oriented champion? My instinct is to say no, because Rumble is a really difficult champion to take over the game against. Like, I don't know what Denethor would go for here that's better than the Galio, but I guess we'll find out. I would like to see something very carry-oriented here, though. Rise. Interesting.
I mean, technically, you could send this to either solo lane, but I'm imagining that this is just Rise in the mid lane against Azir.
I guess so.
This is something we have seen a lot. Shout out to Doingby, who, in my opinion, kind of popularized the return of Rise ever since Fearless broke out in LPL. And then it seemed like the rest of the world started paying attention and saying, you know what, we should also play Rise. And so then, started seeing a lot more in LCK. And then, I don't know, I can't remember off the top of my head if anyone played it in LTA or LEC during the first split. But
I don't think so during split 1. I know we've also seen it like in collegiate a decent amount. We've seen some Rises pop up. Actually, the Galio top as well was played recently. I lost all of his games, but that was against
rip.
Zamudo, so it's
Don't
it's a
tell
little
me
tough.
that.
Yeah, but like I know we've been seeing Rise crop up. Look, it fits that carry-oriented bill. I wanted something that can really scale into the game, do a lot of damage, and into a relatively short-range Apex Mission Impossible comp. I do think the Rise has the ability to function well. It outscales the Azir in the 1v1 despite losing push to it early on. So I do think between that pick and the Zeri, it is a bit more of a late game index from Winthrop. It's not the high octane Zed that we saw in game 2, but still a competition with fundamentally sound win conditions. Rafa, we're out of the rift for game 3.
Game 3, baby. Apex Mission Impossible, Winthrop University going the distance. The second series of the split to have done so far. And for AMI, it would be so massive for them to be able to bounce back after the game 2 loss and being able to build upon the momentum of what was that unexpected but impressive game 1 victory over the Eagles, and being able to put themselves on the board and defy expectations as, you know, one of the two teams that is completely new to tier 2. A lot of these players, this is pretty much their first time playing in the NACL, a lot of them making their debuts here today. Whereas Winthrop University, they want to build upon their first split debut last year. Overall, second split in the NACL, where there was a lot left to be desired at the end of their summer. And week 1, if they're able to bounce back and close out back-to-back weeks of successful wins in their series, it puts them in a great spot for the rest of their schedule.
Yeah, and again, it's worth noting that I feel like for most of the teams like Winthrop, there's 6 games that we want to see them at least be able to win, right? With Near Airport, Luminosity, and Dark Zero potentially being a cut above. And this is definitely the one that Winthrop would really like to pick up. But credit to Apex Mission Impossible. They look much more composed in their second series on the NACL stage. This team of rookies, I think, you know, showing a lot more of their mettle. And even if it doesn't result in a series win, I think they're showing that they did earn their spot in this league, and they're absolutely here to play with a lot of the big boys. To talk a bit more generally about the compositions and expectations for this game, AMI should have the push in both bottom and mid, as we do see already on the minimap, just given the nature of their matchups. But I think for the first time this series, I do slightly favor Winthrop's composition in terms of scaling, just with that Rise and that Zeri that can become so strong later on into the game. So we'll really have to see if AMI is able to close out as cleanly from a potential lead like they did in game 1, or if Winthrop is going to be able to bring their individual talent to the team fights and pull out the series win.
Another big strength that Winthrop University gets with this composition in particular is their map movement and their ability to just on the fly collapse onto side lanes. You've got Realm Warp from Rise, you've got Hero's Entrance from Galio, so even if they're down teleports, they're able to make collapses and bring a numbers advantage at a moment's notice for Winthrop in case AMI try to force a fight that they'll believe instantaneously that, hey, we have the numbers advantage, this is our strength, this is where we need to all in, and then suddenly, oh, hey, Galio's here. Oh, hey, Rise is here. Suddenly, it's no longer that winning numbers fight.
Good stuff already, though. Low Jazz going to continue to secure the push for his bottom lane, taking away the bottom crab, forcing out Wilson. You know, will just be a trade of crabs at the end of the day, but you like to see securing the push, you know, for your winning lanes.
And as you already called out, Denethor having, once again, a very solid laning phase. Nice CS lead against Decoy's Rumble in the first few minutes of the game. Full clears by both junglers. Nothing explosive so far. Very reminiscent of the first game of the series, where both of these teams just took a chill pill, farmed it out for the first 10 or so minutes of the game before we got really any explosiveness on the map.
Yeah, I don't think we had first blood until around Herald time. Hang on, this could be a 2v2.
Baz standing strong, 300 HP still, but low compared to Mobility's HP pool. Still tries to hold his ground and trade some HP back onto only 35 when he went in for the engage. As they're trying to...
gone. I mean, that's a really good trade from Winthrop, able to get that summoner out. Baz should be able to pretty safely reset on this wave. We'll see if only 35 can pull it.
Looks like he stopped it with that Gleaming Quill.
Ooh.
First
Cancel
dragon
recall
has
as well.
spawned. Yeah.
Okay, I mean, good stuff. That's what you want to see. Mobility at only 35. We've not seen the 2v2 really pop off too much in this series. It's not really been about them, but good laning, despite the potentially disadvantageous matchup to, you know, force a potentially dangerous situation. Here comes Wilson down towards the bottom side.
Is he spotted on that ward? The ward was still there before it expired.
Ooh, I don't think he was, but wards kind of show a tiny bit of vision before they're fully gone. So maybe he was. At the very least, has the push to be able to start the dragon.
Lojaz is on the bottom side of the map too. If he were to poke his head over, he could at least try and call attention to the dragon being started up and look for a contest.
3-6 Wukong though, like it's so much worse than Xin Zhao at this point in the game.
Yeah, Lojaz would have to risk trading his flash if he wanted to go for a steal attempt. Might not be worth it in the long run, but they're going to play through the bottom river entrance. Can't tell what the dragon HP is. 1,600.
Oh, they're going.
Lojaz smited and stealed it away in the realm warp. Positioned the rest of Winthrop over the other side. Only 35 was pressure, but Baz under fire. Looks for the kill and revives thanks to the Renata bailout and the Emperor's Divide from 5 men. He pushes them back into the waiting arms of AMI, and they're on the board with a hell of an opener, 3-0.
Oh, it's a huge play. It looked like Winthrop was going to get everything. The dragon and then realm warp behind for a free kill. Instead, they lose the objective. They lose the fight. AMI turns everything around as that is a massive, massive fight.
And that is so huge for Lojaz on the Wukong, getting 2 of those kills. Obviously, in most normal circumstances, you would want your main backline carries to get some of that gold to hit that first item and second item much sooner, but a Trinity Force early completion for Wukong is one of the most terrifying things in the metagame that you have to face with right now. And if Lojaz is able to get that purchase soon, then all subsequent objective fights after this first rotation of grubs become so much more difficult to play for if you're Winthrop University.
I mean, hell, he's up a Sheen and a Longsword on the Xin Zhao right now. Winthrop looks like they're just going to completely cede this objective as well. And when we talk about AMI, mid-game fights will be more tilted towards them. Winthrop wants to play a bit more towards the scaling. I mean, this is completely accelerated Apex, and their ability to play, you know, for those fights and be that much stronger is absolutely huge. So a really big fight for them, sets up their win conditions well. We'll see if they're able to close it out though, because that's always going to be the biggest question. Obviously still very early on in this game, but I mean a nearly 2k gold advantage at this point feels very good.
Yeah. AMI, I think this is the first time that we've seen them with a decent gold lead in the entire series. What an evolution, because the first 2 games, it's Winthrop dominating the side lane, slowly growing gold leads just through the laning phase before then being able to make strong map movements. It's this time AMI being able to punish a fight gone disastrously wrong for Winthrop. Pretty much all the worst case scenarios checked marked. If you know, pay attention to Murphy's Law, anything that could happen would happen, and it did, unfortunately, to the demise of Winthrop University. But there is still a chance to play this game out. You know, a 1.5k gold lead is not the end of the game in any long stretches necessary, but it does mean that they are on the back foot for the first time.
And we'll see how they hold their composure. Winthrop, no stranger to crazy games. I mean, they play in the same conference as Fisher College and Ole Miss, 2 other titans at the top of the collegiate table. Ole Miss, obviously known as Supernova here in the NACL, who, to their own right, did not have a great week 1, but still, I think most people believe that they have more to offer. Here comes Winthrop.
And they're going to push the pressure here. Realm Warp, but right under the tower, the bailout.
Oh, it's horrible!
The handshake, hostile takeover. It just turns the play on its head. And Lojaz spinning to winning on that Cyclone will punish Sword as well. And 5 Mini threatening that Emperor's Divide sweep once again. Mobility does not want a chance. It flashes away, but Lojaz continues the chase. Mobility with the shield from the barrier, but just one more bonk with the monkey stick sends Mobility back to the graveyard. He's going to be in the gray screen, and it's 6 kills to 0 for AMI.
I mean, AMI just got served up dessert in the bottom lane as Pocus, with the easiest hostile takeover of his life, turns around an ill-fated engage. Apex Mission Impossible, 3,500 gold at the lead at 10 minutes. They are massively ahead.
Yeah, Trinity Force is going to be picked up surely for Lojaz. He should have enough dough in the bank. There it is. Trinity Force at 10 minutes. That is...
Denethor right now, he's up 14 CS in his lane. He's like, what the hell is going on down there?
I mean, yeah, top lane has been an island experience, and now Winthrop are going to try to bring their woes over and beat up on Decoy, at least get something back for the sake of their own momentum and confidence. But Wilson, oh god, they had to force the flash.
Huh?
No, Denethor's going to die to the turn back. We're ramming up. Oh my god, what is happening?
What was that? So, first of all, credit to Decoy. Drops his ult on the wave, says, hey guys, I'm probably going to die off this reset, but I'm going to get everything I can. Winthrop, if they just walk as 4 out towards the tri-brush, I think they're fine. Instead, they don't do that, and Denethor dies to the tower. As we get another look at this fight, the bailout onto Baz was really the decider, and then 5 Mini, a beautiful flash scoop to serve up 2 more kills. I mean, this play went from looking really good for Winthrop. I thought their setup was great, to a complete disaster, and full credit to Apex Mission Impossible for how they were able to collapse on that play. And now they are just so far ahead in this game. Absolutely their series to lose.
I mean, don't get me wrong. This is awesome if you are rooting for AMI, and awesome for them as spectators just to see how well they've been able to punish. But these have been some really stinker plays by Winthrop. And
I think the Dragon was an outplay.
Yes.
The next 2 plays were, like, terrible. Like, I don't know what they were doing with that bottom lane dive.
Yeah, I think Winthrop is starting to feel the tilt and the pressure in this game 3, because... like you said, that the way the dragon fight turned out was literally the worst scenario possible, and maybe that's just really driving in the tilt, and Winthrop are trying to bail that out by doubling down and saying, okay, you know what, we need to force the next play. Realm Warp, right in the face of a hostile takeover on the tower, goes awry. They force the dive on the Decoy, thinking they have the numbers advantage. I mean, they do, but then it's botched on the way out, and they're just giving so much more to AMI, and while AMI are playing the reaction fights and, you know, taking what's given to them super well, it definitely does seem like Winthrop tripping and hurting themselves more than AMI, you know, landing the engaging blows.
And I mean, AMI, they've already claimed the feats as well, picking up that second Drake. 5 Mini, no ult on Wilson.
Wilson on a ward. 5 Mini serves up a Xin Zhao to Lojaz. 5 Mini is going to continue to accelerate his and his jungler's lead, 3-0 and 2 respectively on both champions.
Yeah, I mean, this feels like a play where Winthrop just forgot what Renata Glask does. Great TP as well from 5 Mini to be able to join the play. I like the long chase from Lojaz all the way between the turrets to pick up the kill on mobility. But, I mean, I'm going to be honest, I feel like this game is pretty over. I mean, look, Winthrop, they have good scaling. They got the Zeri Rise, but I can sit here and talk about scaling all I want. It's not going to mean a damn thing if Apex Mission Impossible just plays a nice, clean game the way that they continue to.
Yeah.
They're now taking their 4th straight neutral objective. They're up over 5,000 gold. Their composition has perfectly good team fighting in its own right. By the way, it just feels like they have absolutely everything they can want. It's incredible. It almost feels anticlimactic, the way that this 3rd game has just gotten away from Winthrop.
Yeah, in a way, it's almost a letdown after the first 2 games being so
They were
close,
so fun.
competitive. Yeah. And now, you know, we might have just gotten the script results, 10, 15 minutes early, depending on how long it takes AMI to close out the game. But all the pieces are set up for them to knock the dominoes down, right? I mean, you have an accelerated Wukong and a Zir, almost, thank you, observers, for toggling the gold. Nearly 2,000 gold advantage in the jungle alone.
Fed.
And everyone else, I mean, the carry pieces that you have to look at that would be able to make it, pairable for Winthrop University, they're so behind. I mean, yeah, we talked a lot about how Azeri can avoid a lot of the lockdown from all of these champions that Winthrop have, or not Winthrop, but AMI have composed for themselves. This Zeri's gonna be shooting a pea shooter. I mean, like, he's got no gold in his bank. He has yet to complete a first item, if I'm not mistaken. Maybe he's gotten a chance to purchase it now. But mobility is not at the position he needs to be able to threaten an AMI in extended fights, because the fight's going to be over by the time he gets ramped up.
Yeah, I completely agree. We'll see if AMI, though, again, they need to be able to close out as cleanly as they did in Game 1, something they had issues with during the open qualifier. And Winthrop, as I was going to say before the ill-fated bot engage, was they are no stranger to bangers. They play in the most stacked CLOL conference in North America, and they go blow for blow with plenty of teams. So I've seen stranger things happen at this level of play, but as we have emphasized, it's definitely going to be a big time challenge. Apex Mission Impossible doing a beautiful job of just trying to defend their vision line with the dragon spawning in under a minute.
Yeah, they have 6 scrubs to themselves, 2 dragons to their name. It is a Hex Tech Soul game once again, so not ideal for Winthrop to have to try and contest, because you definitely don't want AMI getting those for free if you can manage it. But it just might not be in Winthrop University's control, given how hard it's going to be trying to play against a bunch of champions that have a solid item advantage over you.
Yeah, that Corki's sitting on 2 right now. Fortunately for Winthrop, they can count their lucky stars. That is not a completed Muramana for Baz, but he's still going to hit a little bit harder than a Yuntal's Zeri, I think it's fair to say. Corki, the mid-game spike, it's reminiscent of the olden days, back when, you'd get like that Trinity Force and it really just kind of hit like a truck. Definitely brings that to the table now.
I definitely prefer this version of Corki than the AP poke Corki.
Yeah, that was really annoying.
Yeah. Package was cool, but then
was
again,
it was just like a, hey, we're gonna win the neutral objective fight now button. Oh, hey, here we go.
Realm Warp, immediate Valkyrie from Baz. Does Sword want to step up and look for a flash engage? Not quite yet. Focus being at his side. Oh, pulls Sword in, forces the flash out before he gets tagged by the hostile takeover. Able to avoid that play. Winthrop University, an attempt to collapse on Baz does not go in their favor. Doesn't even burn that many summoner spells. 0, if I should say. Only 1, but it was Winthrop University's own mid laner just trying to avoid the disengage. And Rift Herald now started off, but AMI, I think they have plenty of time to be able to collapse in. Low Jazz looking for the Cyclone, gets stopped in his tracks. Equalizer, tag Sword, trying to look for the flashless rise, but the phase rush, movement speed, and the slow resist will allow him to get away.
Yeah, big phase rush value right there. I honestly like the look from Winthrop. It just feels like they're too far behind to really make the play work. Only 35, doesn't feel confident enough to full send into AMI, hoping for a freebie pick, and AMI just staying calm. They take their dragon, they move over to the Herald, force Winthrop off of it after getting their mid push, and now they're on towards this objective. Now, this is a teleport here from Denethor.
I mean, he's going to try to force a flank. He doesn't have flash, but he's going to line up a taunt maybe onto a couple members here. Winthrop trying to buy their way through. Brute forcing it. Wilson's into the back line, and Rift Herald is secured for Winthrop. That's a big objective bounty. They lose Pocus as well, and the rest of AMI are forced to retreat.
So it's none of the big shutdowns for Winthrop, but it is an objective bounty. It is a tool that maybe they can use to parlay into another objective bounty here, equalizing the mid-turret trade. I mean, Winthrop, credit to them. They're staying in this game somewhat. A decent sequence, despite Apex Mission Impossible still being pretty far ahead.
It's crazy that AMI is called Apex Mission Impossible, but yet Winthrop University are the ones tasked with the Mission Impossible in this game. I mean, it's a decent step forward. You've got an objective bounty gold. You take out the tier 1 tower, so you open up the map a little bit more. So if you ever are the first ones to deploy and you get first check into the jungle quadrants, you can set up that offensive/defensive vision line into the quadrants of AMI. Should give you an easier time to posture for the upcoming dragons, which third one spawning in 3 minutes and some change.
It feels like Mission Impossible 3 right now. Winthrop, they found out the rabbit's foot exists, but they still don't know how to stop Philip Seymour Hoffman from getting it, right? And that's the problem. Now they still gotta stop the bad guy.
Well, Sword gonna pop the Realm Warp, but as soon as he gets tagged by NACL, the Cyclone will do it. Sword has no way out. Another kill over to this time Decoy on the Rumble. And yeah, the name of the game here, Hawk, is how long can Winthrop stall the game? Because if they can, then maybe there's a chance, but at this rate, it just does not seem likely that AMI are going to let them get to 3 items.
Yeah, I mean, you know, they do, again, find this nice fight. Pocus was just a little too far forward on the front line with no ultimate. I think bit overly aggressive on the positioning. I think good job by the rest of AMI to at least disengage the fight. They did lose 3 flashes for their trouble, but I mean, Sword has to side lane better in that follow-up play on bottom. Like, what are we? You don't have any grubs. Getting the little bit of damage on that bot tower is just not worth your life. Push in the wave and back away. I think he thought that the Realm Warp would keep him safe, but low Jazz, he knew how to play it.
Unfortunately for Sword, you don't get to do the Zhonya's tech or the
That
stasis
was really
tech.
dumb when that was a thing.
Dude, that...
Hey,
yeah.
let me just freely push every single wave that I want when my ultimate is up. So annoying.
Unlucky that we have to live through that timeline. But of course, you know, that is the life and times as I take a look back at this. I mean, yeah.
Like, there's just not really a reason to be doing this, I think, for Sword. Again, if you're trying to slow down the game, it's okay to lose maybe a couple minions on the bounce back instead of needlessly risking your life and giving over a freebie to the enemy team.
Winthrop trying to contest for a push in this river.
They do have 2 items on their carries.
They're not necessarily, you know, behind an item parity, as you called out. It's still overall gold advantage to AMI, and I imagine that there are some items that could be completed by AMI if they get a chance to push in a few more waves and then extend that lead to 3 overall. The BF Sword on Baz, more than likely... Actually, I don't know what Corky will build third item these days. I don't know if it's supposed to be an Infinity Edge or if it's supposed to be a Bloodthirster. You know what? A BF Sword item is a BF Sword item. It's going to provide him a little bit more damage, and that's all that matters.
And finally getting the transformation on that Muramana as well. So Baz is feeling very strong. And you talk about, are they going to let Winthrop get the 3 items? The question is, as Winthrop, do you even flip the game at this dragon? It is Soul Point, a Hex Tech Soul Point here for AMI.
Oh, and that's a tasty bit of damage. Gleaming Quill at least sustained some of it, but only 35, losing nearly a third of his HP.
Wait,
thanks
Denethor
to Baz.
is up there.
Denethor is on the flank. Decoy's right behind him, but Baz just skates on backwards, and now the hostile takeover buys time in the front line, and Winthrop University are forced to scatter because AMI are now on the hunt. The flash forward from Decoy gets the slow onto mobility. He's forced to flash over the wall. Wilson gives his life. Hopefully the rest of Winthrop can escape and survive, but mobility is left by his lonesome. Only 35 provides him with a Battle Dance shield, but still falls to the power of Baz Valkyrie, and the rockets pouring through. 5 mini stabs, mobility over the wall, and just like that, the gold lead is extended to 7,000. If you didn't think the game was over, I think it's pretty convincing now.
Yeah, that was a very convincing team fight win for Apex Mission Impossible. 5-4-0 ace. Easy Soul Point take right there for them. It's going to be an Otacon on the back end of it as Winthrop, they tried to go for broke, but Rafa, I just don't think that was their moment, and credit to Apex Mission Impossible. They have risen to the occasion. We were real high on Winthrop coming into this series, and I mean, Apex making us look a little silly.
Definitely killed the hype after the Game 2 spectacular that Winthrop were able to bring to the party, and they reminded us, hey, who closed out Game 1, by the way? Yeah, it was us, and AMI being able to fight at their absolute core strength as a 5-man unit. And when they had this gold lead, I mean, Winthrop University, they tried, but there was no real chance for success here.
I almost feel like there's not really anything to break down in this fight. Denethor, I mean, just completely selling out for the engage on the backside. He instantly dies, and in the 4v5, obviously, Winthrop has no chance. They will be able to claim an objective bounty in the picture-in-picture, but it is a very, very small cookie in a sea of... I don't know what my analogy is. Regardless... Oh, it's Soul, not Soul Point, by the way. Yeah, this game is really cooked.
Damn. Damn, oh damn. Hextech Soul on your side, and Elder Dragon spawning in 3.5 minutes with probably no real contest from Winthrop University. I mean, Wilson is trying, man, but you cannot get through the Cyclone. You cannot get through the hostile takeover, and Mobility is pretty much just taking so much damage, trying to fire back with what feels like nothing, and the rest of Winthrop University's core is gone from the Rift. Sword, the last member standing, but not enough to defend AMI from taking this Baron.
Yep, it's just going to be AMI continuing their stomp. Sword rooted a clone in that fight. Come on, brother. And Mobility, I think, tried to fire back damage as best he could, but the Zeri, I mean, just not nearly strong enough at this point in the game. It's going to be an 11k gold advantage after this Baron gets taken, which is absolutely disgusting, given that it's about 25 minutes into the game. I mean, I think at this point we start talking about what this series means, Mark, because this is Winthrop dropping a game against one of the teams that they're quote-unquote supposed to beat, especially, you know, out of that pack of 6 very winnable games that we talk about. So they'll fall to 1-1 in that category. But for Apex Mission Impossible, this is a team that was doubted by so many people. A lot of people believe they weren't even supposed to be here, that they had an easy road into the NACL or what have you, but they are absolutely proving that they can stack up. Even if individually they might still have their shortcomings, they have played together as a team for a long, long time, and their fundamentals on full display. This is a team that absolutely is not an automatic win.
Power of friendship is prevailing today for AMI, who are just one good fight away from securing their first series win.
Or they're just going to win now.
In the NACL. Or, I mean, that Nexus Charge just fell so fast. The rest of Winthrop University are finally now responding and answering the defense of their base that severely needed some support. It's only one Nexus Tower that stands between AMI and Winthrop University's demise. The rest of AMI starting to stack up. The Baron Minions Equalizer cuts off an escape route as Winthrop University are forced to fight forward, but that means they fight right in the hostile takeover, and they turn on themselves. Friendly fire at full power. Winthrop University, the Eagle's wings have been clipped, and Apex proves that Mission Impossible is definitely possible. 2-1 victory for AMI. Unless you tell me otherwise, Hawk.
You're good, Mark. I got you still.
Particularly super impressed with the way that they were able to take control of a game that, yeah, maybe might have been the worst case scenario possible in that opening dragon fight, but AMI ran away with the game and never let go of the reins.
Yeah, I think it actually shows a lot of maturity as a team that they're able to take, like, a goofy little play like that dragon play, and then they're able to turn it into so much more, because also then Winthrop clearly felt the pressure. They were the ones that made, in my opinion, the bigger mistake, which is then overreaching in bottom lane, right? You could call the dragon fight unlucky, but giving over an additional 3 kills and all your resources and losing minion waves, that is kind of the second mistake that broke the camel's back. So, I mean, I'm really impressed. Apex Mission Impossible from that point in the game. Real credit to them for just converting that into what should be a clinical and easy win. It doesn't matter if they're a team that's expected to be lower in the standings, because they are clearly fundamentally sound enough to take what is given to them and create win conditions.
Yeah, and at the end of the day here in the NACL, a win is a win, and being able to posture yourself better for playoff standing implications as we head further and further into the regular season. And we have to remind folks at home, once again, when it comes down to matches between the teams that are not Dark Zero Luminosity and Near Airport, these fights are these matches are the closest that some of these teams in the bottom half have to being able to pick up points for themselves in the league and being able to show that, hey, this is a chance where we get to prove ourselves to be able to, show that at least we're competitive with, the remaining teams in the middle of the pack, and it gives them a better position forward to start, punching into that upper weight class. And by, playing against these teams now, they get the necessary experience and kind of the momentum forward before they have to take on the big dogs in the NACL.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. I think these are really important games to be able to pick up. I mean, I've said on the Salty Runback that I think AMI is absolutely a team that's good enough to take games off of that middle of the pack and not just beat like Pulse or whoever people think they're supposed to beat, right? And a lot of people, after they got 2-0'd by Conviction, said like, oh, told you so, that this is exactly what we expected, which I think is a fair reaction to have. They didn't look super good in that series, but I think a much better look for them today. Maybe now that some of the nerves are gone and they're able to sort of refocus themselves and proving that they can be competitive.
Yeah, and for the side of Winthrop University, definitely a bit of a letdown after being able to have such a hot start in week 1 against Blue Otter. Definitely, does cause I don't want to say confusion, but just, there's definitely questions around the first week, whether was this Winthrop overperforming, was this Blue Otter underperforming, and I think it just adds to the uncertainty now that, Blue Otter come away with a win in their series today, and Winthrop dropping this series against Apex Mission Impossible, considering that we had built up expectation-wise going into the split that AMI and Polestar were in kind of the same weight class of just two teams happy to be here and get the experience, whereas Winthrop and Blue Otter definitely, or at least in our eyes, should have been, the class above and having a little bit more experience, a little bit better control and understanding of the map and composure in those late game scenarios. But you know what? AMI being able to prove that, we can punch up, don't sleep on us. And, maybe that's some inspiration over to Polestar that they can do the same in one of their future series. But it does at least even up things in our standings overall. And now, I don't know if we'll get a chance to look at the standings graphic before we get our MVP graphic or interview lined up, ready to go. I still think we're waiting about a few more minutes before that is ready to go. But if memory serves correctly, obviously Conviction still at the top of the board because they were the only team to play 2 series so far, and both of them were wins. But now, that middle of the pack, there's a lot of ties going on, Hawk. There's a lot of people in that middle section.
Yeah, I mean, all of a sudden the standings looking really interesting. Winthrop is playing AMI and Pulse this week. I think a lot of people thought that they would just rock it up to 3-0 in the standings. That clearly is not going to be the case. Again, I think the most important narrative, though, is that it is Apex Mission Impossible proving that they can be an NACL team. This team continuously doubted, and I think they will be doubted moving forward. And whether or not they'll be some heavyweight contender, I don't think that's the expectation.
Yeah.
They are showing that they belong in the NACL, and I think that's definitely the most valuable thing.
And you know what? This is obviously this is how you want to start if you're the new kids on the block. You start with the wins that are attainable, and if you get those first, then maybe you can build yourself up to the wins that at the beginning might look impossible, but living up to the name in AMI, that's how you can achieve Mission Impossible. It's those small steps, and you build upon the confidence and the learnings from those games going forward. And who knows, maybe AMI proved to be fast adapters, fast learners. We've definitely seen stories of breakout stars and breakout teams who had little experience in the past and definitely rose to the occasion throughout NACL in all iterations, whether it was LCS Academy or Proving Grounds, we've seen it all before here. And that's what makes NACL so exciting to watch, because you get to witness the origins of those kind of stories right here, right now.
It's a good place to start. Oh man, the NACL regular season is already looking really exciting. I think the race for the playoffs is going to be more interesting than perhaps people think. I know it feels early, you know, we're only 4 days into the season, but I mean, 9 weeks is the regular season. It's gonna creep up on us, I think, faster than a lot of people expect.
Yeah.
Always good to start the conversation early. I do think we probably have an interview coming up soon if we get word from production as to who that one is going to be with. I'm really excited to talk to these Apex Mission Impossible guys. We had Pocus on the Salty Run Back, you know, after they promoted, and we got to talk to him, and he basically said, like, look, I know we're not trying to win the NACL, but he said, this is the most resilient team I've ever played with, and I just want to prove that we belong. And so I'm really looking forward to being able to kind of dive more into that conversation.
Especially with someone like Focus. I've known him since I first started casting, like back in 2019, or early 2022 as well. And it looks like our MVP is Baz. Okay. I mean, the first game, the double 80 carry composition, Misfortune being able to, you know, apply a lot of pressure. He made the super based choice of Serpent's Fang, which I can always appreciate. And then, of course, on this Corki, I mean, given the circumstances of how everyone got the leads on the side of AMI, Baz definitely did not waste that opportunity.
Yeah, no, he definitely did not. I think Baz has always been such a consistent carry for this Apex Mission Impossible team. And it feels funny to give out an MVP, honestly, because I do think at the end of the day, I've always felt like Apex Mission Impossible's wins are always such a team effort. And Baz, you know, he's the one doing the consistent damage at the end of the day. But like I look across the board, and I feel like I would be hard pressed to select an MVP for this series.
Yeah, I think there's definitely many candidates that could have earned the title for this series. I think just looking at, you know, Low Jazz being able to find such opportunistic picks with the Maokai in game 1, opening up the door for AMI back into that game. Even Fine Mini having a fantastic Azir game in the closer of this series, and
the
even
resilience in
game
game 2 as well.
Yeah, I think that this whole team definitely deserves some nods, but here we have our interview locked and loaded from AMI. It is the victorious mid laner, Fine Mini, in his rookie split of the NACL. We don't have a cam feed, but can we? Oh, there he is!
There we go!
Yeah! What's up, dude? Congratulations, 2-1 over the day. First series win for AMI. What are your first reactions in your second split of the NACL so far?
It was great. You know, honestly, everybody throughout the entire series had a great vibe. And then after we won, everybody was super excited. It was like the same feel as like when we won and promoted. So it was an amazing feeling to have again.
Oh yeah.
That's actually really cool to hear. I was kind of curious to dive a little bit more into, like, you know, the vibes inside the team. I know Pocus, when we got to interview him on the Salty Runback recently, he said that, you know, he wasn't expecting you guys to be some crazy contender or anything, but he wanted you guys to prove that you belong in the NACL, right? And now picking up your first win, do you feel that you've kind of made a statement here with this victory?
I mean, yeah, I think that, you know, throughout the 3 games that we showed that we're gonna like put people to the challenge to win the games against us, and that we can hold our own, especially against some of the stronger teams. Yep.
Looking forward in the rest of the NACL split, because you've definitely got a huge schedule up against you down the long run when, you know, eventually you're gonna have to play against Near Airport or Dark Zero and Luminosity, you know.
Yeah.
And me and Hawk were talking about the importance of being able to pick up wins against the lower teams where, you know, the expectations might not be so leveraged against you. But is there any particular player in the mid lane that you really look forward to facing and learning from?
Ooh. I mean, it's gotta be like, I mean, I was looking for the Dark Wings, but we already played him. But like, I've always watched Pobelter when I was growing up, and like, especially when I got into like climbing, I learned everything from him for solo queue. I would like watch his laning very specifically, so it'd be very cool to play against him. Like, I'm just very excited for it, to be honest.
I mean, you're gonna get the opportunity to in a few short weeks. Fine, Minnie, last major question I have for you is, a lot of people have been excited to see you specifically play in the NACL for the last few months. Do you have anything to say about your personal growth, your personal goals and expectations for this split, and what people can look forward to from you as a player?
Yeah, I mean, I've always really enjoyed how people have been looking at me, and I really am happy to show them who I am as a player and that I can hold my own. But I'm also very committed, so I'm always going to be learning, and I hope people can see that throughout the split. That I'm just going to keep improving.
Well,
like
you've
that
definitely
answer.
made me a fan, Fine Midi, and I'm looking forward to seeing you and the rest of AMI continue out your split, wins and losses, regardless. I'm happy to see you guys in NACL. Before we let you go, brother, is there any last shout-outs you would like to give here?
Yeah, I mean, shout out to my team. I apologize to my jungler Low Jazz for some things that happened in game 2. He was very upset at the 4-minute timer, but that's. And then, of course, my family and friends, everybody's so supportive. I always get DMs and people after games, so it's always so great from them. But that's about it.
Hell yeah, dude. Again, thank you so much for spending some time with us. Also, really courteous of you to apologize to your jungler. You shouldn't have to do that, but you know what? That's a humble king right there, and I appreciate that. We'll see you next time, brother.
All right, thank you.
I only say that.
My camera's coming back.
Oh no! I'm on solo cam.
My camera's back. My camera
okay.
died real quick. We're good.
Okay,
We're good.
Okay. Bring Hawk back. Okay.
The 3-game series, it was too exhaustive for my webcam.
I think what happened was the glacial prison finally hit your camera all the way.
Oh,
from
right.
the
It bounced off my fridge, and yeah. Oh, man. No, but
oh man,
dude, I love getting to hear from young players specifically though. Like shout out to 5 Mini, because like I said, this is definitely a player people have been excited to watch. So I love to get their perspective in some of their first NACL series, and I think the most important thing to me is it seems like he has a really positive attitude about everything that's happened so far.
Yeah, I mean he definitely, I can feel the optimism emanating from the dude, and he just seems like a very down-to-earth person who's just ready to play some League of Legends and learn from the best. And I always love hearing stories about I'm looking forward to playing against this guy because I grew up watching his streams, and that's one of the beautiful things about this particular split in NACL, that we get to have that opportunity. I mean, and it's not
That's
just
so
pole
cool.
belter for mid laners, which we have I think 4 rookie mid laners debuting this split. I'm pretty sure all of them, watched the notorious POB on his Twitch streams, whether he was on, solo queuing or playing on Curse or playing on Winterfox or CLG throughout his illustrious career over, the early years of LCS, and being one of the first, NA mid laners to really represent on the international stage. I mean, that is such a huge accomplishment that, it took a long time before we got to see, that kind of representation again in, the mid lane role. And if, now you get a chance to play against him in NACL, I mean, oh, dude, that's like a childhood dream being realized right there.
Yeah, 1000%. And again, showing that they can be competitive. Apex Mission Impossible. You'll love to see it. We can break up the standings really quick to see how things have shaken out. As Apex 1-1, Winthrop
Yeah.
1-1. As I'm now getting word, we're actually going to go over to the schedule for tomorrow.
Yeah, we'll show the standings later on, but for tomorrow's schedule, the action continues, and this time we got a banger to open up Thursday. It's Luminosity taking on Dark Zero, both victorious in their first week of series, now having a chance to take, not sole position, since Conviction is technically 2-0 right now, but to join the top of the standings and show, at least early on, who's one of the better top dogs. Luminosity already besting near Airport, now having to go up against the reigning NACL champions in Dark Zero. And then later on in the day, we'll see if Apex Mission Impossible can continue their momentum that they have earned for themselves in today's series versus Supernova, who are looking to get their first win on the board.
Yeah, Supernova, honestly a must win for them, especially now that Apex has picked one up for themselves. But I want to zoom in on that first series. Dark Zero against Luminosity. That is must watch League of Legends. I mean, whoever wins that, the immediate favorite, I think, to win the split.
Yeah, I mean that it's definitely an early sign of things to come, and who, like you said, whoever wins that, I think everyone will just immediately tout as the favorites going into playoffs. Even if it's super early, even if it's week 2, that's just going to be the expectation that is going to start, the expectations that everyone is going to have for the rest of the regular season. But I do believe we have the standings graphic. I take that back. Wait a minute.
We do.
We do. Just bouncing that out. But I see. So, as you can see, it's not necessarily the order that is in the correct spots, but all of the game scores have been updated, at least for the time being. So, I guess I'm trying to see where it would falter. But you know what? All that matters is we got the game score. And oh, I see. Okay, so I guess because Apex were able to, you know what?
I think right now Winthrop is higher ranked because Winthrop has a better game score across both of their series than Apex, because Winthrop lost 2-1 and won 2-0, whereas for Apex it's flipped. But Apex holds the head-to-head. I will make sure that for tomorrow, maybe we're able to clarify what the correct tiebreaker is, whether it's head-to-head or game score. I do believe game score is the tiebreaker for playoff, but I could be completely off base. Regardless, you can get a look at where the teams generally are in the standings. Again, Conviction, they're really great week 1, keeps them at the top. They're not playing this week, though, so I think the big questions are who is going to jump up and kind of be alongside them.
Yeah. And obviously, since we're only in our first game of week 2, the standings is going to continuously shake up over the course of the regular season. I imagine that as we get further and further, we're going to get a more true indication of where all the teams are stacked up. But gamers, that's it. That's the end of today's show. We have done it, 2 back-to-back series where, the first series definitely kind of lived up to the expectations. There was, some surprising moments, but overall, shout out to Blue Otter for being able to take over the series win over Polestar. And then, this one, AMI, new kids on the block, definitely everyone in that, lower half of the standings got to be on the lookout for, and noting that, hey, this is not a team that you can sleep on. These guys got some fire in them, and they're ready to, not only do a lot of the fighting and being able to challenge you early on, but they'll actually be able to close and bring home game wins, and this time, an overall series victory. So this just makes the overall sake of the competition a lot more exciting, and for NACL in, the bottom half of the teams, and it makes it so that there's going to be much more conversation and much more names to talk about in those who are going to try and punch up into that top half.
Yeah, absolutely. A great day of games. I've somehow been, I think, the only person to get both game 3s, so I'll definitely take that. I'm hoping for more, especially as we look forward to the good matches tomorrow. But Rafa, what a fun day of games. We had some good ones.
We did it, man. Our first cast together in the books, and a pretty fun day to do it nonetheless. A lot of these teams were very scrappy, and we definitely saw some moments too, but you know what? It's okay. That's the spirit of the NACL. This is what we're here for. It's not always going to be clean.
We're still a dev league after all.
But you know what? It's still going to be, super exciting, and the entertainment value always at an all-time high. But again, thank you so much to everyone for joining us on our first day of the second week of the NACL broadcast. Also, shout outs to our production staff and crew, and also all the co-streamers that are providing even more eyes to the product as well. Thank you all for watching the games with us and supporting the ecosystem here in the developmental for all these aspiring pro players who, maybe they'll be able to make it to LTA one day, or if you've looked over in the EU scene, some players are going over to EMEA. Shout out to Yukino as well for being able to take his career, a different path forward, looking for more opportunities. But it's always a pleasure to be here on the NACL and see the origins of future stars. My name is Rafa. It's been me and Hawk laying it down, the cast. We'll see you next time. He
Just
might be
leave,
forced
guys.
to flash over the wall unless they want to turn the fight. They baited them into the Baron pit. Maybe this is something that Blue Otter can take,
Quacker?
but Quacker is going to take the front of that Impale alongside Rovex, both getting stunned up here. Curtain Call trying to do a number, but Blue Otter have lost their composure. Now Poles have a chance to punish Samakin, getting burned by the Equalizer. Dr. Calculus flashes over the wall. Good night in the game. Baron minions on their side, 4 versus 2. This could be it. Pulse on their last legs, trying to make one last base defense happen. Tubbs has respawned, but Hub has fallen. The first Nexus tower collapses. Blue Water looking at Bio next on the dinner plate here. He stuns them up, tries to buy some space. Wind becomes lightning, and it's a shutdown going over to Levitate. Dr. Calculus has spawned, but Blue Water, they're going to check the corpses of Pulse to see if there is one, but they have flatline, and Blue Water will take the series 2.
Going to find a way to put a win up in the NACL.
Damn, my baby, I did not know your game was this clean and this nice, but the new kids on the block being able to open up the series against the Collegiate Eagles with a nice fat dub. 1-0 to start the series score. Only 35 can't do much more, and AMI moving up on the board.
That was such a nice game from them. Understanding 6 Void Grubs, a Hextech Soul, and an Otacon buff to boot. Winthrop is pushing mid.
Winthrop University only need that one fight to end it all. The Grubs spawning on their side. Hextech Soul picked up, and AMI got themselves a match on their hands. We're going to game 3.
Only the second one of NACL 2025. Oh.
Damn. Damn, oh damn. Hextech Soul on your side, and Elder Dragon spawning in 3.5 minutes with probably no real contest from Winthrop University. I mean, Wilson is trying, man, but you cannot get through the Cyclone. You cannot get through the hostile takeover, and Mobility is pretty much just taking so much damage trying to fire back with what feels like nothing, and the rest of Winthrop might be...